Marilyn Moore. Ensign Lena.
Here.
Richmond Marnie.
Here.
Wayne Shaw.
Here.
Tiffany Thunder.
Here.
Catherine McCoy.
Here.
Charlie Hill.
Here.
Tommy Chupko.
Tommy won't be present today because of an emergency.
Danita Harjo.
Here.
Willis Dethridge. Desiree Emerton.
Here.
Is that the same with Representative Dethridge? He had called in, said he wasn't going to be here, so,
Yes, he had family issues.
okay. We'll acknowledge that at this time as well. Secretary?
I have 21 present and 7 absent.
With a count of 21 present and 7 absent, I declare that we do have a quorum, and we are in session. And I'm going to ask for a volunteer to lead us in a word of prayer. Any volunteers? Representative Lambert.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, Lord, and we thank you for all of our tribal members. We thank you for the tribal members that we represent as council representatives, Lord. We just ask that you heal those people that are sick today, and you be with them when they're walking through different tragedies and different things in life, Lord. And we just ask that you just be with them and you guide them and protect them, and you comfort those who need comfort, Lord. And we also ask that you just give us clear minds and clear hearts to do what is best for your people of this nation. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Yeah, man. Thank you for that prayer. I believe that every one of you have received the proposed resolution to install generators at all the facilities and the different buildings at the Indian Health Service. They do need that resolution to be able to move that forward. So right now it would be good if there's no objections to place that particular item under other business. Is there any objections to do that? They need this resolution to move on to be able to put large generators that govern each building that's on that campus. I see no objections, so that particular item will be under other business. Reading of the minutes of the last meeting. What is the desire of the council?
I make a motion to approve March 1st and March 27th meetings.
I'll second that.
A motion to approve March 1st and March 27th meetings of 2025. So there's a motion and a second. And any corrections? None? As written then. Secretary, this is for March 1st and March 27th.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba. Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslet.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Marnie.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko. Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 21 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 21 yes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that the March 1st and March 27, 2025 minutes have been approved. Unfinished business, TR 2025-18, Representative Gonzalez.
This particular resolution was tabled by Mr. Petit, So we did not table that. The Finance Committee recommended that it be approved.
Okay, well, tabled items come back at the next council meeting, and that's what this is. So you make a motion to bring it off the table?
I
and to
make a
approve?
motion to bring it off the table.
And, okay, a motion bring it off the table for discussion. We're on the TR2, Secretary. It's off the table, so we're in discussion. It's unfinished business. And that's with approval? Okay, motion and a
Make a
second.
motion to approve, yes.
Yes.
I'll call the question if there's no question.
Well, there may be discussion, so I know you called for the question. We discussed it many times, Representative Shaw.
The question I have is, on this, I want to ask the Finance Committee how you can jump somebody 4 spaces on that GS deal. I don't fully understand the GS raises and all that, but for the next 4 years, that's going to come about. Let me ask you, why haven't you looked at it enough to pass it? Do you have an evaluation from the board, the directors? Or, I can't say the director because she's the director. But the question I ask is, how could you how do you say it, in good conscience, pass it for the next 4 years?
Mr. Shaw, this particular resolution is for funds that were collected for TERO, and it is distributed within their budget, and part of that is going towards their salary increase, a salary increase. And it is according to the guidelines, and so being that the funds are there and everything was proper, that's why we approved it, and it's up to this council to say yes or no.
Representative Pitti.
Yes, we have HR here because this is in relation to the, what you call it, the GS schedule on that. We just need to know what kind of effect that may have on if we approve this and what precedents it's going to set for other employees that may want to seek the same type of compensation.
HR will be here after the lunch break, as of all those other directors that were requested by the council. So they're not here at the moment, but they will be here after the lunch break when the directors were asked to come to the quarterly meeting. One thing historically, we've always wanted TERO to be able to collect the permits and the fines, the fees and so forth. That's been a long-running history going back, decades. It doesn't appear they have been able to really establish themselves in that way over the period of time. And I know because of all the contracts that's gone out from the Seminole Nation recently in the last few years that that's how a lot of these funds were calculated and received. But that is a historic area. I mean, even when several other council sat on those seats that some of you sit now, that was the hope, to be able to get them where they can contribute to their budget, and I think that was probably the idea on this.
Well, I think once again, it was just mentioned previously in one of these meetings that we're getting close to approving a budget for the next fiscal year, 26, and because this is so close to that time period.
Yes.
Like I said, as far as the consequences of what it would cause to whoever, any other committee or board that needs, people asking within that for raises and stuff, is that going to affect it? So, did you mention having a TERO board? The TERO board, do they do an evaluation?
I think Representative Conley is present. He's on that TERO board. What was your question we do have a TERO board.
I noticed back in December, the director had stated that was her 1-year anniversary, have y'all done an evaluation or anything, or had to make any recommendations for needs of improvement or anything on the director?
No, we haven't.
So there's no reason, you've not made any recommendation as to whether or not to proceed with this, having, a raise take place and everything? That's not been discussed?
No, we just discussed it's been making money, though. I mean, she's bringing in a lot of revenue, but we haven't evaluated.
Okay.
Seemed like one of the members of that board, the TERO board, was a former Itchity representative, Terry Haney, and it seemed like she said some positive things and maybe even put it in writing, if I remember correctly. But of course, the process is to go through HR, as you said, and referenced Representative Petit, and it go through that process. It went to the Finance Committee, and now it's before the General Counsel. So if Representative Yesleth?
Yes, at last meeting, and because it was tabled, but my band had questions that each time the budget came forward that it was different. So was the budget already being utilized and used prior to that?
Can you turn up some of the mics when the representatives speak? It's difficult to hear them because the speakers are facing you.
I said that my band had asked, it was tabled last time, but my band was going to ask and had asked, because each time the budget came back to it was a different amount, even though it hadn't been passed, had it already been used? Was it being used?
No, the amount was increased.
The funds that needed to be appropriated?
The first resolution failed, and the second one that came back had increased because of money received.
Yes, what was said, and now I hear what you're referencing, is that the first time it came up, it failed, then it came up again, and then it was tabled. And I think there was a slight increase on that second resolution. That's the one the Finance Committee recommended. Okay, Representative Gonzalez, then Representative Narcomi of the Chiyaha Band.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask Mr. Petit, you mentioned schedule, GS schedule. What is that GS schedule?
I believe it's called a general services schedule.
No, we don't go by that. We go by our Seminole Nation pay schedule. You received a copy of this, and there is one in your last budget that you received, but that's what we go by. We go by Seminole Nation pay scale. So if you're looking at a GS schedule, it would be incorrect.
Well, I was just going off some of the, I believe it was Ms. Coleman made a presentation to the council one day and kind of explained how you're eligible for a certain amount of times and I think what Representative Shaw was stating was how it could be for 4 years in a row. And I thought she had stated that you're in a position for a year or two, and then based upon your raise is in the following schedule as you reach these certain peaks.
Yes, it goes by 1 year, 2 year, and 3 year increments, and that's based on which step, how you're going to start your day and how you move up. Like between each step would be 1 year, and then the next schedule would be 2 years between each step. The next schedule would be 3 years between each step. So that's how the Seminole Nation pay scale goes, and that's what we base it on.
Okay, well, that's okay. That's it. It was just confusing how it takes 4 years, the incremental raise, and the fact that even your schedule there on this is 1 year, then eligibility for 2 years.
Yeah, we just have 1, 2, and 3 years. We don't have 4 years.
Okay, well, but the way that resolution read, that's why I think most in my band understood it to be. And I thought, well, you would hope that whoever it is has made some improvements or made better collections, and the board could make a recommendation to the council that they feel like this person's entitled to a raise, but once again, they're limited to the time schedule in your pay schedule.
Yeah, I think where you're using acronyms, GS is probably really grade and scale, and then Representative Gonzalez, you may be thinking about GSA, so those are two different things, and of course, we do go by what Representative Gonzalez elaborated on. Okay, any other questions? If not, we're going to call for question. Representative Narkema, yes.
It's not so much a question as just a general statement that I do believe in the raising of the salaries of our employees and our directors. But if you follow the math on this one, I asked at the last council meeting if this was compounded. And it was affirmed that it was compounded on us. So in year one, let's take just a round number. Let's say someone in year 0 makes $20 an hour. With year one, their pay would be raised to 20. Let's say the raise is $2 on a round number. So their pay would be raised to 22. In year 2 of implementation, their pay would be raised to 24. In year 3, their pay would be raised to 26, and then by year 4, their pay would be raised to 28. So in 4 separate intervals, their pay goes from 20 to 28. And that's just something to consider before that. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on after your last comment there, Representative Shaw.
Well, like I said, I still don't understand your rationale for this, because, you know, right now, we've got ARPA monies that was drawn for this TERO. Next year, you're not gonna have ARPA money. Where are you gonna get the money to give that raise? And the year after that, we're still not gonna have ARPA money. Where are you gonna get that raise? And in good conscience, our band said no for the simple reason that we are not guaranteed that money next year. So then what we're gonna do, drop her salary back down to what it is now? You know, we as a council, we've got to look at not just what's happening, but what is happening. And we're getting up there with into the 4-year increments and all this, and I don't see how. Like I said, in good conscience, our band said no for the simple reason that we don't know that we're going to have that money next year for TERO to act on. Then she's going to be without a job. So therefore, I'll yield the floor to that one.
Okay, I said I was gonna move on, Representative Fulbright.
I have one comment on this. This isn't a year after year after year issue. It's just this time. So we're not worried about down the road, you know, year after year after year. It's just current. So, because that's correct. So,
all right, I allowed talking across the floor because y'all was clarifying a question, but we will not, but when a council member has their hand raised, I try to honor that. Okay, we're going to go ahead and call for question at this time, and this is for TR 2025-18. TR 2025-18. Secretary?
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
We would never say no.
Rena Tiger,
No.
Jerry Edwards. Yes. Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Leon Petit,
No.
David Narkemy,
No.
Joseph Billy. No. Dolores Harjo. No. Karen Fulbright. Yes. Ann Borba. Yes. Stephanie Bamber.
Yes.
Sina Yesley.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. No. Marilyn Moore. Henson Lena.
No.
Richmond Larney.
No.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Danita Harjo.
No.
Desiree Emerton.
No.
I have 6 yeses, 16 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 6 yes, 16 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2025-18 to have failed. Reports of committees. What's the desire of the council? Representative McCoy.
My band just had a question, would like to know the status of the Administrative Appeals Board. I believe that committee, all of those terms are expired. Are there any plans or names to be brought forward anytime soon?
Yes, there are plans to have nominations, and there's requirements for that. So far, some just don't want to serve when they're being asked for whatever reason. Even on this council, there's some that doesn't want to serve when asked to serve for whatever reason. So that's a very important appeals board. But if you're referencing the law that talks about dual enrollment or being a member of another tribe and all that, we brought that question to the council several times, many times actually, and there has been no movement on that. Being the legislators of the tribe, you could actually solve that issue right there. Okay, anyone else? Any other committee, board, commission? Representative Fulbright?
Election.
Election board? You can take it off the stand if you'd like, Ms. Harjo, or bring it down.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, so we have the Constitution Revision Committee items on the agenda today. And so if this passed today, which is there time to put these votes on the election for this next election?
And according to Title 10, we don't have enough time.
Okay. Also, what do you do about candidates that are campaigning here on tribal land? Is that allowed?
That's not addressed in Title 10.
Okay, so they can come to today and do their campaigning and put their signs out over here and stuff, or?
That's out of our scope of work according to Title 10. We have nothing to do with the campaign.
I think we got an email or something, didn't we, Joni?
Yeah.
I think Title 10 addresses it the day of the election, and it has to be within 100 feet of the precinct.
Right.
So Title 10 does address it, but in that particular context.
What was that you sent out, Jen?
Political activities is addressed in Title 16.
16.
So it's not in the code.
And Title 11 as well.
Okay. How's the election going?
We're on schedule.
On schedule?
Yes.
Okay. Are you getting a lot of absentee ballots in and?
Well, they're coming in.
And the deadline?
June the 12th is the last day to request a ballot, so.
Okay, so if they mailed it out on that day, it'll still be.
That's just to request it. If they mail them out, they can get them in before the election day.
Just any time before the election, they just can't request it after that day. Thank you.
The last pickup at the post office will be July 12th at noon. We'll go down and pick them up. Anything after that is.
Okay. Because I've had a lot of tribal members asking, do I have to turn it in by that date? And I think they just want clarification, so thank you for
I
that.
think you gotta allow for mail. Mail's been pretty slow recently, so.
Yeah.
They've gotta allow for that mailing time.
Okay. That's all I got.
Okay, any more questions for the election board? I see see hands, Representative Billy.
Question for you, how are you guys gonna work the absentee ballots?
How do we work that?
How are you gonna work the absentee ballots?
The request comes in, and then they're mailed to the contractor, and they'll mail them out from the contractor that's setting up the ballots.
Okay, now, the absentee ballots, are you saving everything on, and what I mean by that, are you saving the envelope that came in, that individual sent? Because, I mean, someone who lives in California and has a postmark of Seminole, Oklahoma, and that's just not possible.
Yes, everything will be saved.
All right, that was my question. Thank you.
Any other questions for the election board? If not, Representative Cootie?
I have relatives outside the state. Would it be possible for me to pick up the application and send it to them, or do they have to request it themselves?
You can pick up the request for the ballots for anybody, yeah.
All right.
Just
Representative Fulbright?
So can they, can an individual bring in those requests, a stack of them for a family?
Sure.
Okay.
Do they have to be mailed in, don't they, Representative Harjo? Representative Harjo, those request ballots that people get, they have to be mailed in.
That's what he said. We'll have to check that. I haven't.
Representative Shaw.
Revision has been mentioned also in this. I guess it'd be the same election board that would run the revision, constitution revision election.
Yes, we got a 4-year appointment.
What?
4-year.
Okay, so since y'all would run that on that, or those revisions, is it gonna take 2 separate elections?
At this point, yes, because it's too late to get the Constitution in on this one. There's timelines you have to follow to get those notices out.
Okay.
So it's not possible to get it on this election.
Representative Shaw, are you alluding to the amount of amendments that's on that the revision, or you talk about 2 different elections?
It has to be 2 separate referendum votes. One for the administration and one for revision, because of the timelines that are laid out. Am I correct? So therefore, the council needs to understand that, like, revisions on here today. It can't be heard, and we can hear it anytime we want to, but we still got to meet those timelines. That's just a point of information I'm trying to bring to this council.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's within the code as far as the
That's why I'm
timelines.
trying to bring it to the council to understand that we'd have to have 2 votes. And if we have anything after that deadline on the other one, we'd have to have another vote. But we got deadlines that we've got to meet before we continue to keep going. And I thank you ladies for coming up today.
I think since the item of revision has come up from several band representatives here today, it is in the band's hands for discussion. Comes back to this council floor, and maybe the council, through their band's correspondence with them or direction wants to bring that committee back in to session again so that they can tweak whatever that the man's recommendations are for any of those proposed amendments. That would be the proper way to do it from our historical way of doing things here in the Seminole Nation. But anyway, is there any more questions for the election board? Representative Borba?
Yes, I was wondering, what type of background checks do you do on the proposed candidates? I'm sure, you know, they already had to go to, but do you just check Oklahoma or do you check other states also?
Well, in Title 10, it says OSBI.
Okay, Representative McCoy?
Just for clarification, someone had asked if you can pick them up. You can't pick up a stack. You can just pick up one for you, not for your whole family, right?
No, you can pick up as many as you want.
Okay, so I thought maybe I misread it. Request for absentee ballot forms shall be available at the election board for those registered voters unable to vote at a polling location. So I guess I don't understand. I guess your way of double checking is when they come in, they have to be like, I mean, how do you, I guess my question, maybe I'm still just not understanding. I can go and pick up 30 of them, but when they come back to you, that's when you double check to make sure I'm not voting 30 times or something. Maybe I'm missing something here.
You talk about just picking them up? You can
Yeah.
pick them up, or you can get them online. They're posted online.
But they have to be turned in by that individual that's requesting the ballot.
Okay.
Okay, there's no further questions for the election board. Thank you, ladies, for being here today. Boards, committees, commissions. What's the council's desire? Representative Lambert?
SNGE and Maple Leaf.
SNGE, their representation of their board said that they could be here this afternoon but couldn't make it this morning. So that's what they had informed, the executive office, and that was the chairman of the SNGE board. Now, we do have the Division of Commerce here today.
Okay, I was just wanting to clarify, so can we go ahead and so they're going to be here this afternoon, can we question them this afternoon on the process?
They informed me they would be here this afternoon, and if the council is not objective to address SNGE somewhere along in the afternoon, because we'll be past reports of committees. If there's no objections, we'll acknowledge it for the record right now. I see no objections, so when they get here this afternoon, then.
Yeah, I would like to have SNGE, actually SNGA and Maple Leaf all together, if that's okay.
SNGE?
Yes, SNGA and Maple Leaf, all three.
SNGA is here today, this morning, the gaming agency.
Okay, well, can we have them and Maple Leaf up here so we can?
I don't, well, you can have SNGA at this time.
Okay.
SNGA? The gaming agency? Representative Larney?
I would like to have SINDOC with SNGE too, at the same time.
Okay. SINDOC's here today, this morning. SNGE will be here this afternoon. Here's SNGA, the gaming agency. And Mr. Rudy is here for the board, the commission.
Can we also get have Maple Leaf here as well?
I don't know if they have anything to do with tied in with this.
Well, I just want to know where we are because I want to know where we are on the process of moving on the plans that we approved by General Counsel back in 2003.
That's an SNGE question.
Okay, it's an SNGE question, okay.
Yes.
So everything that they've done for you guys has already passed through?
They have not started the process of being licensed. We're still waiting for their principals. Last year, around March, they did fill out 2 principal applications, and we were waiting on their business application afterwards. However, since from March of last year to at the March quarterly meeting, approximately a week after, Maple Leaf did reach out to us. We informed them that we're going to have to start the principal process again due to it being the time frame of a year. We're going to have to restart that process, and that we're still waiting for the business application. So we sent them another packet, and our last correspondence with them was on March 28th when we were requesting a copy of their proposal. And they said they're still waiting on the declination letter from the NIGC. But since then, we haven't heard from them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then we'll have Maple Leaf and, at the same time as we have.
We'll have S&G
At the
here.
same time,
We're not
yeah.
determined whether Maple Leaf is coming up at this time.
Yeah,
But if S&G, when they come up and the council desires to hear from Maple Leaf at that time, then that's how it'll be addressed.
Because I just want to get past the he said, she said portion. I want to have them both here at the same time.
Oh,
Yeah, what was listed in my in the quarterly report is still up to date.
Okay, this is S&GA. This is the gaming agency. Any more questions for them? Representative Lena?
It's my understanding that you sent two applications in and they came back to us. You know, it's been you said a year or more that we've been waiting for this. And, you know, at this time, you know, we don't have time. This tribe don't have time to wait anymore. You know, we're always dragging our feet on things. And, you know, KC and their company, you know, they're good, friendly people. But at the same time, this is a business, and we must move forward. So as the OGZ band read, I make a resolution to terminate I make a motion to terminate the resolution. And I ask for a second. Second.
Out of order. Needs to be placed under other business.
You think we're in committee reports right now? We'll finalize that, making a motion which is not on the agenda to address. And I understand what you're doing, what you're wanting to do from the Ocheesee band. Attorney General, I don't know if I've ever been in when something came up right in the middle of committee reports and a motion was made to terminate that, I guess that original measure that was done back in 2023, I believe.
What is the question?
They're asking, I'm asking as a motion in place to be able to terminate that resolution or repeal it. I would think is the proper language. Repeal that resolution that was done in August of 2023, 2356. And in the middle of a committee reports, it comes off the floor.
Exactly. I would argue that it would be more properly heard later in the meeting. I mean, this is the ultimate legislative body. If they would like to vote on it right now, but as Assistant Chief just pointed out, there's an underlying contract that we might breach, and there may be ramifications from that. So I would advise that we need to look further into this, but this is the legislative body, and if you choose to do this, and you have a motion and a second, and call the vote.
I don't believe that there's a contract in place at this time. Chief, what was your referencing to? What are you talking about, a contract that's in place? We haven't even got to the point of getting it to essence.
2356, the last, now therefore be it resolved, the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma General Council authorizes Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprise to enter into a contract to engage the services of Maple Leaf Gaming Incorporated as a third-party consultant with regard to gaming activities on Indian lands in the Seminole Nation. Be it further resolved that while consulting is not management, the General Counsel anticipates that the services of Maple Leaf Gaming, Inc. may in the future be engaged for purposes of management of the gaming activities on the Indian lands. That passed by a 16 yes, 10 no, 0 abstention.
And the council has the power to do contracts, but the thing of it is there's a process when you're dealing with NIGC. SNGE was waiting for a declination, or they were preparing along with the legal counsel of both entities, have been communicating with one another over the course of this time. So as far as official contract being signed, even at the direction of that resolution, SNGE has not done that, though they have proceeded with, to some extent, the process of getting it to NIGC. NIGC commented back, other comments were done. So I don't believe a contract's in place, even though the council kind of directed SNGE to move ahead with a consulting agreement of some type. Representative Larney?
Yeah, let's do it proper. Let's put it under other business or new business. Then we can act on it then.
I believe it would be more proper there.
Okay, let's do it that way then.
Yes, and you can speak at length of that, to that topic at that time, or maybe when SNGE comes up. I guess it could probably be acknowledged. There's nothing that prohibits, a verbal resolution being made into motion under law. So I would think SNGE needs to be here, and like Representative Lambert kept on referencing, they were here at the same time. So I think maybe it could be addressed at that time. I don't believe there's a signed contract that's in place. I think they were hoping that all these things would go through and then that contract would be in place, but I don't believe it's in place at this time, even though the council directed it that direction back in 23. Okay,
Sure.
We're going to move on with that. Representative?
Real quick, will Rudy need to be here since Representative asked for all the entities? Or he won't need to be back?
I don't think SNGA.
Okay, I'm just clarifying.
I mean, he's shared with you what he hasn't received.
Okay.
And so I think that's clarified. And just for the record, because of the circumstances, then, that motion will be called out of order, and that second will be called out of order, but it will be, could be addressed later on, okay? And that's for the record. Anybody else? I think if there's no more questions for Mr. Rudy, then thank you for being here today on behalf of the SNGA. Any other commission, board, committee? Representative Petit.
Early childhood.
Early childhood? We do have the Division of Commerce here, so if you want to hear from them. Early childhood.
Hello.
You can take it off the stand if you'd prefer, and then use it that way if you prefer. Sometimes it projects better that way.
Okay. But thank you for being here. I guess you can still hear me. Okay. Several in my band have questioned the barking waters over there. That structure's just stood there and it looks like a V to them. And they wondered what's taking place on it, and because when you look back when Head Start was interviewed back in September, they were told then that they planned on breaking ground and everything on it back in September 12th, which probably would have been September 12th of 24. And then a statement also was made here that on Barker and Waters, they're pushing for that building to actually be up and running to move into before school starts in August, which I would take it to be that would be this August of this year. And it's going to be a pretty quick timeline to get to there.
Yes, that's what we were hoping for. Excuse me. There is some work being done over there. Last week, several days, they're doing some type of concrete work, and I believe it's in preparation for a storm shelter inside the building, so they wouldn't have to take the kids from the inside the building to the outside, so they are working on that. I like you know, there's a lot of people who want to get that done so we can get them out of the other facility. So they are working on it rather slowly, but it is progress is being made.
Okay. And the other question, and I don't know if it'd be related to y'all or if it would be the treasurer, was because they had, the last time they went through, they thought construction had stopped, was that it showed it to be $159,114.13 being over the, the appropriated amount that was given to that facility. And that's why they were kind of wondering, is that one of the reasons that construction had stopped on that facility?
I'm not sure about that one.
No, the construction, as Representative Borba said, has started back up, and they're making some advancements, and it will be a finished product. August is probably stretching it now, but yes, it will be finalized and finished.
Well, aside from that, the appropriated amount's been exceeded so far. And that was a dilemma that we looked at, is because all these funds were supposed to have been appropriated, as we were told on December 7th. How are we going to pay for it now? I mean, because how do you appropriate a negative balance? I mean, we essentially, in our view, we've run out of money. How do we finish that project?
I haven't been on any of the meetings they've had for the building, when they have their meetings and they're talking about the building process, because I know they've got some projects here at the Mission also to expand it and add some more space for that place, but I don't have an answer for you.
Well, actually, when we first came in office, there was millions of dollars that were going to be sent back to the federal government because of the lack of administrating of the funds for childcare during that time. We wouldn't have had the ability to even start, the Conowar facility had we just accepted that. And but we were able to deal with the federal agencies. And the same thing, we met with the feds on all the funds that had obligation periods that was there and expenditures to be. So we met over a course of many months, and they even came here to the complex there in Wewoka. So there was childcare, because childcare and Head Start will share this facility for a period of time until the new childcare in Wewoka is built. So the feds, allowed some of those expenditures that would have had to go back to the federal government to be able to be utilized on this project as well. So it will be finished up. And I believe they're skinning it up. If I remember what they told me, I walked by there the other day, and by the 17th of this month. So you'll see a lot more progress as it goes forth.
So do we anticipate our children being back in school over there, or being back in that facility come this fall? Or as I think it was stated at the
I
last
think
meeting,
that, as Representative...
Maybe a year from now that this will be taking place.
Well, obviously, what will happen is the time frame or the critical path of this particular project most likely won't be ready for August, but it will be ready as soon as, they finish up there. We'll start moving the kids over there and taking them away from the present place that they're located at.
Okay. Well, like I said, our main concern is that facility is completed, we get children back in there. Of course, the main concern's always been because it's on that busy highway. That was the question initially whenever it came to the council for a vote. And like I said, I've got my notes where I got chewed up, but that's okay.
I mean, childcare is located on a major thoroughfare, up to Seminole.
But just the safety concerns. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and there are, that's a consideration with fencing and different things that will be put up, and security measures to make sure that the children, are in the particular areas that they're designated to be at any given time. So, Representative Larney.
Good morning, Ann Barbara. How you doing? So you sit on the board. Have you been ever invited to go and sit on these meetings?
No, I haven't. I think they have them like on Tuesdays. I'm not sure. I mean, I I was working, and I'm not working at school anymore, so.
So you don't have no knowledge of this then? You don't really have no knowledge of what's going on then, right?
I can understand what you're saying.
So you really don't have no knowledge of what's going on with these projects?
Some knowledge, yes.
Okay, what knowledge do you know?
I live in Milwaukee, I do have meetings with the director, and if she finds any information out, she does share.
Who's the director?
Robin Horton.
Rob, and I'm talking about the projects, the ARPA projects, like the Barking Waters. That's, that you said, do you go to those meetings or no?
No, I don't.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Like I said, if they're available, I've been employed at a school, and I have to, be at school, but I resign my position, so I'm available now when they have a meeting.
Okay, thank you.
In that particular committee, that's usually does with the internal and actions within the Head Start and Childcare, not necessary construction. Any other questions for Representative Borba? Representative Shaw.
Not so much for Mr. Borba, but for the administration overall. You just came out with something that I don't think anybody ever heard or knew about this extra money that's going to be appropriated from the federal government. And that's the type of information that our people want to know. And as council representatives, we need to know that stuff too, so we can keep up with it. We've been pleased for the proverbial mushroom.
Yeah, it came to the council and it was passed within the comprehensive budget for that. And then when we met with the feds and everything, instead of sending the funds back, they allowed these what they call mini grants, and a lot of the school districts and it's within the budget to do those kind of things. Right now, the child care director's not here. She could elaborate a little bit more on that. I think from a specific perspective, but it's okay. It's all right.
Well, like I said, I'm just now glad to hear it. I can tell my band, hey.
Yeah, it's going to be finished, Representative Shaw. Yeah.
Before that, everything was in the air. It was supposed to be there, but you can't see it.
It will be finished, Representative Shaw.
It will be finished, but when will it be finished? That's the question.
They're over there on construction right now, as far as last week, as Representative Borba had stated. Okay, any other committee, commission, board? Representative Yesleth.
Princess Committee?
Princess Committee, they do have another activity today, so I'm glad you called them up. One of the princesses made note that they all have matching skirts and tops made by the same artist, so they're going to an activity later this afternoon, I believe.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. That's exactly why I wanted them up here, just to give them their recognition and just let everybody see their beautiful new skirts and just to introduce themselves, because I always enjoy hearing you guys introduce yourself, or you girls. Hello.
Stanga Jojifkiros Semawise Istajari Hojifka Milakira Chitodos Teska Harja Bageros Chekskegi Jacob Vanilla Shipawise Javozi Letitia Cover Java Dottie Jeremy Cover Javazagi Walter and Josephine Wise Amajoga Janabagan Tecumseh Mahagajoga Chogahija Irogoga Chichina Abageros Vajanithli Elhik Jejida Ajatskat Meadow. Hello, how are you? My name is Emma Wise. My Indian name is Sophie. I'm Snake Clan. My band is Teska Hardra. My parents are Jacob and Elizabeth Wise. My great-grandparents are the late Walter and Josephine Wise. I am third grade and I'm 8 years old. I'm in Conwell Schools. Thank you all for coming out and supporting us tonight. Thank you.
Stongo Falaja, Chapachkis, Alagaya, Chafigi, Chinakdos, Annalise Martinez, George of Coroes, Anazogi, Heritita Ligme on Wikidado, Odolapi, Balin, Jenabo Gagandoes, Emma Legeda, Pushwagidos, Mo Tom Palmer, Emma Boga, Ichgogi, Reba, Momin, Sean Walker Dos, Chapoja Window, Chapozi, Kalita Williams, Chapoja Deity, Walter Knockney Lina, Chapozi Deity, Stella Barnett Lina, Moment, Chapozi Deity, Cynthia Galber Spraker. Seminole State College, Computer Science, Mahago Chogo Ayaros, Maro. Hello everyone, I'm happy to be here with you all this morning. My name is Annalise Martinez. My given Indian name is Hediti Teligmi, which means snowflake. I am 18 years old, I belong to the Tom Palmer Band, and my clan is Bird. My parents are Reba and Sean Walker, and my grandparents are Wendell and Kalita Williams. My great-grandparents are the late Walter Knockney Lina and the late Stella Barnett Lina. My great-grandmother is the late Cynthia Galber Spraker. I currently attend Seminole State College, where I am majoring in computer science. Polyhokolin Ostogagan, Polyhokolin Chikibogagan, Junior Miss SD Seminole Odowa Dewez. I'm the 2024-2025 Junior Miss Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. Maro Omaboheji Merigos Maro.
Hishte Stongo, Addison Beaver, Jahajapros, Athalabi Bali Osbogagandoes, Ochizi Amidolwados, Ijazwa Amalegidos, Megan Jetski Hojafka, John Jetski Hojafkos. Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Addison Beaver. I'm the 19th daughter of Megan Beaver and John Beaver. I am from the Ochizi Band and Beaver Clan, and I will be attending East Central University this fall. Mado, thank you for everyone and your support. Mado.
Anything else for the Princess Committee at this time? If not, I know they have other activities throughout the afternoon. We appreciate you ladies being here, all of you, the committee and the princesses. One more applause. Thank you. All right, boards, commissions, committees. Representative Petit.
BCR.
BCR. You can either keep the mic on the stand or you can take it off the stand.
Good morning again. We have Stephanie Lambert, who's one of the commissioners, Danielle Atkinson, Land Research, Ramona Gibson, Vehicle Registration Manager, Sharon Scott, BCR Director.
All right, thank you all for coming. Actually, mine's kind of a pretty simple question on this is, I had visited with the previous director, I think her name was Mary.
Wahonkashe.
Okay, well, and she had mentioned that there's a resolution that directs y'all to contribute X amount of dollars towards this, I guess the finances of the nation and everything like that. And nobody's been able to ever tell me what the resolution number was or anything. But here's a suggestion that I visited with, in fact, one of your members, Mr. Deathridge, and I've spoken to Ms. Scott about it. Would that not need to be resolved with a percentage of your net income instead of being a stated amount to reach? And I'm saying that for y'all's benefit because we're starting to look at the decreased revenue stream it's been pretty evident that we're starting to see that. And would that not be something, if somebody could ever locate that resolution, that bring it back to this council and maybe amend it to be in a percentage instead of a stated amount that y'all contribute? And don't get me wrong, y'all have always contributed more than what was that amount stated in that resolution, but Like I said, I've
It's
asked.
an ordinance mixed with resolution.
Okay, thank you for that question. Actually, I'm not aware of a resolution, but in the codes, there's I don't know what title it is. Is it title? It's the finance title.
14.
14, that has the revenue projection board. So in our titles, we have probably 10 or 11 titles that deal with BCR Commission. There is a percentage marked out in there on how we allocate funds to different programs, and from revenue accounts to reserve accounts, and how those reserve accounts pay into Head Start and Early Head Start. There's a percentage of gaming fees that we collect from SNGE. A percentage of that is set aside into a reserve account for that same program. And then I believe the only resolution that I know of, or no, it's in a title as well, is that I think it's 30% that goes to SNGA. And so motor fuel, there's like 14 point something percent that goes into a revenue account. But the revenue projection board, and I think that we're all on there, those projections are just general practice, accounting practices on how we do that. So the BCR Commission gets projected revenues from SNGE Enterprise, the casinos, and we get projections from SINDOC. And then we take, we analyze the rebates that we get back from Oklahoma with our compacts. And so it's about, we try to predict how much revenue we'll get for the following year. And then we set aside 80% of that. And that's what goes to General Counsel after our obligations have made. But all of the allocations that we make are in a code and not a resolution.
What you have, Representative Petit, is within the titles of the Code of Laws of the Seminole Nation. These provisions that she referenced are all in there. And as a lawmaker, that's where it's located.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and a lot of the reason I've asked this question before is when I spoke to Mary, I'm not going to try to say her name, it's probably been 4 or 5 years ago, she brought that to my attention, and that's when I've thought, this needs, because we're always going to have up and down times in our finances, and if it's in a resolution form, that needs to be amended if needed, so that it didn't put y'all under pressure to make a commitment. That's not dollars.
I will make a statement pertaining to what she said goes to the SNGA, which of course we're governed, and of course the NIGC, obviously wants us to have that separation where we're not ruling over a certain entity like that. And if you're dealing with anything in gaming, even as a council member, you have to have, a gaming license. So that must be remembered by all representatives who meet with anyone that is discussing gaming discussions. But there is a need, I believe. It's been brought up before that does the gaming agency actually need that percentage all the time? Because they can retain what they may not use in their overall budget and still be able to utilize it, or, I'm not going to call it a rainy day fund because I know that's what it is. But I think when we're dealing with budgets and we're dealing with those types of things, that they should be able to utilize what budget it is that's appropriated for that year and not have a continual buildup of savings. So I do believe that in law, that needs to be addressed and done in a diplomatic way with our agency.
I agree. There is a strain on those revenue reserve accounts, and we've depleted a lot of them, and so it's depending on what actually comes in. And so in order to avoid overpaying SNGA, according to what the council approved in their budget, their yearly budget, we have to base it off of actual revenue. And so I understand what you're saying about a percentage, and I think it would help, especially in that instance, because a lot of times we have to pull from all three of our reserve accounts in order to meet that program allocation. And that's what the Constitution, well, that's what we're supposed to be doing with the gaming money, is to help children and families and things like that. But if you don't mind, I would like to give the microphone to our attorney, because we did have a brief interaction about the prospect that you're proposing.
Thank you.
And to get back to your original question, the only set amount is the $250,000 that is allocated to land acquisition. That number has been modified by the council from time to time throughout the years since, but that's based on a resolution that is passed by the BCR Commission and then presented to the council for approval. So I think it was reduced to $200,000 one year based on insufficient revenues. And so that number, I don't know if it needs to be changed. It seems like we've been able to handle it, but as a percentage, definitely the percentage is a lot more manageable versus having a flat amount. But I think that's the only one that I can think of.
And that was adopted and it was put into the code. It's a set amount of $250,000 for motor vehicle registration revenue. And as we know, in the past 4 years, that revenue has gone down with the different attacks from the state. And so I think that's the one that doesn't have a percentage like our attorney stated.
Okay. And you mentioned the compacts. What's the status of our compacts on those? Do we have I know we tentatively had an agreement till, I think, into this year. Is it March, I believe it is?
September 30th.
No,
September 30th?
Right.
Okay.
Motor vehicle, we don't have a motor vehicle compact. We don't have authority to talk about that, so I'm not going to say that anymore. But motor fuel compact expires in 2027, but it has an auto renew clause. And the gaming compact renewed with an auto renew for 10 years in 2023, 2022, 2021. That was one of the first attacks, 2021. So that doesn't expire until 2031. The tobacco compact originally expired, that we're working off today, in 2020. And so with the legislative override from SB 26, I think it was, in 2023, we were allowed to get back into a extension that expired December 31st. And so as directed by the council, the AG's office, the BCR, and the chief have been working since 2023 to try to get a renewal. But as you can tell in the news, we're up against, it's difficult. And so what we've been able to do was, when that compact extension expired in 2021, we were able to get another extension to March 31st of 2025. And then, since then, we were able to get a compact that expires on September 30th of 2025.
Extension.
Yeah, extension, I'm sorry. And so we're still working. We have a proposed contract or compact that we've presented to our BCR commission for approval, and we've presented to chief. And so those negotiations are still ongoing. And so we're still working on that. So in addition to that, we're exploring other avenues of what we can do outside of a compact if we don't get the renewal that we want. So we are still looking at other options.
Okay, we're just looking at what y'all kind of spoke about, having a revenue shortfall that's been taking place. That's going to affect your compact rebates also, is it not?
It's already affecting our compact rebates because sales have gone down.
Okay, so essentially most of your income now comes from tag sales, is that correct?
Most of the revenue that we get now comes from gaming rebates and motor vehicle rebates and tag sales.
Okay, and the codes, there's Title 33. I think the last time we had a report on that is y'all were setting up some committees and making invitations to some of these oil companies or whoever it is that wanted to have a meeting, and y'all were to discuss with them some things. And come to conclusions on that? What's the status of that?
We did do some work with that. I'm going to let Danielle talk about that because she oversees the work behind Title 33. And for those of you that don't know, that's the oil and gas severance tax.
So in the past, we have sent notices. We've gone through those processes a few years ago. Unfortunately, just like the issues that have arisen with trying to get fair compacts negotiated, it's sort of similar now with the court systems. And so no one particular tribe sort of wants to take on that enforcement process yet. And I don't know if I'm sure most of you have noticed some of these court decisions do not come out favorably to Indian country. And so we're sort of softly navigating what that looks like in the future until perhaps a better political climate develops. Yeah, but we continue to maintain the database. We continue to look into any new wells that are reported or reported to be drilled. We keep an accurate account of what that looks like. And yeah, all the way back to 2014 when council passed that. Yeah, we keep a database of the barrels that are extracted from restricted lands and gas as well.
Okay. Has there been an uptick in the activity, of drilling activity or anything within the Seminole Nation?
Not necessarily, no. It's sort of business as usual in that aspect.
So do they have to bring an application to y'all to get authorization to start drilling in a certain area? So it's within our reservational boundaries?
So by our law, currently as Title 33 is written, it has to be restricted minerals, subsurface, in order for us to initiate that permit needing to be trigger that requirement. But I think a lot of tribes who have adopted similar title, code of law, are looking at expanding that after McGirt. And so that's kind of continuing to develop in the background as well.
Okay. And not only in exploration, but in transportation, have we had any pipelines come through our nation or anything in the last couple of years or so that we could seek some revenue from on that? Because that's in Title 33 also.
I can't think of any handedly, like right now. And yeah, there was one probably 5.5, 6 years ago that came through. But once again, it would be portions of restricted lands that may have been impacted. Yeah. And I want to say that, a side note, a lot of times when you're dealing with restricted lands, easements are not easy to come by. And so that triggers BIA reviews and sometimes environmental reviews. They're aware of that. And so if it's cheaper and less time consuming to go around, they'll look at that initially before any final plan is developed. So we've seen instances where preliminary may look like that's going to go through restricted lands, and then the final plan avoids that area completely. So there's been instances of that as well in the past.
Is there an avenue that we can take to maybe revise Title 33 in that area to not have restricted land stated? And then it could be anything that comes through the Seminole Nation or reservational boundaries?
We could definitely amend Title 33 to expand it to, our territorial jurisdiction, which is, I think, the way that we phrase it in the Constitution. And that may be something that we want to consider. I mean, it's something that I think Danielle and I can look at to see if there's any adverse consequences to doing that. And if that's what you want us to do, then we can bring it back to the council, maybe at the next quarterly. And you can.
Well, I just looked at it just from the idea that we need to start making progress, and some of these codes and stuff, we may need to review them to take the verbiage and correct it to where it can meet our whole reservational boundaries regarding, everything that's in our land, not just restricted lands, because, we're just,
I think that would probably be a pretty good project for the AG, just to review our entire code of laws and look for anything that limits our jurisdiction, because there are, like you said, there are multiple titles that are still kind of stuck in the past, and that it needs to be essentially closer to what the Constitution, which is our territorial jurisdiction, which I think everybody at this point would clearly understand as a reservation. So,
okay, well, thank you.
And just keep in mind that how the code is written, and it was approved by council, that she's allowed to go back and retroactively collect until 2014. So she keeps track of those numbers, and I think it's in your quarterly report how much is available. It's just when we start enforcing that. But to reiterate what she said, it's going to be a fight in the courts. The last time we sent out permit letters, it ended up on the front page of the newspaper. So.
Well, like I said, to me, I'd just like to see us start gaining access to any revenue we can within our reservational boundaries.
Exactly.
And like you said, review the codes and corrections or amendments made to them. That's what this nation needs to start looking at, because I mean, we're going to have to look for other revenue streams, because we're losing funds to help our members. Otherwise, we need to do that. And like I said, that's just another idea. Hopefully, that y'all can bring back to the council.
Okay.
Well, it's maximizing within those codes, which you're referencing to Representative Petit. The reservations that's never been deemed as established by the Supreme Court's ruling is specific to how they ruled. So on some things, you definitely will get some challenges as we change our laws, but I do believe if the reservation's never been deemed as established, then it has never been deemed as established. And there's some areas in gaming that we can actually do on fee properties. And I know for the longest time, gaming did not believe that because we've been used to a certain way all this time. But now that we're a reservation, I mean, it's designated that on fee land, we can do Class 2 gaming, you know, without the interference of the state of Oklahoma. So strategically looking at locations where maybe some things can be done. You know, we don't have a large jurisdiction as far as Seminole County is concerned, but it should be because it's a reservation, we should maximize what we can do. But we will get some challenges, of course, and go to court on some things, especially as we move forward for taxation throughout our within the exterior boundaries of our reservation. You yield the floor, sir?
Yeah, I'll yield.
Okay,
Thank
Representative Larney.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have two questions, real quick. From the SINDOC report and the investigation, and from reported sales loss, how is that affecting your office funding?
Revenue is down, and just like I told Representative Petit, it's difficult because the code of laws state that a percentage of a percentage of sales fees have to be set aside. I think it's 40% have to be set aside for revenue reserve that goes to paid child Head Start and early Head Start. And with the sales being down, that's what initially our commissioners worried about, and it directed us to go to the stores and look at the shelves. And so it does impact, and that's another reason why it's a hardship to get enough revenue to pay for those program allocations. So yes, it does impact.
Okay, Mado. And one more question. Your report makes a mention of the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority problem. How are those talks going?
The Oklahoma Turnpike Authority is probably one of the easier entities of the nation, of the state, to work with. In order to get a, do you want to talk about this? In order to get an extension for our tobacco compact to September 30th of 2025, I just want to make a note that we're the only tribe that has an extension. There are 3 other tribes that their extension expired in March. We are working with them to figure out what next steps are should we not get another extension. We're looking at that. In order to get that extension, we had to agree to discuss a motor vehicle compact, and so to negotiate, and we told them we don't have the authority from our council to negotiate, but we can talk about it. So one of the things that was brought up was the Turnpike Authority. So we reached out to the executive director of the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority to see what we could do, and they have been very good to work with. They apologized for the rhetoric that came out of their report about lost revenue, and in my role as president of the Oklahoma Indian Tribal Tax Association, we've invited them to our quarterly meetings for the last year and a half. So in order to get that, they have offered for us to, for all tribes to distribute pike passes out of their office, and they will pay, the Turnpike Authority will pay that tribe or that business that issues those pike passes a small fee, administrative fee. So we've elected to do that. We're in the process of working out those details with the Turnpike Authority, and in that, if we are able to, we're just offering them, we're not requiring anybody to do that. It's just, hey, there's a pike pass. We noticed that you had some fees. We can help you get those reduced if you sign up for a pike pass. And not only that, we can help you get a payment plan to pay those down. And so that's what we're working on now.
Okay, thank you very much. I yield the floor.
Okay, thank you. Representative Larney. Any other questions for the BCR? No further questions, then thank the board, the commission, and thank the staff as well for being here this morning. All right, any other commissions, boards, or committees? What's the council desire? Representative Yetzleth?
Can we have the Health Advisory Board?
Oh.
Good morning. I just had a question. Are you ever notified when you're giving, when a application for seating, to be seated, to be put forward on the agenda? Are you ever notified? I know you need people. I know it was addressed as far as, there's people coming up. Is that a discussion between you and the executive as far as any members coming forward?
As with any board, it's the executive's option to who to name. In the past, it has been a discussion, but as of recent, there have been no. I've only received one. I've only spoke to one person in recent times of joining the board, and I recommended that they submit their name to the executive office, and that was the last I heard on that issue.
Okay, is there anybody, as far as chair, on those applications? Are we not pushing them forward? What are the status of those?
Applications for proposed nominations, is that what you're asking? I don't have any proposed nomination that's come into executive to sit on the health board that I recall.
Okay, so you haven't received the one 2 or 3 months ago? It's been about 2 months, I think.
About 2 months.
Yeah.
Was it sent to my email, Representative?
Yes. It was sent to the chief and he was CC'd on it.
I'll take a look at it. I get thousands of emails. I'll take a look and see. And what it would have been from who?
It was on an Amanda Smith.
Amanda
Smith.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Madam.
Okay. Yeah.
Looking at this, been talking about IHS grants. I know that, whoever was paying or receiving $21,000 a month on our rent. And this has been reported after investigation and talking to other people. We're drawing $33,504.33 a month for those of you that need the information. Now, the thing is, who's paying who? Because I know that I haven't been told that, but I'm not where I exist in that rent, where does that rent go?
It goes to Sindoc.
Okay.
Previously, the nation was the direct payer, but a few years ago, we turned the rent over to Sindoc. It now funds Sindoc.
So Sendoc is actually handling the money now.
Yes.
And have been for years, since,
But we've asked these questions of Sendoc and never got this answer.
I'm not so sure. I mean, it's governed by what the council did when they took those lease funds. Matter of fact, this very facility we set in was a part of that, and then they lost any kind of lease or management from
Because I've been
Division of
asked
Commerce.
to-
And that was in another administration as well. They wanted it when there was another CEO at Division of Commerce, so at that time, the council did take it and place it under Sindoc. I mean, we have a Sindoc representative. He's a CPA. He's here. He can speak to the matter.
Well, we'll speak on it when he gets up here.
He's here. Do you wish to have him after Representative Narkman goes
John,
down?
but I just want to let people know that we are getting this $33,000 a month. We don't know where it's going. Have we got any reports on it?
It would be from Sindoc. That would have to give you an elaboration of how they're using the money. Lottie?
If I had a suggestion, do I have to come to you to let you know?
I mean, as far as for the service unit? As far as a suggestion for the service unit or for?
For the health board,
Oh, a name of a person? A suggestion for us?
for a service for the elders.
Oh, yes, you could come to me or, I mean, you could always go to the closest related department, but yes, if you tell me, I'll make sure it gets to the right person. Because right now I am the only active member, all I do is ask the service unit to send me reports, and then I'll drop the occasional email to the various departments and ask, how's it going? I'm the only member right now.
Any more, Representative PT?
Yes, Mr. Knockman, there's a resolution that we'll be entertaining later this afternoon in other business, TR 2025-87, and you're going to be sponsoring it, and it's, I guess, been introduced by the Health Committee, but it's asking for generators to be provided at the facility there in Wewoka. When did we become aware that they were making this request? Did they send a letter to the council or to the nation asking if this be considered as infrastructure improvements to that facility?
I think it's just time for upgrades. And since we're talking about putting a new development onto the property, now's a good time for the IHS just to decide that we want to upgrade the existing infrastructure and put in new equipment. So they're just asking if they can put in new generators for us. So it is recent, which is why we're getting this now. But they would like to upgrade
Well,
as a tenant.
Did they send a request to your board or whoever?
They sent it to the executive.
Excuse me?
They sent it to the nation.
Okay. And do you know
Under
when
the
that
executive
date-
office.
Just
do you know when
recently.
that was sent?
Just recently, they didn't really ask for a resolution at the time. But they have since.
And do we have a copy of that letter where they sent that request?
I believe it's attached to the resolution, or at least
Unfortunately, I didn't have one with mine, so. I think we ought to be entitled to see that, to know how long this.
When it comes up, I think the General Counsel Secretary can put it up, could she not?
Yeah, just know that that is a needed thing, and it's before the council this afternoon, and that IHS is paying for these generators.
No, let me understand that when you just said that. Are they paying for it, or
Yes.
are we being asked to pay for it?
No, we are not paying for them.
So it's
They're
not
just
coming
asking
out-
us for permission
to
to put it
put it
in.
on our facility.
They're on our land.
Okay, that's what it will be, because like I said, there wasn't any figures put in it, and that's why I didn't understand if we were having to appropriate some money from,
No.
you know, the general fund or wherever, because we, like I said, obviously we don't have any ARPA funds left.
But as so often, and like, we have a resolution in which we're gonna, housing is submitting their plan. They can't do that unless there's a resolution from us. Same with the IHS. They can't make improvements onto the property unless there's a resolution from us saying that they can improve the property.
Well, now, in the event that, and hopefully this never happens, but if they were to leave that facility, are they gonna leave that product there, the generators or whatever?
Those are
Has that
usually,
been discussed?
everything's the property of the nation, actually.
Because it's attached to our land.
Well, it's on trust land, and then it's basically a tenant improvement. I mean, we've been experiencing a lot of power outages over the course of this storm season, so they're just trying to prepare for the, not only the here and now, but future, as the storms begin to intensify in the coming years.
At some future point, if we ever reach that point to where we achieve self-governance, as they call it, in which we're able to support our own health facility, and the IHS backs off and turns the control over to us, literally they'll just hand us the keys to the building itself and call it Seminole Nations.
And that's understandable. Trust me, I've always felt like one of the main obligations that we have as a council or bands to one another is to provide the best health care facility we can for the members of our nation. And now, as it's been, I guess, included, the citizens of our nation are also entitled to those services. So that's what I just wanted to make sure that we did that. And if they're going to pay for it, like I said, unfortunately, I don't see anything wrong with that, because it becomes a permanent structure attached to our building, which we're just I guess the leaser to them, is the way I've always understood it. And that's, I believe that's in regard to $30-something thousand a month that Representative Shaw was alluding to earlier. So, okay, thank you.
There's a long process with the IHS whenever they do anything. You know, they've got different processes. Some involve folks at the central office, and some involve folks there at the Dallas office. And sometimes as we say, sometimes it's red tape. Sometimes it takes a long time to get it resolved. Representative Larney?
Hey, Mr. Narcome, how you doing?
Fine.
Good. I'm all for the generators, but I know we have projects going on, and we're going to be renovating IHS. So when the generators are installed, and if they're in the way and they have to be reinstalled, who pays for that? What funding is that coming out of?
IHS.
IHS.
Which is part of the resolution that, and we're talking installing generators currently, but there's also the last part of each sentence says it approves the executive department to implement any future installments of generators.
Yeah, because we're going to be.
Which includes that if they have to be moved or they have to be relocated, it works through him. He'll be the one to work through it, and IHS will be the one moving them around, positioning them as they need to.
Okay, thank you, John. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Okay. Keep reiterating that SINDOC is here, and there's been questions that has asked that involved the Division of Commerce. Does the council want to hear from CINDOC? Representative Billy?
Go ahead, CINDOC.
Okay. Former Representative Ferrani spent many years on this council floor, and CPA, he's a board member there at CINDOC.
Good morning, sir. Morning. On CINDOC, what are your lease agreements? How many do we have?
I don't know off the top of my head how many we have. I can tell you the lease agreements we have with IHS. We have lease agreements for this building, other building properties in Seminole, and then of course the lease agreements that we have with ourselves internally. So the I-40 Casino, River Mist, and the convenience store in Uluoka.
Okay. My next question is, was CINDOC at one time paying for the Bristol? Or is it still in place, or they just kind of put it off for a little bit? Or?
At one time we were. This was 2014 through 16 probably.
The way that was originally from the historic record is that we had something similar to what was a enterprise account, where the funds from the leases would come to the tribe. And at one point, there was a lot of talk about, giving those leases over to the Division of Commerce when there was a separate CEO over there at the Division of Commerce. The council did approve to do that, and as he said, for this facility when it was a dialysis center as well. So what took place is once that the Division of Commerce began to get those leases within the original arrangement to pay for the Grisso Mansion's amount, their amortization schedule, it came out of that fund. So it transferred the responsibility when those funds were now being leased by CINDOC. What happened during that time, we can't do anything. We can't do nothing. We can't do anything at all because we're having to pay for the Grisso. So the council took that off of their responsibilities of paying for the Grisso at that time. And because that the Grisso was, there's a legal term in realty, and it leaves my mind right now what it is, but there's a legal term. Well, we definitely was the beneficiary of the Seminole Nation, so we were responsible for continuing that payment when the council approved that CINDOC wasn't going to be making that payment anymore, or at least they claimed they didn't need to anymore. And then it was fulfilled, so we've been paying for it ever since on tribal side. That's how that happened historically. Okay, I was just, did you yield the floor, Representative Billy? Okay, Representative Larney's hand I'm seeing first.
Did you read the investigation on CINDOC?
Yes.
Okay. My band finds it interesting that they have operated for previous year without an approved budget. Can you explain how that was achieved?
We did monthly budgets essentially. So we're in the same predicament as the BCR had mentioned before, where we just can't predict the sales that we're getting in from these stores. Sales revenue has gone down substantially since 2020, COVID related, and they just really haven't picked up across the board. And it's not something just unique to our industry. It's unique to the whole industry as a convenience stores are just kind of going away. You need foot traffic in there, and we're just really not getting it. We have recently shown a increase in foot traffic at the I-40 casino, but that's not due to anything we've done. It's due to less competition out there. So Love's is no longer there. That traffic has now come to our area. The Sinclair beside ours is no longer there, the convenience store. They sell gas only.
Love's is rebuilding.
They are rebuilding.
They will take them.
And whenever they do rebuild, it'll be bigger and better than our facility, and that foot traffic will go back to Love's. So we will see a decrease when that happens.
Okay, so Your report shows the nation owes CINDOT at $100,000. Do you believe this may have affected their operations and ability to accrue products to keep the storage stocked?
Yes.
So that affected you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, when you look in the store now, then when you look probably
Is that
4 or
from
5
gas?
The gas has been relatively the same. It's just people don't come inside when they pay for gas as much as they used to. They would just pay outside and just drive off.
Okay, because I was there and some employees were there and you guys were out of gas at I-40 for a little while.
There has been
What
times.
was going on with that?
So the distributor who gives us that gas, we order just in time. They have actually seen on their end less supply coming to them, which is affecting us. So they're not getting the gas whenever they need it, so they can distribute it out to the stores that are buying it from them.
So do you agree with this investigation?
What does that mean? Do I agree with it?
What do you mean? Did you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay, so do you agree with what's said?
The findings were very accurate, yeah. I mean, it pointed out very clearly that you have to spend money to make money, and we don't have the money to spend, so we're just not growing. If you're referring to the fraud investigation part, can I comment on?
No, we're not in executive session, but
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know.
Is it public record that you're going to comment about the convicted person?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm not sure
It's
what I
already
can
public
say
already,
exactly.
so go ahead.
Public record is this, there's just a trial.
She was
going-
convicted?
She was,
Is that the one you're talking about?
yes.
How come we weren't updated on that?
Yes, you can.
Okay, yeah. So did you have any specific questions on that?
No, go ahead. You were saying, what?
Well, that led to, we got reimbursed by the insurance company. So we were only out our premium that we had to pay for that. But again, that was a big hit.
That was like credit card fees that they don't pay for, stuff like that, right?
Yes, over approximately a 3-year period.
Okay, so what do you do with that insurance money?
We reimbursed ourselves, so.
Into the stores and stuff?
Into inventory, essentially, yeah.
Well, there's not much inventory in those stores.
There really isn't, yeah.
Okay.
So we've dramatically cut back on things because people just aren't buying them anymore. We've actually started doing more inventory management now. Before, we would have things on stock that would last for months in there. And, those things expire eventually, and we had things out there. Now we're only ordering what we need to order, and it's showing.
Okay, thanks. I think we'll have to go into new business, other business to direct this investigation. So, thank you very much.
The maximizing of any location is very important. Historically, I believe changing that frontage from the point of making it office space, which was a decision made in a former administration. Drastic mistake. You don't give retail space up. Offices can be anywhere, but not at your frontage of your retail space. And when you look over there, when I drive by there, I'm not so sure what it is. And so does other people who's getting off on that exit. So that will have to be, I believe, in the near future, addressed through S&GE and Division of Commerce as well. They need their space back. I don't know who approved that, but it sure didn't come by here. Representative Petit.
Chair, and to piggyback on what you just said about the access, that's what I've always said about, that's been the problem with all of our convenience stores is, and I've made some people kind of curious, I've called them inconvenience stores because access to them is just, take this one down here to River Mist. Unless you're going south, you can't go into that without going through a casino parking lot. In regards to the statement you made about up on I-40, once again, I looked into that years ago whenever I was at CINDOT. I contacted the Oklahoma Highway Department because where the big sign is out there, I thought, well, because that was a casino at the time, it wasn't offices, was you could not get people to access into there, and especially prior, getting around the traffic, the way that was ever developed there at the park, you had to, and especially people that had like travel trailers and stuff, you couldn't navigate that parking through there. And like I said, that's been a problem there. But the state of Oklahoma, part of their requirements is that it had to be, I think it's 300 or 350 feet from the interstate before you could enter into that. And that's why I always looked at that, I call it the Canadian Valley Road, that's why they had to enter in through that area, because y'all talk about the Loves, if you'll look at their entrance, it is a similar distance there because to meet those, Oklahoma transportation requirements of that access into your facility. So I sympathize with y'all on that because that makes it hard to get people in there. And like I said, we've come to a society now where everybody goes in there, throws a debit card in the register, and very few people go inside to shop around. And like I say, I can sympathize with y'all on that part. Now, back to when they were talking about the IHS rental fees. I think, what y'all say, like $33,000? So that's about $400,000 a year, I'm assuming, that y'all receive in revenue. And you no longer make that reimbursement back to the nation for that payment.
Correct.
So have y'all been using that to operate?
We've been using that to supplement the convenience stores, yes.
Okay. And well, that's why I just need to know where that money was going, because like I said, it's what I found kind of concerning, and I spoke to my band about it, was in the report that $100,000 that the nation itself owed y'all. Now, once again, that affects y'all's operational expense.
Yes.
So kind of like what he was alluding to was as far as providing product put on display to sell. And like I said, and I appreciate you saying the deal about y'all now don't keep product in there. You're working on the inventory part to try to make sure you don't keep products in there that aren't saleable.
Yeah.
To not have them expire and stuff.
And you bring up a good point. At Wewoka, the gas purchases from prior, prior directors, they owed us money, tens of thousands of dollars that just never got paid to us. Still outstanding to this day. We're working with the tribe to get those fully paid, but basically people came in from whatever program in last 2 or 3 years, paid for gas, or swipe saying we're going to pay for gas, but never actually paid us. And that's grant monies that are just sitting out there that need to be given to us so we can in turn give it back to the tribe or to BCR.
So that's where that $100,000 you're alluding to is coming from? Is
yes.
Previous purchases that,
yes.
Okay.
So just hypothetical making this up. Let's say early childhood needs to go fill up their buses and stuff. They would come and fill up their buses and then say, we owe you, and then not pay us. Or they'd pay us months behind. So that's just made up that example.
I want to make a correction. I know you're a CPA and you know numbers, but a lot of that was in transitions of whoever's doing the finances over there are not getting invoices to the nation.
It was on both ends,
Yeah.
Yeah, we were not sending them timely because we had some turnover due to just staffing issues. We couldn't afford people anymore. And then on top of that, there was turnover at the tribe with program directors that just were not turning in the receipts to Treasury to get those things paid as well.
So does SENDOC need to go back and request of the nation to review those previous budgets in those areas?
They are aware of it.
And reimburse back SENDOC for those fees?
I think both sides are aware of it now. It's just right now is waiting on when to get the money to us. I think we had worked with housing for a while. We had owed them money and they had in turn owed us. That was resolved very recently, probably 3 months ago, 4 months ago. But that was a perfect example of where the two groups met, talked it over what needs to happen, and then got it done.
All right. Well, thank you.
And before that you came involved in the nation, Representative Petit, we actually had a cafe there when it was first built back in the late 90s. And then that was where our gaming was attached. You went through doors to get to gaming from that cafe. When the big bubble was built, then they closed that section that was the front part of the casino. And then the cafe was no longer functioning, so eventually they just built offices there.
Chair, if my recollection is correct, you mentioned the bubble, the new casino, whatever it is. I don't know how old it is now, but did there not used to be a diesel truck entrances there for diesel and stuff? Was that eliminated because of that expansion of the casino?
I don't know the cause for, I think, is gaming here? I thought I saw the general manager. Because, and he may not know because he wasn't maybe in place at the time. But to my recollection, it had something to do with that it wasn't doing much as far as diesel sales. And when they were going to expand it, obviously they had to expand it within, you know, the 3.3 acres that was in trust at that time. Even though the land stretched out another 12 acres past the lagoons, there was only a certain percentage of that land that was actually trust land and still is to this day.
Well, back to our inconvenience stores, even if you would have had trucks that could have purchased fuel.
Oh, they had showers and everything. It was a pretty good
The
setup.
access of getting them to those pumps would have been, like I said, what I would have thought would have been a problem. But either way, like I said, maybe this whole nation needs to look at its commercial side of how they're going to do things and work with CENDOC to make these things where we can start making some money. And even working with however we need to, we woke up and Carnival and getting those accesses more easily made so people will pull into them. And if anything, make our fuel prices more, I guess, competitive in this area. So.
Yeah. Anyone that knows the C-store industry knows you got to have those impulse items. And as Mr. Pirani has said, that people are swiping even when they do buy gas and they don't take the time to come in. Immaculate bathrooms, different types of things, application, impulse items. I'm gonna get me some potato wedges. I'm gonna get me some chicken strips or whatever it might be. Those are impulse items, and if they're good and they know they're good, they'll come inside. But we never had that kind of service at any of our convenience stores. So I've always thought they were really, truly, and it had nothing to do with current leadership of CENDOC. I don't ever believe they were a true convenience store, ever, any of them.
Well, and once again, as you know, I know a lot of people complain about y'all's budgets and stuff, but
They weren't.
I don't see where the nation contributes any funds to y'all. Y'all are pretty self-sufficient in how you operate. You just got into a money crunch, which is making it harder to do what you need to.
Correct.
That's understandable.
Yeah, we're still able to pay for our own stuff. We still have jobs that are given to our tribal members. It's just we're not able to give back to the tribe itself as a whole, unfortunately.
And those jobs are a part of overall economic development.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you again.
I saw Representative Fulbright's hand first, Representative Shaw. Representative
Getting
Fulbright.
tired. I think he went over his limit on his time again. Adam, you say inventory, you're talking inventory, you know, in the stores, and it's not really doing its thing. I know Sinclair and Shawnee, they've shut their stores down and all you do is get gas.
Yep.
And that's basically what we're doing right now. People are going in there just to you say they're not going into the store, they're just getting gas.
Pretty much, yeah. That's why the Sinclair next to it is also shut down.
Yeah, they're all in Shawnee shut down. You
Yeah.
might find one or so that's open. Ever consider us doing that? And maybe putting our games back in there? I mean, really, wouldn't that make more money? Why?
That is up to the council on how to.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, if you guys want to turn that into a casino, that is totally up to you guys. That's your rights.
Because there's nothing happening in that store. And it's really not going to happen after Love's opens.
It'll go right back down, yes.
Yes.
It's not inviting.
There's nothing, you know, they're going to go across the street to get their gas.
We were pretty competitive with Love's as far as gas. It's the drawing into of the truck drivers. They were very loyal to Love's. Love's has a very good loyalty program.
Yeah.
They spend thousands of dollars filling up theirs versus you and I would spend, you know, maybe $50. They have 2 500-gallon or two 250-gallon tanks on them. They're spending thousands of dollars on that. So to draw in that money would be great, but they have that market kind of monopolized.
I mean, that's just thought. I mean, and I'm sure that's why Love's shut theirs down.
They're going to build much bigger too.
Are they?
Much bigger. The footprint of it is already going up.
I mean, because we go to Sinclair and Shawnee, you know. And I know like Love's, they give discounts on gas. If you got a card and stuff, you know, you can scan it and get, and on Thunder Day, you get 20 cents off a gallon on gas,
Yeah.
you know, and they're lined up to get that gas. We don't have anything like that.
Correct.
You know, but it would be good even if your tribal member come in and you get 10 cents off a gallon on gas.
Yeah. One of the things, we know the future is going to look very bleak for us. One of the things that we had brought to the council in prior years was we need to get away from just the convenience stores and expand into other areas. But right now, just the trust between the tribe council and Sindark isn't really there. I mean, what have we shown throughout the years since the beginning of Sindark was created when it was split off?
Yes.
What have we shown? We've shown nothing,
Nothing.
Unfortunately.
Forever and ever.
We need to prove ourselves to the council, to the tribe, that we are capable of handling tasks other than convenience stores and the leases.
Mm-hmm.
The way we're trying to do that is small baby steps. We kind of had a whole phase 1, 2, 3 on solar and the hydrogen. It was shot down, which understandable, you guys don't trust us. We haven't shown that we are a business maker. But we do think that the IHS area that we're going to be putting solar on will be a feasible plan, just a baby step to show like, hey, if we can prove ourselves with this and you guys are okay with it, then maybe we can prove ourselves on the next one. But that is long-term goals.
And that's another thing, if the council approves it.
Yes, and
That we've got a record also here
Yeah.
on the council
as
of
the
not.
as the Attorney General report really spelled out, you have to have money to do these projects, and we just don't have it. Unfortunately, we're getting by, but we're not giving you guys money. We're not showing we're not printing cash. We're just pretty much break even.
Okay, you have the floor.
Okay, in my understanding, it was Representative Shaw and Representative Pittman, and then we'll wrap up and get to the lunch hour.
Let's go back to that $100,000. We had 70-something thousand, maybe $100,000 came in on the insurance on the greenhouse, or what do you have, aquaponics place. That flew away, and it was never replaced. And when I asked where the money's at, that's all we got, except we spend it. Right there, 75,000 from 100,000 right there. We only owe 25 now. We're sitting here talking about that. Who supported CINDOC with more or less more spending money? Every time they change their what do you call it? Their budget, they asked for more, we gave it to them. What are we looking at right now? Maybe then we only gave them a couple of $100,000 more, but then you go back there and you got $25,000 that's left from the insurance company company that we never heard of from. Now we're giving you another $125,000, $180,000, and you're still saying that it's our fault. Now give us $100,000. I mean, if you got $50 in your pocket and I'll borrow it from you, and I only give you $10 of it back, I still owe you $40. And that's the way I'm having to look at it. I mean, that's a no-brainer. I'm not no math genius or anything, but I can count the pennies in my pocket, and that's one of the things that I get perturbed with, not just the council, but with our people who are supposed to be watching our penny. We're not being watched. Every time, why are we still using Richards down here for gas? We got 3 convenience stores. Oh, it's more convenient for me to drive down here 2 blocks than it is for me to drive 5 miles. Yeah, but by driving that 5 miles, I'm putting that money back into my tribe. And it's not happening here. If Richards is getting it. So, now, I'd like for you to explain that, how we have, how would you say, budgeted more monies to you, yet we owe you money? I think it kind of backwards, isn't it?
It should be, yeah. We're asking for more money because, yes, you guys owe us money. I don't.
But really, think of it, you know.
It's basically comes down to unpaid fuel. It's just been used already, but we're still waiting for that payment.
How about the unpaid $75,000 from that aquaponics? We didn't get none of that. We didn't even know about it until it was already spent. So those are the types of things that this council needs to be checking on. You got information that needs to go back to your people, regardless of how bad or how good it is. We're not doing that. We're not doing our jobs either sitting here. Although I question it, if I don't get an answer, then I can ask a million questions, and if I don't get one right answer, I still miss a lot. So I'm bringing this forward. I'm talking about, like I said, I can't count thousands and millions of dollars like that, but I can sure count the pennies in my pocket. And those pennies add up to those dollars that we're talking about. And we're not. That's why I'm disturbed a lot of times with some of the answers that we get from our finance committee. Some of the answers that we get for CENDOT. Some of the answers we get from these people. Now, what are you going to do to pay us this money back that we're going to give you, because you say we owe you $100,000, and if you ask for $150,000, then who's going to pay that $150,000 back to this nation? Nobody. It's going to get shoved under the rug, and we're going to be back in the same place we were yesterday, broke as a joke. I'll yield the floor. I don't even want to talk about it no more.
Okay, thank you, Representative Shaw. Representative Pittman, and then once you're done, we will break for lunch, and we'll come back. We'll decide the time. We'll come back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I just have a couple of quick questions. What is our timeline on both sides to honor an invoice?
Usually they're net 30.
Okay, so when we reach the 90-day point, what is the procedure, or how are we, do we invoice again? Or do we have to come back to the council?
No, normally what happens is if you owe me something and it's taken longer than 30 days, I'm giving you a call. Hey, you owe me some money. What's going on? The problem is we weren't receiving money and we've had to do layoffs. So our people who are making those calls just don't even exist anymore. We've had to downsize our place. So we now have people doing multiple tasks, doing their daily tasks, plus doing something else that someone else was doing, and still trying to collect that money. So we're saying like, hey, you guys still owe us fuel money. Can we get that? But now we don't even have money to pay our staff, so we had to let those people go.
It's our fault. Is it on the nation because we didn't pay in a timely fashion?
I would say it's on the program director's fault for not giving it to the treasurer.
Okay, so now what do we have in place? Do we have a written letter that can go to any program or back to our executive committee that says, hey, treasurer, or hey, finance team, can you look at this because we have an outstanding balance?
Yeah, we have been in communication with the treasury on that. As far as calling those directors directly, we would not do that just because we want to keep that communication with who is making that payment. We don't want to call up, housing secretaries like, hey, you owe us money. We're going to call who's making that money paid to us and make sure that they know, A, do you have those invoices? If you don't, why don't you have those invoices? I'm going to send you those invoices. And then when do you plan on paying me that money?
Do you, as a committee, do you all keep that record of how many times you've asked for the invoice to be paid?
I don't keep that. Our staff keeps that records. So.
What Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leniency. What is your response to the audits that you receive? If you're being audited and you haven't been paid, and so therefore there's a domino effect that other things are not getting paid, and now you no longer have staff, what's your rationale? What's your response?
My response is just, can y'all pay us, please? I can't force someone to do something that they're just not doing.
Right. But
Yeah.
how long, what extended period of time? This has been going on 5 years? 10
No,
years?
this has been going on, I'd probably say last 2 years or so. It's gotten worse just as turnovers happen with programs, certain programs in the tribe. I would not say it's any one person's fault. It's just a culmination of things.
Okay, last question. There was some petroleum proposals on the table a few years back, and you may have been on the council at that time. Did we implement those programs to expand our economic development and our petroleum ability to hold, like gas reservoirs and things like that?
Are you talking about drilling?
Yes.
So Department of Commerce wouldn't deal with that. That would be more of a BCR question. We don't do drilling.
Okay, but I just wanted to know, did we seek other opportunities for you all to get revenue from?
So the other opportunities we're trying to do is non-petroleum based, which is why we were bringing the solar thing. Clean energy is kind of what we were looking for, because there's a lot of tax incentives with clean energy, and the government prior to this administration had a ton of rebates involved with that. Most of those have gone our way or will go away in this new big beautiful budget that is currently on the Senate floor. But that was our goal.
So are we looking at other infrastructure grants, or are we looking at fiber?
So
in addition to solar?
If you're talking 3 main sources of revenue to come in, we either get it from the tribe, we get grants, or we get a loan. Loan rates right now are ridiculous. It's probably 13, 14%. So you have to be able to make 13, 14% on top of what you need to run your project. It's just not feasible right now for a long-term loan. The middle one I had mentioned was grants. This administration, this Congress has substantially cut grants across the board. Those things are not available anymore. 10 years ago, probably yes. Now, no. And then the first one, asking money from the tribe. What have we told you? Like, have we proven ourselves reliable enough that you guys are going to give us money? We've come to you guys with project ideas, and it was shot down because we just haven't had that proven track record. And that's where I just say, like, we need to prove ourselves first. If I was sitting in that chair, I'd say the same thing. Have you proven yourself? No, we haven't. Are we trying to prove ourselves? Yes, and that's why we're trying to take these baby steps to do the vertical solar at the IHS grounds there.
So would you be able to prove yourself if we paid the debt that we owed you?
That debt will immediately be paid out to people we owe. We are, robbing people.
So it's a pass-through.
We are robbing Peter to pay Paul, as it is right now. We're behind on paying bills because we just don't get it from who owes us. It's very sad, yes.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate your patience. Thank you. Just wanted to find out where the real issue was. Thank you.
And just for the record, so as an accountant, I like to keep things called a cash conversion cycle. So my cash conversion cycle is, I'm buying AR, I'm making payable. So how long is it taking me to take inventory? If I pay $1 for a soda, how long does it take that $1 to convert back to $1.25 if I put my profit on it? For a convenience store, it should take roughly 60 days. That's just the kind of, standard. For us, it's taking 90 days. And that's just across the board. It's been going down, or up, I guess you would say.
And the revenue's been going down.
Revenue has been steady, I would say, but the amount of profit is going down. Revenue is increasing just because things cost more money. So if I charged $1 for a hot dog 5-10 years ago, it's costing me $2. So now I'm earning $2. That sounds like it's more, but I'm not earning that much more money on that $2. It's just things cost more now.
Are you submitting an annual CPA report to show us, to identify the decrease?
We are part of the tribal audit. So, I mean, when you guys are doing your audit, we all doing ours at the same time with the same firm. So, yes.
Okay, so we can request copies of those?
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be brought back to council, actually, yeah.
Yeah, but,
We are required by the tribal law to give you a report on the audits when they're done.
is there anything that you have to do that has to come through the finance committee?
Our budgets.
The finance committee is making the recommendations for you to bring it to the council, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we've done our part. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, if we don't have anything else, we'll break from lunch and be back at 1:30. Does that work for everybody? 1:30? Okay. Okay, we're going to call roll in 2 minutes. If we can get council to take their seats, we'll call roll, get this afternoon session started in 2 minutes.
You know what? There's a reason that you have marital problems, okay?
This is from, having to share a room with her.
Hold on, you've got more room than me. Jody, get a measuring tape. Get a measuring tape. His back is like candy was encroaching on his side.
Well, I mean, it's like, no, it's like, she gives me the Altoids and the hand sanitizer. I'm like, you got all this stuff, and it's like, what you're gonna dump on me is the stuff. I don't want anything like those.
I'll take the big one. Oh, okay, well, you gotta share the big one.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, it is now 1:35 p.m. We're going to have a secretary call roll, get this afternoon session started.
Leetta Sampson. Anthony Conley.
Here.
John Narkamy. Rena Tiger.
Here.
Anastasia Pittman. Terry Edwards. Ida Gonzalez. Nancy Fixico.
Here.
Leon Petit.
Here.
David Narkamy.
Here.
Joseph Billy.
Here.
Dolores Harjo.
Here.
Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba. Stephanie Lambert.
Here.
Sina Yeslith.
Here.
Lottie Cootie.
Here.
Marilyn Moore. Henson Lena.
Here.
Richmond Larney.
Here.
Wayne Shaw. Tiffany Thunder.
Here.
Catherine McCoy.
Here.
Charlie Hill.
Here.
Tommy Chupko is absent.
Correct.
Danita Harjo.
Here.
Willis Dethridge is absent.
Correct.
Desiree Emerton. I have 16 present, 12 absent.
Okay, with a count of 16 present, 12 absent, we do have quorum. Under new business, we're going to begin with the director's requested. What is the council's desire? And again, as you look through your notes and see what you need to talk to about, I just want to restate, we do have a very lengthy agenda. We are going to do our best to adhere to the rules of order, which limits each item to 15 minutes. The presenter or the sponsor gets 5 minutes to introduce that unless it is a presentation. From there, each individual that wants to ask questions gets 2 minutes. The sponsor gets a minute to respond and 2 minutes to close for a total of 15 minutes. We have 9 pages of agenda, so we're going to roll with those rules. Representative Larney.
The COPE program?
COPE?
Yes.
Okay. COPE, if you could.
Good afternoon, ladies. So I got about 4 questions, but I'm gonna make them fast, okay? How many clients are you currently serving and what areas?
Right now, we have 19 clients. 5 of them are between the age of 17 to 20. And I would say 85% of them are here within Seminole County, but we do have 4 that are outside. We have 2 in Pontotoc County, 1 out of Cleveland County, and then we will have 1 down that has been placed in Seminole County. I mean, in Comanche County.
Okay, can you provide a copy of the final report for last year that was given to the funding agency?
Well, I really can't. What we did, we get no correspondence from the funding agency. It all goes to the executive office, or I think it goes to the chief. What he does, he forwards it to us and asks us if we can go ahead and give him a draft of what we've done. And then it was my understanding that it was due on January 31st. And on about January 9th or 10th, we had forwarded to him and to Jason Chambers, who was chief of staff. And it was my understanding, under a very uneventful conversation, that Jason Chambers was one that finished writing up. So I don't have one from the first year or the second year, so I can't provide it to you. You guys would have to get it from the executive office.
Okay, are there any stipulations to how the COPE money is spent?
Yes, there is. There's a Schedule B and a Schedule D. And I think Sarah, I'm going to let her explain it because I have all the paperwork, but she's got a better memory than I will, so I'll let her explain it.
Hi guys, I'm Sarah. So I'm the program coordinator. I'm the one who actually handles the reports and the reporting procedures. As far as last year's report and the previous year's report, I have asked for it. I have requested it. I have not received it. At first, whenever the email came down from Amber, I asked if she had it, so I would know what you guys intended to do with that money. Because everything that I have read, that money was improperly used. You could not have done what was approved. And so I was asking how you guys justified it as a council, like how it was approved. And nobody could answer that. So then she had informed me that the chief of staff had written the report. The chief had written the report. That's good. Okay, can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I had requested that I be provided, so that way I knew how to write the report, which direction, which justification you have done it. Because as she stated, there are guidelines to how we utilize the abatement money. And there are 2 schedules that it follows. From my understanding, each one of you guys have received that report and were to follow those guidelines, but it was not used properly. So you have a Schedule B, which is prevention and treatment. And then you have a Schedule D, which is the cultural component. and it was not followed.
Okay, because on your encumbrance report, it shows you did almost $1 million worth of services under a special program expense. Can you explain what was done?
No, I cannot, and that's the questions I've been asking. Because on our encumbrance report, it now has building acquisition and it does have building renovation. We could have purchased a building with it. However, what we did, and I say we because I didn't come aboard this program until October, and the action had already been done prior to that. But what you did is you redid the loan. Now, I have reached out to executive office. I have reached out to our accounting. I have reached out to, at that time, we were without a controller, I think. And then I also reached out to our compliance officer. Nowhere in there could that loan have been paid off. And so that is the problem. And so whenever I wrote
When you say loan, what loan?
Do what?
When you say loan, what loan?
To refinance the Grisso.
Okay, that's all I need to hear.
So, but I just needed justification on how you guys went about it to approve it.
I think in regards to the question that you just asked about that $1 million, back in March, when I had gotten the encumbrance report, I seen that line item. Is it under special programs?
Yes, yes it is.
Okay, and I had went and I visited with the budget officer in regards to it, because I said, where's this from? And so she couldn't give me an answer. She didn't know. And she did tell me that, she'd do her best to find out. And so in the process of it all, I went and I visited with the general counsel secretary, and she's directed me to the treasurer, and he didn't have an answer. And so the 1st of April, we had gone to a training down in Durant. And at that time, I got a call from the executive office, and Kyle, the accountant, was on it. And the way he explained it to me was that with that building acquisition, and it is in black and white in under the prevention, that when you have a building acquisition, it's with the assumption that you're buying a new building. It doesn't have to be brand, but a new building, something that we don't already own. And that the way it was done, according maybe to the auditor or for auditing purposes, they moved it and they put it under the special programs. We didn't have anything to do with it. And we have not done $1 million worth of services for our clients. So that's how that all came. That's my understanding. It was through a phone conversation because Sarah and I, we stepped out of the training and we listened to the explanation. And so it was my understanding it was for auditing purposes, because it was really not, it wasn't allowable the way that the tribe has done it so far with that $1 million.
And so whenever I asked for the report, just to see how you guys justified it, again, I asked her, and I do have her audio recording, and I know someone had mentioned, well, is that illegal? Oklahoma is a one-party consent state under Oklahoma State Title 13, subsection 176.2. So as long as I'm aware that the conversation was being recorded, it is admissible to show that we don't know where that report went. We don't know who has it, but I cannot continue to write those reports to show how the money's been spent if you guys don't show me how you guys intended it for it to be used. There's a lot of questions and a lot of being told. For instance, with this exact same budget that we're looking at, 3 weeks ago, on May 12th, I received an email that a budget modification had been requested, and it had to be done by the end of 5 p.m. that day. We didn't request it. I oversee the budgets. I didn't request it.
Who requested it?
Our budgeting officer sent it down per the chief.
Okay.
And so the amount was $155 for a renovation. Yeah, $155,000 or $150,000 for a renovation.
Renovation for what? The Gristle or for another?
We're assuming it's the Grisso, but how can it be the Grisso? And that was my question, was an RFP hasn't been sent out, an RFQ. I know for a fact, and I know this because when I first came aboard, I used to work for Chickasaw Nation, and when I first came aboard, I had the pleasure of working with Terry Jackson and sitting down with her in procurement, and she drilled me that this is what we do. We live by our codes, we die by our codes. So I know for a fact this is what they do. They go by RFPs, they go by policy and procedures. It is set in stone. And like she said, there is no bending for it. But I don't know why that money was moved, and it had to be done by the end of that day. And to this day, we don't know. We've never even been in there. I don't know what they're renovating. And you can't renovate under that schedule. You asked if there was guidelines for it. There are guidelines. How are you going, guys? This is 2025. When has the government ever given American Indians free money and just said, here, do with it. Do as you will. It's always going to have guidelines. And so we've got 2 schedules to follow. And if somebody can just clarify with me and tell me how to do it, I'll write these reports however you want. You just got to tell me how you guys intended it for it to be used. You know, that's just it. Is now they're going to come back to me and they're going to ask me all these questions, you know, and I have to be honest, you know, tell me how you guys justified that purchase and how you guys got around that.
Thank you very much, Mado. Are you on the floor?
Thank you, Representative Larney. Okay, I see Representative Petit, then Representative Hill, and then we'll come across to Billy. And we've got about 4 minutes left, so please.
Okay. I guess one of the things I want to know is, you know, your grants includes for services to reduce recidivism. Is that not correct?
Pardon me, I couldn't.
Recidivism, is it not part of what your grant is, one of the goals is?
Yes, it is.
To reduce it, okay. And then I guess one of the things that I wanted to kind of understand was under TR 21, it's the centralized service facility that the nation purchased over there, and it says in it basically that, well, it's 2022-21's number. It says to invest in the acquisition and renovation of the facility at 228 East 2nd to serve the needs of disproportionately affected tribal community and providing services such as tribal court programs, light horse police, Indian child welfare, alcohol substance abuse programs, domestic violence and related programs that share purpose and mission in one centralized building, provided wraparound services. Could y'all not been located in that facility? And that way you took funds, you would not be taking funds into infrastructure needs, but you could have applied it more into services for our members?
Representative Petit, let me make sure I'm understanding what you're asking. Are you talking about over at the tribal courts?
Yeah, where that facility is. Yeah.
Okay. Originally, when I was a contract worker, and so I didn't really have an office, and so eventually they cleared out one of the offices and they placed myself down there, and then I had a different program coordinator, and so we were there, but they needed that office space. I'm gonna really stress this to our general counsel because it's a need that we have. And I understand what you're asking, and we probably could have if you look at Schedule B and D, it clearly states that if we use money for building acquisition, it's primarily for a treatment center.
Yeah.
We need one so bad, and I can't get anybody to understand it because, you know, just this week I had a conversation with the executive office, and it was like, well, why can't we send them to other treatment centers? We can, but they're few and far between. A lot of our people, and this is my belief. Yes, there's a lot of Stieki treatment centers out there, but I want our people, if we have to send them away, I want them to go to a Native American treatment center so that they still, in a roundabout way, are involved in a culture, whether it be Seminole culture, Ponca culture, Cheyenne, it doesn't matter. At least they're still connected with the Native American part. And so that was ultimately my goal when I started as a contract worker. When I submitted the budget, again, I was just a contract worker. I submitted it. After that, I was out. You know, the tribe could do whatever they wanted to do with that budget. If we were just going to be an outpatient or where we just kind of provide just basic services, that would have been an ideal place if they had a room for us. But when we start dealing with people coming in that are, I hate to say, you know, they're out of control, whether it because they're using or because they're coming down, you know, that wouldn't be a good environment because you have so many different entities within that building. And so that's why we really need to be by ourselves. You know, and I'm going to keep stressing, and until the day that I leave this tribe, and it might be Monday, you know, we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. You know, we need a treatment center, and I'm going to keep pouncing and pouncing on that. And right now, Sarah and I, we're looking for funding. We're trying to find a grant that we can now be able to build us a treatment center because the money that we could have used isn't there anymore.
Or even if you wanted a simpler answer, HIPAA violation. That's all it is to it. We cannot bring, whether it's your son, your daughter, your son, your daughter, your significant other. Do you want everybody knowing who's receiving treatment? So we can't do that.
Understand, thank you.
Okay, Representative Hill?
Good afternoon. Mine is very short, okay, and everybody can hear this, whatever. Y'all started off by stating that after Mr. Lawrence spoke to y'all about first 2 years, or 2 years that y'all haven't been told about the money situation, y'all have asked for it, and y'all haven't got it back from the executive staff, and they have used it, so forth. At this time, the way I look at y'all too, as employees, y'all appear to be on the edge of what you call, if you should say something, y'all are afraid that y'all will be terminated, okay? Which normally happens that way, okay? But the point is, executive staff, if they're hiding the money and not telling y'all, for y'all to tell the council representatives here, they are at fault worse than y'all, okay? There's nothing they should be hiding from the council. Number one, they have to understand, I'm talking about the chief and the executive assistant or whatever. We do not work for those two, okay? We work for the people. We don't have to answer to them. But they need to answer to y'all as employees because y'all are working for the nation and we need to know where the money's at, how it's being used. How come y'all didn't get it, okay? Like, are y'all gonna run with it and then go up there and tell Governor Stitt or what? You see what I'm getting at? We need to know, and the way I see y'all right now standing there, y'all don't want to come out and say it. If you know it, if you don't know it, then I can understand. But still, we, the council, representative for the people of the Seminole Nation, we need to know. And if they're hiding something and all that, then they both don't need to be in their position, including the chief of staff. That's my way of telling y'all about. We have nothing to hide here. We shouldn't, okay? And if they're covering up, then doggone it, we shouldn't even be here today. We should all just go on home and let the nation run the way it's been running for the past 20, 40 years, okay? Thank you.
Okay, Representative Billy, and then we'll end with Representative Yethis. Okay, so you yield the floor? Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to piggyback off Representative Hill because I understand what you're saying now that you're asking the council, but the council has been asking. We have been asking since initially we found out that the money was going to the Grisso. There's been a couple times you have been called up and asked, is this where you want to be and if this is a HIPAA violation? And I get it. Like I said, I understand. You don't want to answer questions because of your job. And I appreciate you now today coming here and giving us more details and giving us more situations of what's going on. And maybe because you have that support, but this should have been, and I get it, but you also are have band representation. Was this ever explained to your band? Was this ever told to where the band could give it to them and give it to the rest of us? Because these are things that were not brought to us, and we've asked, and I've asked you, is this not a HIPAA violation? And I get it. A lot of the times you turn and you weren't the one answering. I understand that. But again, we would not be in the situations we are if we're told, and we weren't told. And so you're not getting those reports. It was the same thing. It was in the comprehensive budget. We found out later on it was in there, and then it was told you all passed that. That's why we got the Grisso.
So, we're not coming as a band representative or my band. I am not a tribal member. I am a Seminole. My husband is Seminole. My children are Seminole. So that is why I'm speaking up. However, he is now, because of me, I am making him attend all his band meetings. So that's why now you guys have a larger band. So I'm making him reach out to all his cousins because this is about to, I just need clarification and for you guys not to be in trouble.
I think if I can be allowed to respond to what you just said, if you go back and look at the minutes, when you did ask me about the HIPAA, I explained to you that I am concerned about it because they have other plans for the Grissom. They want to put us in a little bitty building. Originally, when I started as a contract worker, and I visited with the assistant chief, and he really brought to light a lot of things to me. You know, when they asked me, what do you think about the Grisso? And I stood up here and I told the whole general council, At that time, it would have been great. It would have been great. We could have made it into a treatment center. We could have done things with the other building. We could have made that a Seminole Nation behavioral health and behavioral and or substance abuse and mental health facility. I talked about taking our money from IHS and actually put it in there. Well, then somebody came along and it was the chief of staff at that time. He said, oh, no, them Stedke people aren't gonna let us do that. So then I thought, so I went and I visited with the assistant chief and he said, and he told me this and it sticks in my mind every day. He said, Amber, he said, whatever you decide, I want you to step back and think, how are our people gonna benefit from it? I have visited with the assistant chief quite a bit, but once I turned that budget in, it was out of my hands until I became the director. And even at that time, I was not involved in any of this spending for the Grisso. I didn't know about it until I got a phone call and they said, how are we gonna justify it? And I said, what are you talking about? So, you know, and again, the reason why I never responded to any of this is because I didn't create this. And so I couldn't answer the questions. And I told you guys that I said, I can't give you an answer. And then that's when you got your answer from the chief. You know, so I did respond. You know, as far as the reports, I've told them, I don't have them. You know, they've asked me about where's the award letter for COPE. I don't have them. We don't get them. It does not come to me. It goes to whoever initiated the paperwork. The email that was set up, everything goes to that email, and that's the chief's email. We don't get any of this information at all. I couldn't tell you today what disbursement we got this year. We can't get no answers. And again, like I said, I'm sure come Monday, it probably won't be good, but that's okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're about 25 minutes on this item. I think we've had plenty of time to speak on this. Let's get this wrapped up and we'll go to the next one, because we are beyond the 15 minutes. So, ladies, thank you.
Sir, I say this, but this is our council meeting.
That is correct, and we're following the rules of order that I restated.
To a point, I object because I had my hand up before finished. And I think it's important that this council act on something while we're sitting in here.
Are you requesting to suspend the rules of order and continue?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There's processes in place. You are the legislative body. Know them, utilize them. So thank you, Representative Shaw. You have the floor.
Okay, it sounds like to me right here, and it was stated right up there a minute ago, that come Monday, we know we're gonna lose our director. We know that's gonna happen. So we need to sit down now and take away the power of, what do you call that, at will, whoever will is. We need to take the power of at will and make them go through the process like it's supposed to. If he's got a reason for terminating her, then I don't have a problem with that. But not just because she told on me, or she didn't agree with me, or he didn't agree with me. So I want you to consider this. If you don't want to go out of rules early, we can go ahead and do that before we go into, back to the rest of it, before we leave this subject. Because a lot of times the subjects that we speak on, swept under the rug. And then come Monday, you know, we're not guaranteed tomorrow. But as long as we've got employees that are willing to do the job correctly, or at least attempt to do the job correctly, then we need to be supporting that employee or a group of employees. So at this time, I'm going to sit right here and I'm going to make a motion. And that motion be taken, that at will be taken out of our personnel policy for this time, because it was only a resolution that put it in there, and so I'm asking for a rescission of that resolution to where the chief does not, or the assistant chief does not have at will.
And just for clarification, that is an ordinance, Title 11 ordinance. It has been the council's desire and has been stated multiple times by our Attorney General that for ordinance changes, to put those in writing.
Well, we can say it. It's her job or his job, whoever's gonna be our Attorney General. That's another subject we've got to talk about today too. But as the Attorney General's job to change that wording and send it back. But we can approve it on this floor as we please. This is our council meeting, so if we say this is it, that's it. It's not, well, they said it, damn, I haven't signed off on it yet. I could care less if you sign off on it. It's said in this council rouse, in front of these council people, and if it's approved by them, then it should be approved, bottom line. So I ask for a second on that.
Second.
Yeah.
Third or fourth, I don't care.
As soon as we are out of committee reports, we can address that. And then whoever is sponsoring that, do have the title subsection where that language is specific, so we can make sure that all of those strike-throughs, unless it's just strike-throughs through the entire, so work on that wording so that you can present it in its proper form, so that we are not putting up a substandard amendment to a ordinance. Okay. Okay. Okay, and again, we can address that when we're not in new business. I recognize Ms. Cootie, and then we'll come across, and again, we're pushing on half an hour on this one program.
I just want to say that, when I first found out that the coat was going to be in the Grissom Mansion, and I had gone to Amber and talked to her, and she had good ideas of her own, but it wasn't going to be implemented. And I told her then, I said, you need to report to the council as a whole so we understand. If we don't know what is going on, we can't help you. We need to support you. And I said, you as a director have ideas to run this program, and that's the way it should be. So I think that we should have, she should, when she came, like Charlie said, because of backlash, she was scared to say what she wanted to say. So one of the things that she told me, and I thought that was a great idea, was to have a building just outside of Seminole and use that property, Phillips property. She said she had gone out and seen a patch where she could have horses there for therapy purposes. That's a good idea for your children, for my children, grandchildren, whoever they might be. If they need help, she's willing to put that in place. And those are the kind of things we as council representatives are supposed to support. But, somebody mentioned we're supposed to work together. And I said, somebody always said, we got to work together, we got to work together. We never do. We're always on one side or the other. But I think that until we start supporting the programs that are doing the right thing and doing the best that they can, that's when we can start moving our programs to a better place. But until then, I think that we need to hear from them too. And here we go again, like I said, people who have owned up to do the right thing and they've been taken out. And I think that's wrong. And I, for one, have experience to work in a certain program. I got turned down because I didn't have 5-year college. We have a certain person in the program that's got 5 years in college. I think I could have done a better job. But be as it may, that's how we work. So my son always used to say, it's who you know, not what you know. So anyway, and also I just want to make a comment that Amber put on a program, and I think all the programs that we have, they should take time out, put it on the program for the people, or the council's people, so they can understand what they're trying to do, what we need to do to help them to get those programs in a better place. She put on a program, but there was only 4 council people. And I understand some of you have to work and everything, but you missed a good opportunity. We were told how the people who are on drugs or whatever, the problems they have, how you can help them and everything, some of the things that you can do to help. And it was a good thing that she put on, and I'm sorry, a lot of you missed it. So maybe from here on out, we need to hear these programs out. Let them put some kind of workshop or whatever on display for us to understand. So a lot of them will not come up and stand up and tell us what's going on. And then if they do, you can address it to administration. Sometimes they say, oh, it's taken care of, and that's it, period. But the problem still goes on. So I sit here and listen to everything that goes on. We disagree and everything, but we're disagreeing among each other. We're not helping the people, and that's where it should be. And like, if I don't know, I don't have a program that I can go to and say, hey, these are for the elderly program. Those are the kind of things we have to look at, because we have a lot of people, a lot of elders in this tribe that they don't have nothing to look forward to, neither do I. But I think from here on out, we have to understand these programs were put in, we have to make it better through the council, because the people tell us that what they want, but we never get it half the time. So I just want to say, I'm sorry some of you missed that little program that she put on. So maybe next time, think about it. When somebody puts on a little program, try to make it so you understand what's going on in those programs.
Okay, Representative Petit, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Chair, I have to agree that I think that what Representative Shaw suggested that perhaps be concluded under other business, but my question's been is, we've talked about this 15 minutes and stuff. Is that not under Title 16, Rule 3.8? And I'll ask the Attorney General, would you give us your opinion as to whether or not you think that affects our conversations with these that are directors and committees and stuff, or is it directly related to just the new business, which is the resolutions which we discussed?
I heard all that, and I'm trying to get back into Title 16, I was doing a different search. But it does say with discussions on motions and the other items, I'm doing this from memory right this second.
Would you like a copy? I have an extra here if you need one.
Get a copy, I'm in 16.
What's being avoided?
16-3, 3.8, you know.
If there's no further questions, if it was just a questions on that rule, we'll excuse Cope. Okay, thank you. Okay, is there any other directors that were requested that council desires to hear from? I know SNG is here. Representative Larney.
SNG.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
It's debate of a measure. What is debate of a measure?
And if you can remove the microphone if you need to. Or however. Okay, we have SNGE. Representative Larney, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, fellas. How you guys doing? Good. Okay, we know it's coming. I want to know about Maple Leaf. have they have their license? Are they ready to get to work, or what's going on?
Specific to that question, I think, I'm not aware that they currently have a gaming license through Simulation Gaming Commission or agency. Part of them receiving the license was contingent on a declination letter from NIGC, and currently we do not have a declination letter from NIGC. And just to go back a few steps with NIGC, we negotiated a consulting agreement. That agreement was submitted to NIGC for review, and they came back with issues that they believed mirrored or talked to the fact that the consulting agreement had management language involved in it. And so we discussed those and kind of came up with a plan. We met with Maple Leaf, and then we submitted back answers to all the questions that they had at that time. And NIGC, like any federal agency and state agency, sometimes take time to respond back. So we waited for a response back. They came back with a second round of questions, again, kind of having concern that there's still some management concerns with what the agreement looks like. And so, and most recently, and I think I don't have the timeline or the table in front of me, but we did meet with Maple Leaf's attorney to address those questions. And then their attorney drafted a statement with answers to go back to the questions from NIGC. And from my understanding, I believe that was submitted to Chief's office to submit back to NIGC. And I would hope at this point that it is back at NIGC, but I can't confirm that because S&G did not send the letter.
Also, too, have they formed an LLC here in the state of Oklahoma?
I believe they have. However, unfortunately, I think it was after we had submitted or at least negotiated most of the consulting agreement. And so what was positioned in the first consulting agreement that went to NIGC did have Maple Leaf as an international company. And so, but subsequent to that being submitted, that first NIGC letter and consulting agreement, I do believe that they did form an LLC here in Oklahoma.
Okay, also too, just another question. If we were to rescind SENDOC today, are you as S&G willing to take the day-to-day operations over for the stores and other operations?
So obviously we're a board, should be a board of 3, but just 2 of us. And so I think, in my personal opinion, would be at every casino there's a gas station. And we are connected at a few, we're close to a few, or one. So I do think that there is a position that we could take on the C stores if asked. I think that there could be some cost savings with the ability to utilize our HR department, our accounting, and those services to where we wouldn't have to duplicate services to cost that entity a little bit more. And the one thing that there may be concern with is just the placement of trying to make sure that if they do come underneath S&GE, that it's structured in a way that we're not having to go through licensing for all the employees. We can keep it separate, which we should be able to. And potentially, obviously, I've seen all the C stores and you guys have too. So the need for some kind of improvement, some kind of investment back into. But I also think that some of our negotiating and contracts with some of our current vendors at the casino could lend the ability to have more buying power for the stores to where we can get product back inside. But again, I'm not a C-store expert. I do a lot with other tribes that do have C-stores. I do think we could take it on, but there would have to be some consideration on the best way to do that. And that's speaking just solely from my position as a board member of S&G. Obviously, Mr. Cootie is also on the board, and so he has a financial background. I think having that would, be able to look over the stability of the stores and what we could take on without hurting our distribution back over to the tribe. We would have to take that into consideration.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We'll put that in other business. Resend SENDOC. It's another business. So.
That's a lot of code revision.
Yeah, but
so essentially it would.
We don't have nothing, so you just heard it from them. So
Yeah.
We need to do something about this today, okay, I'll leave you the floor. Thank you. Adult.
Okay, Representative Petit, and then we'll come to Representative Lambert.
I'll say that your board is there simply because there's just two of you. Thank you, Mr. Hubbard, for being here. But I've always had this question about what would y'all do if y'all had $1.5 million in cash available to work in our casinos and stuff like that?
Yeah.
And let me just, I'll bring this to you because under the TR 2019-03, we started taking out $20,000 a month or 60,000 quarters on the states that comes from the alternate income that is paying on the GRISO. Okay. From the time that that's taken place till now, my calculations today would be that's $1.56 million that has come out of your net income to pay on the GRISO. And we've talked previously about that CINDOC currently still gets the IHS, which part of that agreement, I believe, was for them to pay on the GRISO. So they've accumulated almost that same amount of money that y'all paid in since all this took place in 03. And that's what I've often wondered is, if we were to rescind that resolution 2019-03 and let y'all have that money in your pocket so that you could enhance the casino in our territorial boundaries, do you think that'd be a good business deal for y'all to follow?
Listen, I you know, in what I do for tribes, I like to, would more money help? Absolutely. Do we have plans to upgrade facilities? Yes. I think in being prudent with taking on $1 million plus, looking at where our current needs are, obviously, most people have probably heard that we are trying to move forward with coming up with plans to redo the Wowoka facility. That's based off of necessity because we've been given a limited license from the agency because of the current conditions. And so we know we have to move forward with upgrading or rebuilding that facility. Because of our limited ability to go out and take on loans on behalf of SNGE, the position would either be to come back to the general counsel to request the ability to go after some kind of a loan structure that would be over the $1 million that we're allowed to do to help pay for that, and or use capital, cash in hand. However, I like to have money in the bank, and if we can position good debt, in a way to structure and get repaid in a way that doesn't hurt our ability to continue to distribute to the tribe, then I would rather do that. And so, but if we were to take that money on, it would definitely help with what we're looking at doing at Wowoka. But I think everybody also knows that I-40 is where the majority of our revenue comes from. And so the benefit of having more money would be to go in and look at the possibility of, one of the big questions I've always had whenever I was appointed to the board and started looking at all our holdings was why we reduced the floor space at I-40. The whole area is trust, so we can game all of it, but we reduced it to add on an area for employees, which, listen, I want to have amenities for our employees, but I don't think that taking away gaming space is the place to have that. And so, I could see utilizing that money to expand the floor space. I have a lot of ideas, but obviously, the main goal would be making sure that money was used in the right way. So I don't know if that answers your question, but could we use it? Yes.
You're not going to have that money today because we don't know where it is. Okay. But by the same token, it's just a thought that your board could entertain as to some things that they want to progress with. Now, they brought up this make-believe potential contract with them. Currently, as it sits, it was at $50,000 what was proposed to us initially when we voted to approve that. I think it was $22.56 or something. Let's see here. Anyway, whenever we made that agreement that y'all would employ them once they reach that certain amount of eligibility to be a consultant or whatever we do with that. Well, see, that's what, $600,000 a year? And see, I put that with that $240,000 a year that you're already being out on the GRISO. So that's $800-something thousand. there's been a recent purchase of some property just north of I-40 there that you mentioned just previously about the $1 million limit that you have on loans. Now, the resolution, as I've read it, which the Suchies weren't there when that took place. Anyway, when I look at that resolution, it doesn't say who's to share what share on that money. If y'all are gonna pay half of it, then that's another liability that you'll have as far as that goes. That comes out of your net income once again. And that's what I've been trying to figure out is how were y'all able to participate in that loan contract?
So just a few things. So you mentioned the 50,000 with Maple Leaf, and so that was something that was positioned when the General Counsel approved moving forward with trying to negotiate a consulting agreement with Maple Leaf as a third party. Also included in their payment structure was a kicker. So in their kicker was for every increase of $1,000 in net revenue, or 4,000 in net revenue, that they would receive 1,000. So they would receive 50,000 plus any increase. If we increase 20,000, then every 4,000 they'd get an additional 1,000. And so it would be a little bit more. And so I wanted to clarify that because there was an additional piece. So with the actual purchase of the land, the 90 acres on the north side of I-40, and again, we were asked to be a part of moving forward with the executive office for that purchase and negotiation. To what happened for us is, I mean, essentially we were submitted kind of the deal that was done. And so we were able to go through we have cash in the bank, so we're able to take money from our account and put it into a CD, which secured a certain percentage of the total $5 million of the purchase. And so ultimately, there's an amount that is still gonna have to be negotiated to some kind of a mortgage or payment structure at some point when those CDs mature. But the only thing we entered into, I think, as far as a mortgage was, I think, maybe for about, I'd have to check, I don't have it, 1.5 maybe is what the mortgage is for. And we currently split that payment with the nation. So at some point, I don't know the maturity date on those CDs, but essentially the CD, we put money into a CD that secured $3.5 million of that. And so the bank's okay because the money's sitting there. But at some point, we're either going to want that money back or we're going to have to sign over that money to go towards that amount.
So once again, you'll have to have a greater increase in your net income to meet
Either an increase in our net revenue, a net income, or a decrease in our, or another expense we have to put on that would decrease our ability to make the payments that are 80% net revenue over to the tribe.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, now the $5 million loan, now your gaming is responsible for $1.5 million then. Is that the way I've understood that?
So I think we're responsible for half of it. However, out of the $5 million, I think $3.5 million was secured by CDs. The SNGE paid half of that, and then the nation paid half of that. So that $3.5 million that we both split is sitting in CD that secures that 3.5, and then the 1.5 is what we actually took the mortgage out on. And so our interest, all of the negotiated pieces on that are being paid out half and half from the nation. So there's nothing in the resolution that I saw that kind of speaks to your point of that, the nation gets half and SNGE gets half, but the position is that we did it together, and so everything's kind of been in a place of we pay 50, they pay 50.
Okay, but that's, like I said, but that's not in a written form. We as a council don't know that.
Right. Well,
the members of our nation don't know that until others today than you speaking to that behalf, that's the way that is. And that's what's always been kind of concerning to me is, okay, because this is 20-year note is the way I understood it. And that was what I never understood, how y'all could commit beyond 7 years. Is there something in your codes or rules that say that you can, because in Title 8, it doesn't give you that authority past 7 years. Yeah,
the only thing in Title 8 that really positions our ability to take out a loan is that we have the ability to go and negotiate a loan and take out a loan, but it has to be less than $1 million. So unless there's approval from the General Counsel. So I don't know, I guess somebody could argue that the approval and the resolution allowed us to move forward with a loan, even though our half of it was over $1 million, that that knowing that the price was of 5 million, that we would have to take out a loan more than $1 million. So, but specifically the language isn't there that allows us, SNGE, to go and per the title you're talking about and take out an amount higher than that, so.
Which would have taken council approval to approve that number, correct?
What's that?
With it being over the $1 million limit, y'all would have had to come to the council to have us approve that loan contract, correct?
Per title, per our title that allows us to only go up to $1 million, it seems like you would want to have a resolution that authorizes our ability to go over. But I guess if the 5 million was known when the resolution was put through to purchase the 90 million or the 90 acres, then, you know, it wasn't positioned who's going to pay who or who's going to pay what percentage. So you could look at that resolution being the authorizing document to allow us to go and be a part of it alone more than what we could take out, since the nation was part of that as well. I don't know if the nation has that kind of restriction as far as what they can go take out on a note, but it would probably be best to go back and look at that resolution to see what SNGE was actually authorized to do. We may have just only been authorized to help negotiate and be a part of that. Yeah.
I'm not an attorney, but just the way I interpreted it, that's the way I understood it to be, that y'all would give those things. Because another question I would have asked is, if that type of money, why wasn't that shopped around with several banks? Now, it did list Sovereign in the resolution as the potential for them to add the loan. But that's just good business sense. If you shopped it around and saved 0.25%, then that'd been a ton of money for the nation, especially over 20 years. Because out of that $5 million loan, currently at the rate that you're talking about, it's going to be, you know, over $6.6 million we're going to pay back in addition to the $5 million. And that's my concern about for the members of our nation to, you know, they're going to have to see some return to something here before we can do it. And it's just good business.
Right. Well, no, and listen, I would agree with you that no, you go out and shop around.
Yeah.
Different banks have different programs and different interest rates. So you want to make sure you do that. And, you know, at least for what we've tried to do and what we're doing with WOCA, we've gone around to see what options are out there, and so hopefully that's something we can present later on when that does come, but I agree with that at that point, so.
Well, unfortunately, such as weren't there that day when that took place. If we had you'd have been hearing those questions from me that day. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Lambert.
My original request was to have Maple Leaf Sheriff representative here as well with them, so can we go ahead and have them to come up as well? And while he's coming up, do you have a contract with him? That was one of the things that was mentioned this morning.
So we have a preliminary proposed consulting agreement that was drafted, negotiated for a long time, and then subsequently agreed to in principle to submit to NIGC for review. So obviously they have to review to submit a declination letter saying that there's no issues or there's no management. They don't have any concern with the agreement. And so that agreement is still in a position with NIGC as far as not being finalized and or us receiving a declination letter.
Okay, Casey, if you could, Representative Lambert's
yeah, I just kind of want to, you know, get you guys together so that way we can answer the questions simultaneously. So, Casey, can you explain where you are with this?
Yeah. Well, thank you all, and thank you for the gracious welcome you've extended to Maple Leaf the other times I've addressed you, so I appreciate that, the attention of the General Counsel. I have a fact sheet with a timeline, and it's not controversial, it's just a timeline and kind of a recitation of the events that we've gone through. I don't know if I have the General Counsel's permission to circulate that. That's up to you.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes?
Go ahead and send it out.
Okay. Well, I'll give it to Secretary Randazzo.
She's right here. Casey. Thank you.
So just to resume, the SNGE put an RFP together in 2023, and Maple Leaf edged out 10 competitors, 10 applicants, and then it was narrowed down to 3 finalists who went before the General Counsel on the 12th of August and again on the 26th of August. At that time, Maple Leaf got 16 votes, Warner Group got 3, and the last group got 1. So we were clearly elected or the subject of a resolution to move forward as your first ever third-party consulting candidate, which we're really honored by that designation. And we set to work writing a consulting agreement shortly after that. So the consulting agreement, as written by our lawyer, was written specifically to SNGE code. And also, our lawyer is so familiar with the NIGC that he wrote it using wording that had been previously approved by the NIGC. They did have a couple of remarks, not consequential, and they came back. There was a couple of back and forths. We've now got a consulting agreement that's ready to go. In fact, it's been ready since the 17th of April, and that's when the lawyer, Eric Giles, for SNGE sent us a memo saying he was fine with the final revisions and it was good to go to the NIGC. It has not yet gone to the NIGC, so we do not have a consulting agreement that would be our basis for starting work. We're hoping that happens. We do feel, we all want the same thing. We want to expand the resources of the Seminole Nation so that you can fund more of your programs, and we think there's a lot of potential to increase revenue on the gaming side and then potentially for the larger resort. There's enormous potential there. So we're ready, and we're not waiting on us. We're not waiting on the NIGC. So that's about where we are, and I made 35 copies, so I got enough for everybody.
So who are we waiting on?
Well, we're waiting either on SNGE or the executive office, because they now have the final wording for the consulting agreement, and that's sitting. It's not with us. It's waiting to go to the NIGC.
Chief, do you know whether or not you guys have received that? Or do you know
I do
where we
not.
are with that?
I am not privileged to be CC'd on those emails to know where we are with that correspondence with an IGC.
And you've not paid any money, or you've not paid any money to Maple Leaf to this?
Oh, no, there's no money will change hands unless first of all, we have to get the consulting agreement back from the NIGC with their declination letter. Then we have to go get licensed by SNGA before we can actually sign the agreement. So the agreement comes back from the NIGC unsigned with their declination letter saying that they approve, and then we go get our license from SNGA, and then we sign the agreement, and then we can start working together. That's the process.
Thank you. And I think that's all I have on this one, because then my next question has to do with CINDOT.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is there any other questions for Casey while he's here? If not, we'll let him. Is it for Casey specifically? Because if not, I was going to recognize Representative Borba because she had her hand up. But unless Representative Borba yields the floor.
Yes. I was going to ask, Representative Petit mentioned several times about the money that you paid to the Grisso. How much do you pay? And how much have you paid to the Grisso?
I think that resolution was done prior to me being here, so we could definitely check our financials to see what's been submitted, but it would come across to the board as just an expense prior to us seeing it, so I couldn't tell you.
It was approved by council, and I don't think y'all are paying anything.
And again, I think you guys appointed me to the board in like 2000. So I'm sorry if I didn't know about it or if it's supposed to be there, but I haven't seen anything in the financials that would represent what you're talking about.
Kyle, do you know?
So.
Well, this is actually the first time I'm hearing of it. When I was in office, it was the tribal sanctuary. So I honestly didn't know we were supposed to be paying.
I didn't know. Brian, do you know?
No, I do not know. I don't have those figures now.
Okay. Maybe somebody could find the answer out and let us know.
Okay, Representative McCoy.
Did I understand correctly that Representative, thank you so much, 50 and old, Did you ask if Maple Leaf had established an LLC, an Oklahoma LLC? Is that correct? So, and Mr. Shepherd, you said you were under the assumption that they probably did. Casey, do you know the answer to that? For sure?
Correct. I mean, it was always understood that a local Oklahoma subsidiary would be best. And we put into the consulting agreement the ability to assign the agreement from Maple Leaf Canada to a local entity. We have formed that entity, and we're ready to apply as a local entity, the Oklahoma entity.
So you haven't applied as an Oklahoma entity?
It exists.
It exists? What is the name, please?
Maple Leaf, Oklahoma.
Maple Leaf, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mado.
Maple Leaf Resorts, Oklahoma. And I just wanted to add one more thing, because what Mr. Shepherd said was basically right, but the fee, the $50,000 a month consulting fee, which actually matched what Warner's was proposing, we reduced it by half for the first 6 months to $25,000 a month, because we looked at this pretty carefully and we realized it would take about 6 months to ramp up increased revenue, because we want to swap out some of the older machines for some newer machines and get some promotional programs going. So there wouldn't really be significant revenue for about 6 months. So we just unilaterally dropped the consulting fee down by half for the first 6 months, and then after 6 months it goes to 50. By that time, I think we'll be earning, I'm hopefully we'll be earning significant more revenue for the nation.
My next questions are for CINDOC, or about CINDOC for these guys, but about CINDOC. So, I think I'm done with Casey if you guys are.
Okay.
You have a question?
You have one for Casey as well?
Yes.
Okay, let's.
For Maple Leaf, Oklahoma, how many, within the city, how many projects have you worked within the city?
This is the only one. In Oklahoma, this is the only project we're working on.
It is.
Okay, I'm going to recognize, we've got these two back here. Does anyone else need anything with Casey? If not, we'll move on and we'll go, okay, go ahead.
It just seems like everything's taken forever. It's taken forever. The council is getting a little restless on this. Nothing, it doesn't seem like anything's moving.
Well, I share your impatience. I share your frustration. These consulting, and this is not a complicated exercise. It's a 23-page agreement. That's not a long agreement. And it's basically, we have a few minor, the NIGC brought up a few minor things, nothing really consequential. We've been at this for 21 months and 12 days. We could have been in business 6 to 9 months ago, in my opinion. And there have just been delays, and it's the way it is. We've been pretty responsive. When changes have come suggested to us, we've drafted them pretty quickly. We've done most of the legal heavy lifting in order to keep the process moving forward. And that's about as much as I can tell you.
Just like on the gaming license, you're saying you can't do get a gaming license unless something else is done, and is that?
Well,
I heard you tried to apply, and then time went on.
Yeah, we thought this whole process would be done really expediently, so we submitted my personal background check, Michael Ulisio's personal background check. We didn't submit as the corporate entity because we were in the process of forming the Oklahoma subsidiary, so we didn't file that. But the process has been so drawn out that we just didn't move forward with the gaming agency and our licenses. But we will, as soon as we get the declination letter, we're ready to do it. But that's the process. We've got to have the declination letter to go get our gaming license.
But they don't have it yet.
So they don't have what?
The declaration letter?
That comes from NIGC.
That's the NIGC. They have to bless the agreement. First of all, they're waiting for the final revisions.
But they have it.
No, they do not have the final agreement. It's sitting with the nation. They do not have it. They're waiting for it.
Okay. So what's the delay? Oh.
Okay. Do you yield the floor? Do you yield?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go across the room as I seen it. We got Representative Gonzalez, Larney, Pittman, and Petit. Okay.
My question is for Mr. Shepherd. take over those C-stores. I mean, it's not gonna happen overnight. You got employees involved. And what about NIGC? You don't know that for sure, whether or not they're gonna require those employees to be licensed. So, I mean, it's, there's more than one thing that's involved.
I would tell you that that's even more complicated than that, because we're talking about the C-stores, but I know that SINDOC is over other entities.
Yes.
And so, however, I can address NIGC and the employees, and I do know that you can bifurcate businesses, so C-stores, casinos, where the casino side is regulated, and there's the bifurcation to where the employees of the actual C-store itself don't have to be licensed, aren't underneath the Simulation Gaming Agency, or have to have any kind of background review through NIGC. So.
Okay, but another question too is, do you, as a board member and another board member, have that authorization to do this? I mean, it's a major change for the nation.
Oh, no.
And you're going to,
Yeah.
it's like there's other steps, other authorizations that are required.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's not an easy step to say, okay, the council says you're now controlling that. It's not that easy.
You're absolutely right, and I would tell you that there would have to be a lot of things that happen for that to happen. However, I think our position, at least my personal opinion would be, is that if SINDOC cannot move forward with running the C-stores, who does? And outside of appointing another board and allowing them to continue on with their insolvency, they're not going to be able to do a whole lot to move those forward. And I guess the only position I would have is I think SNGE is probably in the best position to be able to assume them and invest something into it to keep them going, to bring them up. But even then, there'd have to be a lot of code revision, and then a lot of back and forth with general counsel as far as what we're allowed to do and what you guys want to see happen.
Exactly.
It's not us taking it over and doing what we want to do with it for sure. But again, I would tell you that there would still be a lot that we'd have to kind of collateral pieces that I'm not even thinking about right now that probably would have to happen for that to happen. But,
right. Plus, buying back their inventory that they have. So there's a lot involved.
Essentially, it would go back to the pre-2011.
That's right.
Those resolutions and those ordinance changes to where Title 15 broke away from Title 8, which is why there's still remnants of gaming in Title 8 that was never truly removed. So there's a lot of mechanisms that's going to have to roll backwards to blend the two, as opposed to the separation, which was a lot easier.
But my concern was it wasn't just two people that are going to say, okay, we're going to do it. It's not that. It's more to it than just that.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
I think I was just addressing more that our ultimate power is a board of saying, yeah, we approve, but ultimately we don't get to just do what we want. That's why we're here before you today. So.
Right. Well, when you answered a question, if you could do it, you just said yes.
Okay.
So,
I
but
apologize
there's
for that. I'll
more
make sure
to
next
it
time
than
that we
just
don't.
saying yes.
Yep, I can do that.
Okay.
I just have one more comment.
We're going to come across the room as I seen it, which is Larney Pittman Petite.
Okay, Casey, when did you file? Because I need proof of that LLC filing because it's not on the Secretary of State's website.
Was that addressed to me? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I said, when did you file your LLC? Because it's not on the Secretary of State's website.
It's not?
No, it's not. When did you file?
William Norman, our lawyer, filed it. I have the registration codes. I don't have them in my head, but it's definitely filed with the state of Oklahoma. I can email you the registration codes. It's called Maple Leaf Resorts, Oklahoma.
Yeah, because I can't find it. As a businessman, it doesn't take long to be on the Secretary of State's website. I own multiple businesses. I know how long it takes to set up an LLC or a C Corp. And I just had one of my secretaries check it out, and they can't find none of that.
I'll be happy to send Secretary Randazzo the registration number.
I yield the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really quick, and I commend you all for just sticking in here with us, but it seems like we're breaking our own rules. So we're asking these questions to make sure we define what we can and cannot do. So when you made those provisions, Brother Casey, and when you made those provisions in good faith to adjust those contracts, to take lesser payments over a longer period of time, did you send that back to the executive committee, or did you send it back to the council? Because we need to see it to vote on it as well.
I don't believe we made, well, actually, we did send the amendment. No, we sent the amendment saying we'd reduce to $50,000 a month. I don't think we sent an amendment saying we'd reduce it further to $25,000. I don't think we sent that to the general counsel. It is in the consulting agreement. So maybe, and the executive office was aware of it, you know, but I don't know whether we specifically addressed that to the general counsel. I don't recall that we did.
Okay, because I don't recall either. That's why I'm asking the question. I thought maybe it didn't come through the finance committee, so that I know that. Okay. But I'm asking when you made that adjustment to decrease what you were taking a payment with, it has to come through the council, because the council voted for you to get the 50. So if you made a sliding scale or an agreement to take less than that, is there a timeline that goes with that? Did you say we're gonna take 25,000 a month for the next 6 months, and then we're gonna go back to this balloon payment? Or
yeah, no, there's no balloon payment, and it's not that the money's accruing to Maple Leaf. We just unilaterally decided, because we thought it would be less of a burden to the nation, to reduce the fee, and it doesn't come back. It's not like there's more to pay on the back end. All the other terms remain the same. We just reduced the fee for the first 6 months, and then it goes to the 50 that was outlined in the RFP and in the council resolution.
What date does it change? Has it already
6 months.
been?
6 months after the signing. After we get licensed, 6 months, we reduce the fee. In other words, when we sign the contract, the fee is reduced for the 6 months from the signature of the contract for 6 months.
So currently, the contract hasn't been signed?
It has not been signed.
And that's,
Definitely not been
that's the
signed.
patience. That's where the patience has been coming in. So the length of time, the duration of that has been 9 months?
The duration of what?
Of the lack of the signing of the contract?
Well, no, there've been multiple revisions and two submissions to the NIGC. So this last round, which has been approved by both sides, including Eric Giles, who's the lawyer for SNGE, dates from April 17th. It's now ready to go. I mean, that's the good news. It's ready to go to the NIGC. We're in agreed on the final terms, and we think that we've addressed all of NIGC's issues. We'll have to leave it with them and make sure, and hopefully get a declination letter back from them.
Just for clarification, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, you're waiting still on NIGC to send you back?
No, we are not waiting on NIGC. NIGC is waiting on us. Not on us, but on the Seminole Nation.
Okay, that's where I'm going. The Seminole Nation has it in their possession since April 17th, and we are now waiting, because this could have been on this agenda here for us to vote to accept whatever agreement you all have ascertained.
Well,
so because we got to vote to take a lesser payment is what I'm going to, because once we vote on something, even if it's changed behind closed doors, and you agree to it, that's still a unilateral decision, and it negates the power of the council to say we want to reduce that. Currently, it's still in writing that it's at 50,000 per month until we vote on it to change.
Understood. We didn't think there'd be an objection, since we're just reducing the obligation of the nation, but that's a perfectly valid point.
Yeah, not an objection, just confirmation that whatever changes are completed and signed off on, it still needs to return back to the council.
I mean, we can prepare a resolution immediately. We can draft something. It has to be brought before the council, and
that's correct. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Petit. Y'all are testing my short-term memory today.
Okay. Well, hopefully I won't take much time. Just for your board and you to understand, Mr. Shepherd, this 2019-03 was passed in January of 03, and the payment was to start it then, taking the $20,000 a month from net profits of y'all's. It's in, yeah, well, it's 60, what the resolution reads is $60,000 per quarter.
Okay.
And that is to come from y'all.
What was the resolution number?
2019-03.
Okay.
Okay, and now, as far, well, that was just what I wanted to clarify with Ms. Borba on that, so she'd understand where that number was coming from. It was 2019-03, and that's where that number came from. And the proceeds were started from them that January. So it's been, what, 5.5 years now? And that's where I came up with 1.56 on those figures right there. Yeah, well, I don't know where. And back to the Maple Leaf, what you discussed about in their March 2nd, 2024 report to the council. This is the consulting agreement, reflects terms not approved, with one exception. Y'all are agreeing to reduce your fee to $25,000 per month for the first 6 months of the agreement in order to alleviate the burden of SNGE. So I believe that's where that language came into effect.
And just to set a few things straight real quick. So I know that we've heard from Mr. Schollenberg as far as the amount that's been reduced. And I will tell you that during negotiations, I expressly proclaimed over and over that that amount of money coming off the top would greatly affect the ability of us to pay over the continued amount that we budgeted to the tribe. And so I do think, at least I feel like I helped negotiate that down, but again, we've heard over and over that it was unilaterally their decision to do that. I'd like to think I gave them our position. Second, I heard somebody talk about whether or not they have any other business going on in Oklahoma, and there are a few things that I don't, again, being an attorney, I don't like to speak unless I have specifics, but I know enough that people have reached out to me throughout the Native community here in Oklahoma to ask questions about Maple Leaf and their engagement with the tribe, and then also their engagement in other tribes. So I know for a fact that they went and spoke with the Otoe, Missouri tribe, and that was I think what I was told is prior to coming here for the vote of approval. But what I was told is that Mr. Schollenberg told the Otoe, Missouri tribe that the Seminole deal was basically done, and we're just looking to see if there's other opportunities in the state of Oklahoma. So I'm not for sure if that happened with any other tribe, but I know for a fact it happened there. More recently, I've been reached out to by a few individuals, and again, trying not to, I think this is the best place to address it, but I've been reached out to by a few individuals asking about Maple Leaf and them meeting with the Falplaco tribe and their leadership about bringing this project to their government. And so I don't know, again, I can't confirm that. I haven't talked to Mr. Schollenberg. I did address this with their attorney, Mr. Norman, but I wanted to address it today to find out if that's actually what's going on. A third position to this is, I believe whenever I was speaking, when we were going through this process, I talked about there'd be a consulting agreement, and then there'd be a management agreement, and that ultimately the general counsel approves those. So the consulting agreement would ultimately come back to the general counsel once approved, reviewed it, and the general counsel review it and approve it. However, the position I received from Maple Leaf was, and this was whenever I was sitting on the board by myself, was the constant persistence of I needed to approve the agreement by myself, and it did not need to come back to general counsel for approval, that it would take longer if we had to go back and do that. And so that's been my belief, that they believed that our board was going to approve that. And so most recently, when we submitted our response back to their attorney, Mr. Norman, we asked that SNGE be taken off the letter to NIGC, because we didn't feel it was our position to approve the letter or to approve the agreement. Now, we went through and negotiated kind of the questions from NIGC with their attorney, and he drafted a letter, and we said we were okay with it, and we asked that it be submitted to the executive office. So we've asked that SNGE be outside of being on documents with this, solely because I would tell you that if you ask my opinion right now, my opinion would be there's too many red flags to move forward with this company, that it would put our nation in a disadvantage. We haven't talked about any of the financing pieces, the large structure they plan to build. We don't know where the money's coming from. Prior to them coming to the general counsel, they actually, and I know this, prior to coming to general counsel, they met with the governor's office. They hired lobbyists to meet with legislators, all in anticipation that you guys were already good to go. And I don't know that it was ever explained to you guys, or at least positioned from them. And again, I hear a lot in Oklahoma because I do a lot, but maybe Casey can talk to these points. But for me, whenever they submitted their feasibility study, it wasn't something that was true and correct. They've actually asked for our feasibility study to find out numbers. I believe at this point, there's been a really good show put on, but I don't know that there's been a whole lot of backing to show that this is something that's going to benefit our nation. And let's say we could go out and build this thing. The issue that I see is who owns all the land that they're looking to go out and purchase? How much money are we looking to borrow from them? How will we ever pay it back? You guys know where we're at right now. And so we can't discuss that. And just the consulting agreement has been an issue. And all the issues that we talked about with NIGC, all the consulting issues looking like management, we addressed that in negotiations with our attorney, and they were unwilling to negotiate those terms. So at some point, I had enough pressure on me to say, you know what, I negotiated as best I could, I protected our people, and at this point, the main terms where they need to be, I knew that by submitting the agreement to NIGC that they were going to have issues with it. And now twice, the agreement's gone and come back with issues. And so while we hear over here that this is in our court and NIGC has no issues or they're trivial issues, they're big issues. And I think at this point, the reason we've asked S&GE to come off of the documents is we don't want any part of it. And I strongly feel that way. So, and I'm glad I was able to come today with Maple Leaf being here to present that. And so, but again, I'm an attorney. I like to have both sides here. So I would love for Casey to maybe address some of those items.
Should I do that now?
I don't see any objections.
So there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, Billy negotiated hard, and it's true that he made the case that we wouldn't be earning a lot of revenue. I give him that credit, and we decided together. I misspoke when I said we unilaterally. I just said we were willing to reduce our fee because of the ramping up of revenue. In terms of other tribes, before we were selected by the Seminole Nation in the RFP, we did visit with other tribes, and my partner and our team member, Brian Zepeda, who's a member of the Seminole Tribe of Florida, has relations with tribes in Oklahoma, and he introduced us, and none of that went anywhere. We didn't pursue. As soon as we got into discussions with Seminole Nation, it looked like we were going to pursue with Seminole Nation. We didn't pursue those discussions. We were approached by the Tlatelolco tribal town in 2023. I met with then Miko Ryan Morrow and his then treasurer, Max Trickey, and they entertained the idea of doing something on their reservation. We did not pursue because we had recently submitted our RFP to the Seminole Nation. We didn't know if we were going to be awarded the RFP, but we didn't pursue with them anyway. A month ago, I was tapped on the shoulder at the gym by a representative, actually the historical preservation officer for Tlatelolco, who said, would you come meet with us again? And I said, I will as a courtesy and come meet with you. Nothing happened at that meeting. We didn't pursue. So we are fully committed to Seminole Nation. I've been here, I moved, I don't know what more commitment of faith we can have than me moving physically to Seminole. The principal of Warner Group would not move to Seminole to try to see this deal get done. They would have moved on. So we've been pretty, steadfast in our commitment. In terms of we didn't think, having read the tribal resolution, the original resolution from the 26th of August, 2023, we didn't think it needed to go back to the General Counsel because the General Counsel basically instructed Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprises to negotiate and enter into a contract with Maple Leaf. If it needs to go back to the General Counsel, I'm happy to do that. That's at your will and whatever you decide. There were other issues. The NIGC did not really have major issues with our agreement. They wanted more clarification, and we provided that clarification. Our lawyer, who's highly esteemed in Indian country, William Norman, has written this to NIGC code, and he's very confident that this consulting agreement will be approved by them. because it's basically written with the NIGC in mind. We had really, really good relations with Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprises. We were going back and forth reliably. Those relations have soured to some extent, and I really feel that's really unfortunate. And now we're dealing basically attorney to attorney. So we're dealing with our attorney, dealing with Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprise attorney. I'm really sorry that it's come to that, but it has. So, yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry.
Representative Yeslith.
Mr. Shepherd, I appreciate that, Candid, because those are questions we have been asking and trying to get answers for the last 2.5 years. Several things. I don't understand why you needed to make an LLC in Oklahoma when you couldn't just apply under Maple Leaf Canada. NIGC does do international checks, so I don't understand why you just didn't initially apply. Two, just conversations as knowing that, I always, because different ones that had been approached, I've also was told that you've also met with the city of city of Seminole for some projects, so that's why I was asking. Another question for Mr. Shepherd. I appreciate you being here, like I said, and giving this information. This is stuff we've been asking for, and I know you haven't been here. We do have a resolution or ordinance 2025-05 that's going to, have committees and boards, and I think we need presence here, especially with when we have a lot of questions. I know there's been several with a lot of questions. How is this going to affect you that if we pass this, you being present here? Because like I said, I greatly appreciate you now, coming forward and letting everything go. I just don't understand why this just hadn't been done and applied for previously without having to make it into LLC in Oklahoma.
So just to address the resolution. So from my understanding of the resolution, it does, you're showing that you do want different directors and committees to be here. So I guess the question would be, there may come a time where I have a conflict where I won't be able to be here. However, we are a board of 2, hopefully 3 eventually. And so my position maybe would be is as long as one person is from the committee or the board here, then hopefully that would suffice. However, if I'm named like I was today, I'll do everything I can to make sure I'm here. Obviously, I thank all of you for allowing me to show up late. I represent the Iowa Tribe of Oklahoma, and like many tribes in the state of Oklahoma, they have quarterly meetings, and a lot of the June meetings are the first Saturday of June. And so we had that this morning. I was luckily able to get down here. And so my commitment to my tribe is that being on the board, we meet once a month, but I'll tell you, we have phone calls and emails that go on, throughout the month. And so my commitment is here. I have a wife, I have 2 kids, I'm an attorney, I am a busy guy, but my lack of presence hasn't been intent not to be here. I think the last time I just maybe was under the assumption that I think our GM was here, and I didn't see my name listed as a specific individual. And at the time, I think Mr. Cootie was going to be here, and I think he had an emergency where he couldn't be here. And so I apologize for that. But if I'm listed, I'm going to be here. If the resolution does kind of contemplate the ability to allow for at least one committee member to be here, a board member, then I think ultimately if I did have other conflicts, I may have to try to work those out. And then ultimately, I don't think I would ever be in a position to miss 2 back-to-back meetings. I would owe that to the Seminole Nation to come and be present to make sure that didn't happen. So hopefully that answers the question.
Yes, it does. And I just want to make sure that when it says commissions, that it's, just either or.
Yep.
That way we can put it, and it's individually been named now just because of wanting specifics here. But again, I appreciate all the information you just shared because that's going to help us decide with future decisions.
Representative Fulbright.
Okay. With that being said, I know you have other jobs, and I know we have a portal. I don't want to wait for an answer for a quarterly meeting if it's that important for you to be present to answer a question. We can, and you, as a council, use your portal. These questions don't need to wait 3 months to be answered. They can be answered immediately. CC the rest of the council that you're asking that question, because we may have another question on that question on the portal. I just don't see why you need this resolution to make somebody be present. Maybe you'll see them, maybe you won't, and they're gonna spend the day here waiting, and it may not even happen. When you can get your answer immediately, because that's when we need these answers. I didn't know you had a letter sitting on the chief's desk since April, whatever. If you would have said something to us, or why didn't you go up to the office and ask them, hey, I've sent this letter to you, what's the holdup? I'm just saying, the communication doesn't need to wait till every 3 months for someone to be standing up front to ask a question. When you can get on your portals and get on your emails, ask that question, CC the rest of the council so you can get it immediately. Because we can't wait 3 months to get an answer. This stuff needs to be done immediately. That's just my comment.
I would agree, and I don't know, maybe I should ask the question, and maybe it's administratively after the fact, but do I have access to the portal to do that? And if so, I would be more welcome to answer those questions. And on top of that, we do submit to the General Counsel Secretary our SNG board meeting every month, and so always, if anybody wants to come to those, please, and that's a great place to ask questions and hear what's going on. But I also know you got to take your time. You got Monday morning, you got to take off work or whatever you do, and drive to I-40. So I get that part of it too. So,
and you got your meetings. Attend the meetings if these questions are that crucial and that important to be answered right away. Maybe Joni, you can put him on the portal with us. The different ones, or email them. Get their emails. So we can ask these questions. I'm just saying, there's a quicker way to do this and a more easier way.
Chairman, are we on schedule with our agenda?
Oh, absolutely not.
I'm just sitting here, and there's a lot of lack of communication, and like you said, we're not communicating with each other. We need to go forward, okay?
Okay, I see no hands for SNGE or Casey here, so thank you for your candid responses and your participation.
Thank you for having us, and it's good seeing everybody.
Okay, I see no hands for Representative Hill. Okay, WPR? Okay, I believe he's still here. Aaron? Yes, he's here.
Don't go. I'm Aaron Hill, Wildlife Park Recreation Director.
I don't believe a lot of people know what you're saying, not just don't go. Okay. That means how you doing? Chinda. Chinda means how about you? Just don't go.
I've been missing the language classes lately on Tuesday, my monthlies.
Okay, let's get to the point. Okay, forget about our language. Are you the director of WPR?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many employees do you have working for you?
3.
3, okay. My question is this, it's very simple, okay. I understand that you're putting in underground pool, swimming pool. Okay.
I'm not putting it in, but yes, there's a pool.
Okay, but before you answer that, the reason why I'm asking you to come up here is because I heard the last time that we had what you call intertribal, which I don't attend, okay. I heard that our leader stated that he told the other 4 tribal chiefs from the 5 civilized tribes that we were putting in Olympic-sized swimming pool, okay? And, that's what I heard, and I want to know, are we going to install an Olympic-sized swimming pool?
To me, it doesn't look like an Olympic-sized swimming pool. You can see what they have fenced around, the start of the construction. But to me, that's not an Olympic-sized swimming pool, no.
So what size do you think that we're putting in right now?
That's about a quarter of an Olympic-sized swimming pool to me.
Like an apartment size?
I'd say hotel. a little bit
So-
bigger.
Okay, I kind of checked in, something like that would cost like 80,000, I believe, like apartment size swimming pool. But if you put an Olympic size, it would be somewhere in the rough neighborhood of $5 million.
Yes, it'd be the millions.
So I guess what I'm getting at is it was false. Whoever made that statement that we're putting in an Olympic swimming pool was exaggerating, did not check how much it would cost and all that, and telling the people like false information to others that our tribe supposedly got a lot of money, and here we're putting Olympic size. See, some things like that should never be brought out. If you're not going to do it, then keep your mouth shut and leave it alone, okay? But that's what I'm hearing, okay? And that's why I'm bringing it up to you. I'm not saying it's your fault or anything like that, but what we're hearing, and you're the one that director over here, and you got all these little bitty things sitting out there. And there's not going to be a day that we're going to have a big old swimming pool where we're going to see our people sitting out there with bikinis and all that, okay? So we need to cut that out, quit telling lies and all that, and hey, we got ponds and rivers and lakes, okay? Let's go there. There's one right over here. But anyway, that's all I have to say. And also, last question, budget. What is your budget as a director for your WPR?
What is my budget? I have tribal recreation budget, I have a general fund, and an LATC. I brought it with me. I was prepared. When I came back from lunch, I was pulling Leon Petit, trying to pull him out the mud.
Wait, what I said, hold on. Okay.
And I left all my budget information in my Jeep. But with the new facilities, with the new splash pad, new swimming pool, my department's gonna need a lot more money to maintain these facilities.
But right now, you don't have it though.
No, right now I'm struggling to get by, yes.
Are you below what you're supposed to have?
I feel like I am, yes.
Okay, how much would you say is missing out of your budget that you should have right now to buy things or fix lawnmowers, et cetera? Do you have
And employees, 250,000.
missing?
No, not missing. I'm needing
Not accounted for.
250,000 so I can hire a couple employees. The way it looks like a park now, it's gonna go back to the way it was once September comes, once I lose my employees through ARPA funds.
So you don't have enough funds then?
No, I do not. I'll have enough funds for me and another employee that works in tribal recreation.
That's it?
That's it.
None to fix your equipment and all that?
Now, I have a little bit, just enough to maintain my mowers, because we need our mowers during mowing season to keep the grounds up to par. We have an 18-hole disc course also on the other side of the pond. I built 7 new holes between the lagoon and the pond here recently.
The reason why I'm bringing it up, we got so many outsiders, other tribes that come here and utilize our
Yes.
grounds, okay?
Yes, we do.
And that's what I'm, bringing it up, because you need that in order to, we call it rent it out, and I believe they
Yes.
pay for rents and all that we have here. Games,
Yes, to maintain the
basketball,
facilities,
and all
yes.
this softball.
Yes.
Okay, so somebody really needs to check into that. And don't say me or anything, because, hey, this is my last day, okay? Adios, that's goodbye in Spanish.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Fixco?
I have noticed Aaron didn't work a lot. There is a lot of land out there, like he says. A few people doing all of that. If you go back there and look where that swimming pool is, it's out there. It's visible. There's no water yet. Even the splash pad, there's no water yet. But see, we got things out there, but it's not completed yet. And I think there's a parking lot that's been taken care of back there. Nothing's happened yet. But there's things that are going to be coming. It's coming along. It's coming along. And it's just time, I guess. But I know Seminole Nation Days is supposed to be completed, I think. But I believe these directors are trying to get it together. You got contractors out there. Hopefully, they're going to get with it. I know this is June. In a few months, we have Seminole Nation Days. Last year, they worked real hard and got things done, and things happened. We got a lot of good remarks on other tribes about our facility here. I've been out there. I hear it, I see it. All you gotta do is go out there and look. I drive around at times and look around and see what's going on. I see where they stop, I see when they go again. But you gotta put time in it too and look. And give them credit, because they work hard. It's hot out there. And they try, and they don't have a lot of equipment too to work with, but they try. So, you know, pat them on the back because they are doing work, lots of work. It's hard out there. It's hot. And no one's going to go out there and do this. They're working hard. I see it. So I'm just going to stand up and commend them for their works. Whatever.
Thank you, Ms. Fixco.
Okay, anything else? Yes.
My question is, if I'm not mistaken, the resolution when it did pass, I didn't go forward with that platform. It said the pool was gonna be back here.
Yes, that's what I heard in the beginning.
Yeah, that's what it said. Who authorized it to be put over there?
I have no idea.
That should have been brought before the council if it was gonna be moved, if it's gonna be over there, yes, we should have known about it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I yield.
Yes, Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here to answer those questions. Did you identify that there was something wrong with this land behind us? Because we measured it, we said what the length and the measurements were going to be. So was there plumbing or anything with moving the pool?
He wasn't the director at the time.
I wasn't the director. Rosie
Yeah.
Smith was my director at the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was a previous director that was over
Yeah,
that. He's
that-
been in place, what?
2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't know if you were given any plans or blueprints.
Yeah, I
that
believe
said-
she didn't either though.
Okay.
At the time, I believe she didn't.
Okay, thank you. Just wondered, so does the executive office have any, Chief?
Any,
Rationale or any discussion?
so I know
about
that the
why?
CMCG team, when that was incorporated into those existing plans, because we're already paying them, I believe that was a lot of the conversation around that resolution, and I believe the water resolution as well. I do know that the quality of water up the hill, or where we're at, is not usable. The RADs are off the chart. There was a lot of oil development, turn of the century, that was here. I do know that that water that's down the hill does not need anything but chlorination as far as treatment level. That could have been part of the rationale as far as moving it to that location. But again, I'm not privileged to that information.
Madam?
Yes.
And we got the, how much money is left on that pool project, I guess you'd call it? You're not a part of that, are you?
No, sir.
So, but he just takes care of the grounds. Well, we give him X amount of money. We've never received a report, not from him or Rosie or administration. I've asked this question on numerous occasions. This is the first time he's got to come up here. But what happened to that money that we allocated? I'm talking about under ARPA.
I believe under Representative Petit's request, all of the ARPA projects, those are reported back to council on a monthly, is it monthly or quarterly? But they're reported back as far as by project to show the appropriation amount and the remaining balance for that project that is yet to be expended to complete that project.
How come they've spent so much on engineering then? Almost as much as it's gonna cost to make a pool.
Yeah, A&E is expensive. You're absolutely correct. I think that historically we've seen that
But you
with
can
a
go
lot of our
down-
projects.
But you can go down here in Oklahoma City and tell them people, I want a pool this big, this big, this big, and we'll bring that, they'll bring it down and install it for less than we've got in engineering cost.
Yeah, those are expensive. Absolutely correct.
But still, you don't understand. how come they can do it for, let's say, $150,000, and it takes us $350,000?
I mean, I don't know if they
There's
have
gotta
civil
be
engineers on
something wrong
staff.
there.
I don't know what their ordinance are. I can't answer that question just.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons that we're having these kind of meetings, so we can find out what's going on. Today, I'm gonna compliment everybody. Today is the first day we've got this many questions answered and correctly. So, the council can do it if you wanna put your foot down, but you don't. Y'all are too easy on me. That's my cousin, that's my brother. I know him for 30 years. Well, I know everybody in here probably since they was born, but the thing is, I don't count on, that's my buddy. That needs to stop, and we need to keep having meetings like we got right now. When we ask for, how many dimes are in that sack and there's only 10 in there, I don't want you standing there telling me there's 9. I want you telling me the truth. I want you to know there's $10 there, $10 worth. You know, we're not done that. We're not done that as council. So, and this is the last quarterly meeting of this council before the next one kicks in. So, better enjoy this day. This is the last day you'll probably get anything out of this administration. So therefore, that's all I gotta say. I compliment y'all, though today y'all are doing a decent job.
Okay, Representative Emerton.
Yes, with the new pool, are you guys gonna be responsible for the maintaining it?
I believe so, in the splash pad also.
So all of that extra work, and are you
Yes.
guys gonna be maintaining for the chlorine, or is that gonna be separate from you guys?
I believe we're gonna have to learn it.
Okay, so all of that, you've got that extra amount with not an extra amount coming to your budget
Yes, and I'm
at this
struggling to get
time?
by as it is.
Okay, so
I have two 60-inch residential mowers and a 48-inch mower that I cut all these grounds with.
okay, and then you guys are gonna have to learn how to do the chlorine. Is it chlorine or is it salt water, you know?
So for that facility, for the swimming pool, it's going to be chlorinated. For the splash pad as well, but it's all self-contained. It does its work for you, so to speak, as far as how it mixes the concentrate, similar to like a home softener. But with the LATCF funds that are still remaining, there is going to be additional funds put in for maintenance that can be utilized by WPR or the maintenance program itself. That foresight has been considered to utilize in this next budget cycle.
Do you know about how much that would be added to the budget?
We've yet to meet with finance to determine that, but it should be enough to provide for the upkeep. And it depends on how it's passed. It could be passed as a 1-year budget, could be passed as a 2-year budget, just to make sure that those funds are secured and don't end up being utilized or appropriated for another project. But yeah, historically, WPR has had 2 individuals, one for recreation and one for the the NPS grant, because there is a National Park Service grant, as well as those other 2 funding sources. So with the added amenities, we definitely do need to grow that, not just even with our maintenance. We need divisions, not departments, right? We need groundskeepers programs that are above and beyond. So it's part of growing. And I will always go back to the times of where we had a bookkeeper with pencil and paper, and now we have an entire treasury department with an assistant treasurer, and staff. So again, infrastructural wise, we do need to grow as we are growing, and those considerations have to be met as a council, as a body, when it is time for these budgets to be pushed through and to utilize and capture what we can to make sure that we can keep these grounds where they need to be. So,
Do we know if the National Park Service, if those grants have been cut? Because I know a lot of the grants are no longer there. Is that still one that's active that we can?
It is. So those cuts that were coming from that executive order did not affect ours. We're very fortunate in that, but it is a very small grant, but it does pay 50% of his salary. The other part does come out of other funding sources. So anytime we can capitalize on what those opportunities are for writing grants, we like to do so, but a lot of those grant opportunities are no longer on the portal. They're just gone. So, okay, anything else for WPR? If not, okay, Representative Petit.
I know there's been a lot of discussion about the swimming pool and everything today, and if I recall back when we were discussing prior to the vote, that Representative Billy brought up a bunch of things about, the maintenance costs, what I call fixed costs are going to be associated with expanding this thing. But even today, when we talk about the size of that pool and everything, nobody's commented on whether or not it's going to be an enclosed facility and it's going to include a resistance pool and stuff like that. But the primary thing, and I've spoke about this previously on this floor, is nowhere in there did it assign WPR executive or anybody to do this project.
You're absolutely right. And that's just, I think because of the nature of what it is, there's a lot of assumptions there. Even when it comes to our lands that are undeveloped, like the Self or the Phillip property, there's a misconception that WPR oversees that. And that is, honestly, it's just simply not the case. WPR in its inception was for more or less the mission grounds, but it's one of those things where they've just kind of taken it upon themselves to try to expand, which is what a lot of our directors do and have historically done. So that's a good point. I can't answer as far as on the design concept for that swimming pool complex. The resistance side is there. Those amenities for rehab for our elders are going to be built in. It will have restrooms, locker rooms. So it's going to be a full, complete complex that is covered, that can be opened to allow for fresh air come in and then closed so that it can have more of a year-round use just by the design with solar heat and then additional heat if needed.
I appreciate your comments on explaining what's going to take place, although I don't think anybody in here has seen those architectural designs or anything for that. But my question was previously, and it is again today, nobody was ever directed to do anything with this resolution. I mean, it just says we're setting aside for a swimming pool project. And that was one of the concerns that Suchies had back in December when we were told that all these funds had been already obligated, was to know that if this fund, if nothing had ever been associated with anybody, if nobody had ever come back to ask on what to do with it, that we could set that money back, reappropriated to help our members of our nation. That's what happened. And then we spent half the morning talking to some people that were from banks that we didn't request. In the September minutes, there's one sentence where the chair at the time, and I was speaking to Mr. Ronkman about how they were doing with their trust fund management board and stuff. And there's one sentence in those minutes of September 7th where he just said, we need to have some professionals come here. This council never voted to ask for that to happen. I mean, we've never asked that we have people come and talk to us about this. But back to this subject right here. Why has any money even been spent out of that $3.5 million? Because it's never been authorized. Doesn't have the word implement in it or anything for anybody. And that's been my concern right there, because the members of our nation, they never had a say in all this. And the proposal, which you prepared, indicated that they were going to expand the wellness center. It's a quarter of a mile away over there to that pool. Mm-hmm. And that's the concern of a lot of members of our nation is we didn't have a say in these things. And all it took was just coming back to us. And that, like I said, that's my concern about that. And as he stated, the fixed cost, that's going to be something that WPR is going to have to deal with if they're going to maintain these grounds and do that. We don't know if it's going to be a $10,000 a year deal or a $100,000 deal, because nobody knows. And we've heard already today that our revenue is declining. I mean, it's gonna be tough on this nation in the coming years.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's, like I said, that's been my concern. This council, according to Article 5, is responsible for all that. And we should have been given the information to make wise decisions, or at least been able to go back to our bands and give them the information so that they can make decisions, so that all we're here to do is bring their votes. And that's all this is the legislative body is the members of the Seminole Nation. And that's what I keep emphasizing to my band. It's not Dave and I, it's y'all tell us what to do and we're gonna do it. We may not approve of it, but we're gonna do it. But anyway, I'll yield, and I appreciate you if you're gonna help pull me out of the ditch.
Thank you, Mr. Petit. Okay, Representative Yesleth.
Who was involved in all the change orders and the blueprint plans and everything that was done in moving a lot of these things? Who was all involved in that?
So the CMCG team, that group that comes in, or that was in charge of designing and implementing most of the projects with transportation, with a lot of the other green space that was put into that suite
So not you, not the chief, I mean, because nothing was brought back to us is what I'm wanting to know, who's all involved.
No, it would have been that CMCG team that at the time it was, the lead on that is no longer with us. So from there, it fell to the, essentially into the transportation's purview, because they were the ones that were overseeing those suite packages, or that package. I do know that we did involve EHS, we involved diabetes as a consultant as far as what they need, and to, like with the water, as far as treatment, things of that nature, that infrastructure. And then with the diabetes, what amenities do they need to fulfill that intent for therapy and things of that nature? Because as it is now, any of those classes that they hold, they have to go out of county. And then, of course, they're limited on the time of year that they can do that. So I do know that those programs were involved as far as giving their input. But again, no, I have not signed off on anything or approved or disapproved of any of those complete design elements, other than here's the resolution, here's the intent of it, give us a product. Representative Cootie, sorry.
This is not really a question for him, but I think last council meeting we had, the chief stood up there and told us that this nation was in better finance position than it would have ever been. So here we are asking ourselves, where were we going to get the money to supplement these programs that we had if they didn't show up? And so is it true that we are in better position, and we're not going to use those dollars if we are in better position? I mean, I don't understand that.
Yeah, and I.
If we're in a better position financially, why are we worried about where we're going to get the money?
In regards to paying off debts, and in regards to having our money in those programs, as far as being able to get a better return on our interest rates, all of those are a lot better than they were 2 years ago, 3 years ago, coming up on 4 years ago. So as far as our bad debt, we are better financially. As far as diverse economic development, absolutely not. We know we've discussed that at length today, as far as where are we at with our economic development portfolio. It has gone backwards. Yeah, and again, I appreciate Mr. Shaw's comments that it's taken almost 4 years for this council to truly, as I see it from my perspective, standing up here, to put those differences aside and to work collectively. I am seeing that right now as we speak. And, as long as I've been around, coming before council, 2007, 2008, I was in my 20s standing before council. how you as council representatives have treated our directors with respect, truly addressed their needs and supported them. That's unheard of compared to the first time I went in front of council and had a representative ask why this white guy is standing before me. Bless you, Ladune Keene's heart, because the words that came out of her mouth are our sacred words that we can't repeat. But coming from that type of environment to where we're at today, for us to be able to stand here as directors and as employees and be applauded, I have literally very, very rarely seen that. But I've seen that change this term. I have seen that change with how our council treats our employees as humans, as people. And so again, as Representative Shaw stated, pointed out, I applaud that. I really do. It sets a standard and a stage of what this next council that's coming in, that's going to have at least 12 new representatives, how that's going to look. So, Aaron, I think we're complete with you, and yeah, thank you. Yeah, Representative Shaw.
I don't know who's here to represent the broadband. The broadband that, we're supposed to got 4 years ago.
Yeah, I don't see anyone here that can report on that. The short report I can give you is I know that was amended in its intent on who it would serve, to where it was going to better serve our tribal community as opposed to the county. Short of that, I don't have any other updates that have come across my desk or email.
The reason I was asking, that was benefit the Sasakwa area immensely.
I miss living in Sasakwa. I had fiber in Sasakwa in 2005. I have 0 bars of service in Wewoka. So
we're supposed to be down there. I'd like to see that down there because of the south end of this county. Those that don't live down in there or never lived down in there, you might as well not go buy a telephone. You might as well see if you can get broadband, or what do they call them? Direct TV satellites.
Yeah, I do know that some of that map of the coverage area, it actually did exclude Sasakwa because that's serviced by Potawatomi Telephone Company. And literally there's fiber in Sasakwa that we don't have a mile outside of Wewoka. So some of that, it was historically underserved, but there are some areas of that grant service area that excluded some portion of where we did need because it was already there.
I know that what is it? What's it called? Is it administrative assistant? Is that what y'all call that little short guy? Chambers.
Oh, Chief of Staff. He is not present today.
Chief of Staff was the one that started it and was going to lay claim to it, and then all of a sudden, we never heard from it no more. Get him to put out a report to this general council.
Okay.
That we would like a report on where that broadband went to, because they told us the monies for that was already set aside for us and that it was going to be approved.
Yeah, I do know that there was some discussion with CVE or Canadian Valley Fiber, that offshoot of Canadian Valley. I know that there was some conversations early on that they were going to implement it, but that implementation was going to be not to our people. It was just going to be across their service area and hopefully capture our people. So I do know that conversation occurred as far as changing not the intent of it, but to execute the intent on which we expected, which was to serve tribal homes. So that's the only thing I know, but I can definitely send that email out, and then I
will be expecting a report from him, at the next council meeting, regardless if it's tomorrow or next week. And if I don't get that, then we'll go back at it again. I will be asking for his resignation again. So
Okay.
you can let him know that, and let that. you can
Yeah,
let
I'll be
the-
happy to send that email.
Let the administration know about it. You're part of it, so I'll let you know.
Okay. Are we ready for the next order of business? By consensus?
Are we done with the directors? I just have a couple of requests. One is general counsel, do we have a report? Because are we a department, do we get a report as well?
From the general counsel
Yes.
secretary?
Uh-huh.
You're the
Can
counsel.
we start getting a report? Because I think that a lot of the financial issues we could have avoided if we would have had a report,
I think if you just determine what you would like to have in that report,
just like everyone else's report.
just a standard director's
standard
program
director's
report. Yeah.
And another thing is that our director's reports have gotten away from including those financials that were requested. I think we had a resolution in 2010 that they would attach those financials to their report, and some of them have them. I think about 4 of them actually had it this time.
Okay, I do know that there was a approved template. It would have probably been from like 2013,
I think it's
2014.
I think it's around the same time frame. Yeah.
Right, so we can resubmit that and through HR, issue that directive and give that example of what it should look like. Because
Yeah,
we
and I
do
think
have
at
some
the
new
bottom of that
directors.
approved template, it does say C attached, and then most of them
Correct.
still have that C attached.
Right, and then we'll
Yeah,
make sure
they don't
that
attend.
there is the availability to receive those in a timely manner from, either the budget officer or from the controller, or have access to MIPS in order to, print that off
Sounds good.
themselves.
Thank you.
Yes. Representative Petit.
Chair, if we're through with the directors, I'd like to request that, make a motion that we go into executive session. We just received a memo from the Attorney General regarding an investigation, and we probably need to discuss that with her in executive session.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. See no objections. No objections. Okay. Yes.
With the, directors?
Yes.
So they can go home?
Yes. There's already a motion and a second to go into executive session.
Her question was, are we through with the directors?
I know, but then he's wanting to go on to other business, take care of our business, so.
Yeah,
Well, I'm just saying, the finance committee has resolutions that some of those directors may need to.
Well, if they
So
got a
as-
resolution.
right, those directors understand that if they have an item on the agenda, that they are to be present. So yes. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to go into executive session. We could take a vote, but I see no objection, so we will state that that is by consensus. If we could, all the individuals in the gallery, please step out. Please turn off your microphones.
Who said that?
While we are in executive session, please do not turn on your microphones
Are they
because
okay?
that she's MIA.
She went that way, Brian, she went that way. Like down the hall towards the right side.
Okay, council representatives, if we could get your attention, everyone return to your seats. We're going to get back to the agenda. Representative Petite.
Chair, did you make the announcement? I make a request, motion that we extend this meeting until the agenda has been completed.
So there was an original motion and a second for an hour with the reconsideration to extend again at the end of that hour.
That's already been made then?
Yes, and that was a consensus with no objections.
I just didn't know if it's made in open session. So, okay.
Yes, all right, thank you. The mics weren't on, but it was still open session at the time. Okay. Representative Petite, looks like you are the sponsor for TO 2025-05.
Chair, this is a tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma amending Title 16 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws. And I make this motion and ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Petite, second by Mr. Narkemy. Representative Larney.
Yes, I would like to know if Representative Petite would take a friendly amendment, forward the intake form. That way we are informed on it. Full closure.
Well, are you talking about the correct
Yes.
resolution?
Yes.
Intake form, I guess you'll have to bring me up to date on what that may be.
Yeah, it's on. It's on. Can you hear?
Yeah, can you restate that friendly amendment that's being requested, please?
Yeah, this is what I was told. Forward intake form. Do you have the intake form? Title 16 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws.
Are you referring to the nomination form?
Yes.
Okay, so
correct.
he's making a reference to updating the nomination form?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll accept it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, the original sponsor accepts it. Does the second? Okay. That friendly amendment to the ordinance to update the nomination intake form. Okay. We're in open discussion. I see one hand. Representative Lambert.
And my band was wondering if you would take a friendly amendment of changing the word may to shall on both A and B, where Seminole Nation shall, or task force and all the members of the committees, commissions, and task force of the Seminole Nation shall be required to appear, and then on B where it says general counsel shall request that it's specific.
If I can offer, I would say just remove it, period. Make it absolute, understood as
Yeah.
you have to be.
They have to be here, yes.
No,
Will or shall, yeah.
If you just remove it, it will read, task force of Seminole Nation, be required. It's a Lincoln verb, not the
We can do
president.
that either way, Representative. We can do that either way. We can leave shall in or amend it to what.
Either or, whatever's accepted.
I would like to have shall be, or
Okay,
shall.
I'll accept that friendly
Okay,
amendment.
thank you.
And the second accepts that as well? Correct? I see no objection.
It makes it definite, thank you.
Any other discussion? Call for question? Yes.
On that number D, if any board, commission, or committee task force member is requested or delegated to attend 2 quarterly meetings in succession and fails or refuses to do so, he or she shall be removed and the position declared vacant. I'd like that deleted. They're not general counsel representatives. and you're trying to follow that.
Does the sponsor wish to accept that friendly amendment?
No, I won't accept that.
Okay.
No?
No.
What is your desire?
I just think that's not right because as you heard this morning, people have jobs. I mean,
It does give
they're
a,
not all lined up to be on these boards either.
yeah, and it does give a provision to allow for an excused absence. I think that strengthens that to allow for one to miss one or two with an excused absence so that they're not automatically removed. That could be utilized.
And like I said earlier, you've got your portal. If you got questions and they're so important, instead of waiting for a quarterly meeting to get your questions answered, get on that portal and ask that question right away. Don't wait till 3 months to say, I need that person standing up there because I had a question 3 months ago to answer it.
I understand your concern, but there's a lot on this council that don't use that portal. A lot of us do.
That's a tool that
and
was
that's
given
what I
to you to
understand.
use.
But then also, this council can choose those dates that they have those quarterly meetings. We're not required to have them the first weekend according to the Constitution. We, as a council,
It's in the
should be
Constitution.
Yeah, the quarterlies are by Constitution and
Well,
code.
we had, but in that month, but that doesn't say the specific date. And this council needs to be, I guess you'd say, asked how they would like to set those calendar dates for that thing. Because I've always had a concern, I'm sure many others here have, we always have them during Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, it's by code, unfortunately, and we can change that.
And that's what I'm saying, it needs to be changed. But in the years I've been around, 10 years I've been around this council, I've never heard this council ever ask about that.
Oh, no, it's like when you decide to paint the wall, then everybody has an option for the color. Again, let's try not to talk across the floor. We do have an ordinance that was not accepted. What is your desire? Just, right. Yeah, an amendment. Thank you, Representative Shaw. You're still good for something. Stick around. I appreciate it so much over the years, Shaw. Okay, any questions been called? Secretary, please call the roll.
Leetta Simpson. Yes. Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narcovic.
No.
Rena Tiger.
No.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narcovic.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
No.
Ann Borba.
No.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesley.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Ensign-Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
No.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 20 yeses, 5 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 20 yes, 5 no, 0 abstentions, TO 2025-05 has been approved. TO 2025-06, Representative Thunder.
A tribal ordinance of the Nation of Oklahoma, amending Title 22 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws. I make a motion to approve and I ask for a second. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Ms. Yethlis. Yes, Lith. Representative McCoy.
I have a question for, I guess, is Ms. Walker here?
She is currently here, yes. Ms. Walker, if you could, please. And then Representative Emerton, I'll recognize you after she's come. Might have to turn it off. Show you.
Hi, Shirley. So my band, we had a few questions on line item where it starts 54, on 54. If you want to flip to that in your packet. Where it says, members of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma shall belong to their mother's band, provided that in the event a member's mother is not of Seminole Indian descent, removing a member of the Seminole Nation, such member shall be entitled to membership in the band of such member's father. One must remain in his own band. Currently, before we change this, or if this changes, does it move any people in or out of their bands based on the member's mother is not of Seminole Indian descent?
Okay, so when we enroll a person and they do a CDI.
Do you mind speaking in the microphone? I'm sorry.
Their ancestry is traced back through the mother, and that's the roll number we use to enroll that person.
But if their mother were to relinquish and, say they're a member of, I know you can't be a member of 2 tribes, but they relinquish their Seminole and they go to somewhere else, but their father is Seminole, they still have to stay in that lineage even though their mother isn't enrolled in Seminole just because of the Seminole descent?
Yeah, so that's a current practice that is already being utilized. This would amend the law to where it is what we're already practicing, because it goes off of the 8x10.
Yeah, it just clarifies it, because we had some question the last time, but if the mother is not active in the Seminole tribe and the father wants to take the child, go to their band meeting and all that, they can write us a letter and say, can we move this person to that band?
Oh, you can?
We can do that, but we still have to trace their ancestry to count that Seminole blood.
And you have to look at it
back to the enrolled Seminole.
like what if the mother passes away before the enrollment?
Okay.
It would capture all of that, and it's already practiced. It just catches the law up to where it needs to be.
Widow.
Representative Emerton.
My band would like to see if a friendly amendment to strike out on row 86, strike out and put no expiration date instead of an expiration of 3 years. And also the line 135, instead of shall, they asked if it could be changed to may.
Okay. Currently, our cards have no expiration date on them, and a lot of places when, they go in and use their card for an ID, they want an expiration date on it, and it also helps the enrollment office. The card is expiring, not the membership. So if we have that date on there, maybe people will come in more and update at least every 3 years, so we can keep our records current.
So Representative Emerton, were you asking that as a friendly amendment or a question?
Yes, a friendly amendment.
Okay, would that be accepted by the sponsor?
Well, seeing that we're in the process of going with the real ID, I'm gonna have to say no just for that.
And I think the discussion around that is there's places that will accept it as long as it is listed as non-expiring as opposed to not having an expiration date on that. I know there's a lot of agencies that will put no expiration date, because you can utilize that for flying through TSA, but again, there's certain things like federal buildings that you cannot use that for. So I think that was the intent. So that friendly amendment is not accepted.
So the other friendly amendment was 135, change it from shall to may.
Just verbiage.
Just
Okay.
verbiage. And she said she'd accept that one.
Okay.
I'll accept that.
Representative Shaw.
We have a situation that's catch-22 for a family. They're Canadians again. Canadians, they do not register as Native Americans because they're not Americans, they're considered Canadians. And there's got to be an exception in there that you don't know their mother unless they write down that's their mother. The thing is, why can't they follow their father?
I don't want to discuss that right now because we have an appeal in the process. And I don't think it's up to us to do that or change anything in the code of laws.
Well, we're doing it now.
I mean, like changing what you're saying.
That's what you're saying right there. You're saying that they can't follow their mother.
Well, if the mother is not, you're saying the mother is Seminole and Canadian?
Well, we had back before, this has come before the council before, years ago, that a lady from Saskatchewan and her husband, they both live in Saskatchewan. She's half Seminole, half Creek. He enrolled Seminole. She went Creek with her daughter. She took her daughter and went Creek. The daughter relinquished from the Creeks and came up here and joined her father's band. She sat right here on this council with me. So, you know, we're kind of talking out both sides of our mouths here.
And I think this would offer clarity to avoid that, so that wouldn't happen, because I'm familiar with what you're referring to.
I know the appeal case you're talking about, and I don't see why. That's a no-brainer. They're not American Indian. They're
Well, this council is the legislative body, and this council does have the ability to determine its membership. So I think that's something that probably warrants a little further discussion and not to be so hasty as a verbal, but
it's not coming to this council. And for I guess clarification.
Well, we're just saying, we're doing that to put them in the right band, but if the father wants to change the band, if they write us a letter, we do go ahead and change the band.
Right.
So in other words, if the father just writes you a letter telling you that she's my daughter, then the mother, regardless of what they are.
That he's gonna take his daughter to his band and let her participate there. And that's the way he's gonna raise her. I don't know if you recall when the Mississippi band had, the council told the enrollment office, I wasn't in there then, to put everybody in their right band. And there was some changes made. And when these people grew up going to Mississippi band thinking that's what they were.
Well.
So.
Okay, and we are getting close to our, trying to get to everyone. But thank you, Representative Shaw.
I would like to know the outcome, personally, would like to know the outcome of this, because I'm going to go to that father and I'm going to tell him to write a letter to you.
Okay.
Let y'all know that he wants those kids in his band.
Yeah, that.
Okay.
Okay, thank.
Council, you hear it?
Okay. Do you yield the floor, Representative Shaw? Okay, thank you. Representative Billy, and then we'll come across to Fulbright.
Okay, in reference to that, for Article 12, the Bill of Rights, I'm going to read what it says in here. Members of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma shall belong to the mother's band. Understand? Provided that in the event a member's mother is not a member of the Seminole Nation, such member shall be entitled to membership in the band of such member's father.
You're absolutely correct. And again, I will restate what I stated, is this legislative body has the ability to determine its membership.
I'm just saying, if you put another person on there, the mother on there, and she belongs to a Creek Nation, father shouldn't automatically go to the father's side?
Absolutely. In that case, and that's, again, again, I think that's what she was alluding to, is that it is in this specific case that we don't want to really discuss because it isn't an active appeal. But yeah, you are absolutely correct. And this body determines membership, but it has to be reflective in the code. So, okay, Representative Fulbright.
Okay, on the $5, I mean, if this passes today, I mean, it probably will, then an individual comes in Monday, they'll have a date on their card if they need to get a card.
No, I'm getting all this clarified because we're redesigning
Right.
our cards, and we have to tell our card maker, you know, the changes we want
So
made.
it won't be
and
until the
add
real IDs come out.
Yeah.
I mean, the,
No, that ETC, enhanced travel card, and the membership card are different. So this one pertains to the membership card.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah, not everyone's going to want a real ID. It does take a different background check. There's some other things that some of our memberships simply don't need or would want for that to
Yeah.
occur, to still receive all the benefits that you get. So,
Okay.
okay, Representative Billy, we'll come back to you, and I don't see any other hands, and we'll move on.
Couldn't we just make a resolution and just put you gotta update your card every 4 years and put an expression on it like that? Couldn't we do something like that?
Just do what now?
Couldn't we bring up a resolution to go ahead and just update your card every 4 years, so it expires every 4 years?
So you can ask for a friendly amendment to this ordinance to change the recommended language from 3 to 4 and see if the sponsor accepts.
That's why they don't accept a lot of the Seminole cards, because they have no expiration date.
Right.
Pig food, they have to do theirs every 4 years.
Right, and that was why the recommendation to put no expiration, because then it's clarifying that it is a lifetime card as opposed to there just isn't an expiration date. There's a lot of other tribal agencies that do utilize that, but that friendly amendment was not accepted. There is verbiage that states 3 years. So are you asking the sponsor for a friendly amendment to change that to every 4 years?
I would think that would be feasible. I would guess on that.
Okay, so just, does the sponsor accept that friendly amendment to change that from 3 to 4 years?
I'll take it.
She takes it. Okay, I see no other hands.
Question.
Question's been called. Secretary, please call the roll.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shirley.
Deanna Sampson,
No.
Anthony Conley,
No.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman, Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
David Narkemy,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslip,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Ensign Lena,
Yes.
Richmond Larney,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Abstain.
Charlie Hill,
Abstain.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton,
Yes.
I have 19 yeses, 4 noes, 2 abstain.
With a count of 19 yes, 4 no, and 2 abstentions, TO 2025-06 has been approved. Next item, TR 2025-30, Representative Pittman. Or Finance Committee, either or.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tribal resolution for the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the said budget, modification of the food distribution program, on Indian Reservation and incorporation of said budget of FY 2025. It's a comprehensive budget. Move adoption, ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Petit, second. We do have a representative from food distribution here, but this is pretty straightforward. Do y'all have any questions, concerns? Questions been called?
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
Out of a seat.
Rena Tiger. Yes. Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Pixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
David Narcome,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yesley,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Ensign Lena,
Yes.
Richmond Marnie,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 24 yeses, 0 no's, 0 abstain.
With a count of 24 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2025-30 has been approved. Next item, TR 2025-31, Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget modification for General Council stipends and incorporations of said budget in FYI 25 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriations. I move adoption and ask for a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Tom Palmer Band. Yep. Representative Fulbright.
Yeah, I want to know if the sponsor would take a friendly amendment to up the council stipends to $225? $250?
Hey, I don't know if she's being serious or not.
Did you, which one you want, 225 or 250?
250. I mean, we used to get 300.
You can waive it. You can request it every meeting to waive. Okay, we have a friendly amendment that would, and then also we need to ensure that that funding source does able to support that. So I would say if you're asking for a friendly amendment to raise that to,
If it's 250, if it funds it. If it can be funded.
No, listen, I'm willing to accept the 250 friendly amendment increase, provided that the funds are available.
contingent on funding
Contingent,
availability.
yes, to be contingent on funding, because we have a couple of more special call meetings.
Right,
And
'cause-
we don't have the budget for it, so we're trying to extend this to get those special call meetings covered as well.
Absolutely, because the
So-
way it is now, the
Yes.
remaining budget plus this is pays for 3.5 meetings. So I don't know how we would hold a 3.5 with the current amount that's in here. So with an additional 25 times 28, we're gonna have to look at that. So it's contingent on the funding.
It's, yes.
So the motion is that approved? Is that accepted too by the second?
Well, that
Okay.
one, can we wait to make it ineffective for the new fiscal year?
No, there's not enough money to pay the stipends for the remainder of this
I
term.
know, but for the increase.
I would say that would go through Finance Committee, and go from there.
Chief, that's a code amendment.
And that would be a code amendment, so
TO.
thank
Out
you
of
for
order.
that clarification.
It's out of
Sorry.
order.
So that's going to be out of order, yes.
Yeah.
Representative Petit.
Here, I think several in our band had a question about the fact that this is LATCF funds.
That's correct.
And since we've never received any kind of documentation in the cash balance sheet or anything like that regarding the remaining balances in that, I agree with what you stated about, will this be sufficient to cover us through the final because we don't know if we're gonna have 2 or 3 meetings in the next 90 days. You know, that, and that's, like I said, because it's dependent on the funding, because we don't know how much was ever reported to us.
It's out of order anyway.
Yeah, it's out of order, so,
It's out
but
of order.
not your question, but
Because it's an ordinance.
It's a code change.
Oh, okay.
So we can't do it.
Yeah,
Okay, well-
you can't change codes on the floor.
Well, I wouldn't want to change the code, I was just wanting to bring up the fact that we've never received any reporting of the LATCF funds. And when we passed TR 2024-04, which was to get a monthly cash balance sheet of all ARPA funds, well, that's LATCF is ARPA funds. So we just needed to know how much is in there. That's what, nobody knows.
yeah, and I
We
think
don't
for.
have a problem with the amounts and stuff, Ellie. It's just making sure we got funding. But kind of what you said, to
Yeah.
get the point of sufficient funding, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, so we can offer some clarification for those reporting.
Yeah.
Okay, I see no other hand. Representative Narkemy.
A few years ago, I don't think I was on council, thank you. I don't think I was on council at the time, but there was a time when the council didn't receive any pay.
It's at the preference and privilege of this council to waive
Correct.
their stipend every meeting if they choose to do so.
If we don't have
But
any funds, I don't see any problem with continuing to having special call meetings without getting paid until the next fiscal year.
Yeah,
It's only
that's
a few short months.
within your privilege to vote how your band
That's just
chose
my
to.
comment.
Okay, I see no other hands.
Question.
I'm going to recognize Mr. Hill. That was,
Mr. Chair, just a simple question for the sponsor. I think you wanted to jack it up.
It's out of.
that was out of order. So that's,
It's an ordinance, so I have to wait.
We got a new election coming up, next month, etc. We have new council reps. Like, they're getting paid the council reps, okay? Some probably be re-elected, whatever. If, I like for the council secretary to tell us, when they come in at noon, they lost half a day. So their pay will be cut in half, right?
correct.
I mean, that's where it still goes, right? Yeah. Or they leave, they're here till noon, they leave for the rest of the afternoon. It's still gonna be cut in half.
Yeah, this doesn't affect the code change, so that's still there. Yes, all right, thank you for that clarification. Any other hands? I saw an airplane over here. No, that wasn't a hand. Okay. Call for question. Please call the roll.
Deanna Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley. Yes. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes?
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
No?
Nancy Fixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
No.
David Narkemy.
No.
Joseph Philly.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslin.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
No.
Richmond Larney.
No.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 15 yeses, 10 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 15 yes, 10 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2025-31 has been approved. Next item of business, TR 2025-32, introduced by the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget modification for a tribal court and incorporation of said budget in the FY 2025 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriations. Move adoption and request a second.
Okay, Ms. Osborne did the second. Here. Leetta. Okay, I see no hands, no discussion. Going once, twice. Secretary, please call the roll.
Deanna Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
David Narkamy,
Yes.
Joseph Billy, Dolores Harjo,
Same.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
No.
Sina Yeslith,
No.
Lottie Cootie, Ensign Lena,
Yes.
Richmond Larney,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 15 yeses, 8 noes, 2 abstain.
With a count of 15 yes, 8 no, 2 abstentions, TR 2025-32 has been approved. Next item of business, TR 2025-33, again, Finance Committee. If you would introduce.
Tribal Resolution 2025-33. Tribal Resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving a new budget of the Older Americans Program 2025 budget and incorporation of said budget in the fiscal year 2025 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriation. I make a motion to approve and ask for a second.
Second by Ms. Yeslith. Okay, Representative Yeslith, and then we'll move to Representative Shaw.
I just need some clarification on 2025, this 33 and 38. We have it on his budget on 38. Is there a reason why? An explanation?
The director is here for 33 for this.
Can we have him come up?
Yes, yep. And then if you could just direct your questions on the other one to Mr. Narkamy would probably be more appropriate.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Jalen. I have a question. Okay, overlooking the budget and overlooking the resolutions, and as you've seen them yourself, 33 and 38, do you know if there's a difference between those and why we have your budget on here twice?
I'm not sure, but they're both the same Pathways grant. So that was a question I had as well, but I think it's the same amount. And that has to be wrong because they're already done with year one. Now, if we pass that today, we got an extension for year one, so November. So I was kind of confused on that because they're already into year two and year three. So I didn't know what that was, but I know that's the same grant that was granted to the Older American Program.
And this grant actually, it was awarded prior to you coming in.
Correct, yes, it was already there with the.
It's already under
yes,
Title VI and everything. Okay. All right,
Do you happen to have the award the award letter to ensure that those? Oh, okay.
And so I guess, Mr. Narkamy, John, can you please explain what's the difference between 33 and 38?
Just implementation, I mean, both groups can use it first.
So who's using 38?
That would be that's going to be a collaboration between the Seminole Nation and Oklahoma Healthcare Authority. Next
So
did the plan with the money calls first tribal initiative.
So
develop infrastructure plan for tribal 19, which is people that are either in nursing homes or intensive care units, and we should transfer the care to home care.
So Seminole Nation has this grant in 2 different programs under 2 different people for the same amounts?
I'm only aware of what
this purposes. I have no,
That's actually his program that was awarded to him under Martha Wynn. Title VI has this program already and has this budget. And so that's what he's been trying to get approved and going. And now number 38's on here under Seminole Nation having it with his budget amount.
yeah, I'm not aware of the, I'm just familiar that this is something that the Seminole Nation is going to cooperate with the Oklahoma Health Care Authority to pursue.
Yeah, we already have, there should have been we already have an MOU for it, right?
Yes, we're ready. Once the council passes, the money is there for us to spend. That's all we're waiting on.
Kathy, Representative McCoy, I don't know how much you would know on Pathways Grant, but can Seminole Nation carry 2 different Pathways grants? And I'm asking because she works.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know if
You're good.
Seminole Nation can carry 2 different Pathways grant under 2 different programs and have 2 budgets? Is that double dipping?
Representative Yeslith, I'm not allowed to speak to that. I may work at the Oklahoma Healthcare Authority, but I have a conflict of interest signed that I cannot engage in any conversations. I can just defer you back to reaching out to the director of that program.
Okay.
Yeah, Marcia, you're being requested to the floor. And Representative Shaw, I see your hand. I'll call on you once we're complete here. We're getting.
So I just want to say that I do know this grant, as y'all know, Jalen come up and presented it. It is with the Oklahoma Health Care Authority, and it is a Pathways grant to be able to keep elders 55 and older Medicaid approved in their homes and out of facilities. The question I have is what we were looking at is it's on here twice now under Jalen's Title VI program and now under the Seminole Nation, and it's his budget attached. So we didn't know why it was on here twice and under 2 different entities or programs.
I'm hoping it's just oversight and the wrong packet was attached to the backup.
Because I did get clarification, I did speak with OHCA Johnny Johnson, and because at first we thought, well, we were told that it was for WeWOCA, and as a government IHS entity, they can't hold that grant. It's only for tribal communities and tribal health programs.
So the only budget I know about is Jalen's, and I didn't know that anyone was trying to pass a different one for that.
So you only have Jalen's budget as far as under his program?
Yes.
Okay.
And like you guys all know, it was here for some years before it's even come now.
Okay. I guess when we get to 38, we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we'll address it when we get there.
Yeah, I just,
I'll table until I find out more
Okay.
about whether.
Okay, well, I yield the floor then, because I.
Okay, thank you. All right, Representative Shaw. Thank you, Marcia.
Takes right here, this is what my understanding is, that one is the Oklahoma Health Authority, and the other is a new budget. It doesn't say Oklahoma Health Care Authority, it just says new budget. I'm reading what's right here, I didn't bring my whole packet. Huh?
Jalen is in year 2, and he's extended 1 year and he's going in now to his 2 year.
We need this one to pass.
Year 1
Then we'll
budget
take the next one.
that he's already got. It's been awarded since 24. So I didn't know why it was on there twice, why his budget is under 2 different items. One's under his program, the other one's under Seminole Nation.
Well, what I'm looking at is that, one is with the Oklahoma Health Care Authority. I didn't completely understand that one because that's a new budget, it says. And so you got 2 different budgets. Who's responsible for getting these to us?
Say it again, I can't hear you.
Huh?
Say it louder, Wayne, I couldn't hear you.
Well, I'm needing, because if there's two budgets, right now it ultimately falls on you, Jalen.
Yes, sir.
So if you don't know, then who would know? Because this council needs to know before they can make an informed vote.
Well, and that's what we're saying was that mine has already been on there, and when we look, 38 is on there. So that's what we're discussing is we don't know where 38 came in at, but 38 is the same $98,000 that we was awarded for year one. The Oklahoma Healthcare Authority is already into year two. And the only reason why we got extension on year one is because the money has not been touched. So that's where right now we're at is why it's on 33 and 38.
And the sponsor of 38 is going to table.
And the other thing I was looking at on that budget is that it's not, what do you call it? Not family, but our people. Most of that money's going to one person. You got $80,000, over half of it's going to one person, when the other, and then it says 50% of it's paid here. I don't know where the other 50% was paid from. But it also states that, you're not giving more services to the people, and that's what we as a council need to be looking at is services to the people, and not to family, friends, or one group.
So when you're saying 50% here, 50% there, I don't know what you're talking about because this is a reimbursement grant. We're not paying in anything, or they're not matching the tribe. We got awarded the $98,000. It's a reimbursement. And so what we put in that plan was to put in ramps, handles in the showers, outside of the bathroom door, things like that is what's in that grant. That's where we got the 98. And then when we did year two, we added more and we wanted to bring in a nurse, and then we already got that as well. We're not matching them. It's a reimbursement grant from the state of Oklahoma.
My feeling that nothing against you, but it needs to be clarified before it comes back before me for a vote anyway, because right now, I might say $80,000 or $40,000 and vote yes on it, and next month, they say, we gotta pay it back. And they say, well, general counsel signed it.
Well, and again, this is the second time that it's come back. It was withdrawn and then presented to Finance Committee. It's gone through that process. So it's come back a second time, but it's just as a new resolution because the first one was withdrawn. Okay, I'm gonna, go ahead, sorry.
So what do we do? How do we clarify that for our curiosity, I guess, or the people's information?
On how it's gonna be utilized?
No, how we're gonna clarify two of them when he's not really sure.
The other one is gonna simply be withdrawn or tabled so that we can come back and address it at a later date when we have that clarification. And if it was a mistake.
You're gonna withdraw, clarify 38 or 33?
38 is going to either be tabled or withdrawn for clarification purposes. But for this one, we do know for a fact, we have year one, year two. This is the second time it's been brought to council, and that's why we're presenting it today.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, okay. Representative Billy, then we'll come across to Petite, and then we are at time.
On your budget here, this is going to cover an administrative assistant?
Yes, sir.
Do you have one already in place?
No, sir.
Because I've heard different, and I'm not going to get into that, but I hear there's somebody else in there already doing this job.
I'm the only one that does the job. There's no other office person there. The rest are all in the kitchen. They're kitchen staff. I'm the only one in the office. So I do all of our bills, payables, manage all our grants. I do all of that on my own. There's no one else there.
Okay, Representative Petite.
All right. The facilities had a concern about this, mostly because both those I guess resolutions had the $98,000 in there. But what we spoke about is somewhat similar to what Representative Shaw indicated, is would you accept a friendly amendment to reduce this salary down to $15 an hour? And that way, that person, because their requirements are only be a high school diploma or a GED to be in that position, but yet, it's because they'll have to have some computer skills, it would be a little bit more, of a person that would have some knowledge in that area. But then that would still make that a little over $31,000 salary. And then it reduces your FICA scores, FICA charges and stuff like that. And you could put those funds, because it's reimbursable, back into servicing our members. Would y'all accept that? Finance Committee accept that?
I was going to say it would be up to the sponsor. And I, just from conversation again, we just recommend that it be approved, hopefully, in whatever form it can be. So,
Representative Gonzalez, would you give that explanation?
No, I don't accept that, because this is according to our wage scale, and this would then have to go back to HR, and they would have to reevaluate the whole job and lower the whole position down and pay scale. I do not accept that.
This budget has also come through Finance Committee as well. And the Finance Committee has reviewed the pay scale and the approval of HR. Before it comes to Finance Committee, it has to be approved. But because it is a reimbursement grant, they've already gotten everything approved. And this is the second year. So we will be changing something in midterm of the grant. Once the grant expires, if they want to lower the rate, then we have to send it back to HR, and then it has to be approved, and the sliding scale has to change. We have a two-step process where you can't get a raise until you've spent 2 years on the job, and then it changes. If there's nobody there, they don't have 2 years on the job to be evaluated as to whether or not they should step up or step down. So if they're in the role and they're not doing their job, then you can change their salary to go down. But it would stay the same unless they received a negative evaluation.
Okay.
Is there language in the grant that says that you actually have to have this person employed? If not, then you can spend $98,000.
No, the grant's already been received. The grant's already been approved for what they
It's
submitted.
reimbursable. That's the statement that we were looking at. And if you incur the expense, then that's reimbursable. You send that in, and then they reimburse you back for what you were out of pocket expense. That's the way we were interpreting the way this read.
Right. No, they've already been reimbursed for what was spent. So what is now been given to them is what's owed to them to do what they put in the grant. We can't change the grant.
You're saying you've already spent $98,000?
No.
We're saying that they've received it. It's not spent. It's there.
How did they receive it if it's reimbursed?
Because it's a 2-year grant. They received the first year, and now this resolution allows that when we receive the second year, they get to do what they want to do with it, and this was a part of the proposal.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Well, I'd like to take a vote on that, turning that down.
So, go ahead, Representative Gonzalez.
First of all, this is not a grant, this is a reimbursement. This money came in last year, July 2025. It is on your documents that you have. 2025, and they have until the end of June 30th to spend this money, $98,000. This money was sitting with our controller at the time, who never processed it. So that's why he knew he had the money. We brought it to the council verbally the last time, and we said it didn't go to the finance committee.
Right.
So then a budget was created and now it's here. So this money is money that's due them. It's reimbursement for monies that are already spent, and it has to be spent by June the 30th.
Yeah, so if this measure fails today, we're basically losing that service that we would be giving our elders.
Give the council for
It's not 30 days. It's already, what would happen is, he's gotta have a process and procedures to spend it, because the finance committee has already approved it. This is the only time. If it fails today, he would have to resubmit a new budget, and we would have to come back in for a special council meeting to approve the next budget, which then wouldn't give him a payroll cycle.
Okay, let's, I appreciate the clarification, but let's not talk across the floor. Let's recognize, I'm going to recognize as I've seen everybody's hands up, Representative Narkamy.
On your, is your assistant exclusive to older Americans, or does it include patients with disabilities as well?
It's with both. So also it's gonna help them renew Medicare, Medicaid. It's gonna help them get on food stamps, renew their food stamps. It's gonna help them fix all of that within the grant. And let me just let you know, that OAP program is more than just feeding your elders, okay? It's not a one-man team. You have your caregiver part, which takes care of them, and then you have your older American part. And so if I'm not in the office, nothing is done. If I'm out, if I'm sick or something, it waits until I get back, because there's no one there to take over signature authority. And so that's kind of where we are really in need of an admin assistant to help with those situations. That way, if something is gone, then they're there to have that signature authority if there's a bill or an emergency that needs to be walked through.
That was just my question. If you're finding exclusive older Americans, or it doesn't include adults with disabilities?
Yes, it does include it.
Well, I think we have time to take this vote and then choose to extend. All right, Jalen, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley. Yes. John Narkamy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Pixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
No.
David Narkamy.
No.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo.
No.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Abstain.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Danita Harjo.
No.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I had 18 yeses, 6 noes, 1 abstain.
With a count of 18 yes, 6 no, 1 abstention, TR 2025-33 has been approved. Next item, TR 2025-34, Finance Committee.
A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the use of.
No, we do need to extend the time, and then we'll move into this one. Representative Narkamy.
Second.
Okay, is there any objections? By consensus, that measure has been approved. Representative Gonzalez, please continue.
Okay. Tribal Resolution 2025-34. Tribal Resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the use of reserved treaty rights, lands, program funding to finance an archaeology survey and other activities to support a controlled burn on tribal land near Bow Lakes and incorporation of said budget in the comprehensive budget. I make a motion to approve and ask for a second.
Second.
Got a second by Anastasia Pittman. Representative Petit.
Okay, Chair, I need to ask this. Is this property down here that they call the self-property, is this where this is supposed to happen?
That is correct. This is,
The bison barn is essentially what it was.
yes, this is a continuation of that's been going on for years.
570 acres or 500, and that's all they're looking at? Because, and the only reason I want to say this is when I was working with the BIA, because I was helping CENDOC with that bison program, I met with them, and they asked me to do that. I contacted our own historical preservation, spoke to them, and in fact, I can't remember the gentleman's name now, he's no longer with them, but he was wanting CENDOC to send him to school so he could be an authority in that to do that for us. In the meantime, I was contacted by another person who said, well, the Creeks have a program to that effect, and their price at that time was about $80,000 to do that same study, and that the BIA would reimburse us back, I guess CENDOC or whoever to buy some program to do that for $80,000. And what we're wondering is, where did we come up with this $290,000 figure?
I can't answer that. I mean,
Do
but this
y'all
is a
know?
continuation of that phase is what that is. I know about 200 acres burnt for free down there earlier this year.
That's all we need, some justification is, because like I said, the figures that I was given when I was serving on the, Intertribal Buffalo Council Board there to get that done, that was what we had, gotten. I think that Mr. Geddes and I worked together to get that worked out with the Creeks for that.
Yeah,
And like I said, that, I understand inflation, but not 3.5 times what it was.
And to my understanding, there's equipment that's on there, there's the survey, and then there's actual operating costs that's broke down in the budget for what the purposes of that is for.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Do you yield the floor? Okay. I'm going to call it how I've seen it. Representative Gonzalez, then we'll come across to Representative Larney.
Yes, you know that this is in phases. This is the, well, phase 1 activities was in 2024. This budget adds the funds to complete phase 2, $85,000, and phase 3. So it's 2 phases together, which comes up to $295,000. In my band meeting, the question was brought up. I was unaware of this. I don't know if you are aware of this, but at the time that they did the survey in phase 1, did they find tribal graves in that area?
Yes. To my understanding, there's 2 cemeteries on that property.
Has historic preservation been able to preserve that area?
Depends on what you mean by preserve.
From what I understood, they were going to enclose it with the fence so that the buffaloes wouldn't go in there and destroy the graves.
So it has not been fenced. I know we do have some cultural aspects as far as fencing, but those are, again, old historic cemetery sites. But I do know that they will be protected in the sense of they will not, there'll be fire breaks so they don't burn. I think after that's completed, then they would probably do that.
They were concerned about the graves actually burning.
Yes, and so this would provide for plans to ensure that they do not.
Okay, that was our concern.
Yes, and that's part of that survey, is to make sure that all those sites are protected. Okay, Representative Larney.
Yes. It's my question to you. In here, it says purchase, are you gonna purchase or lease the equipment? Like the skid steer and all that stuff? Is it rental or is it leased?
I have no idea what it is.
Because my concern is, because if it's purchased, then who owns it? Seminole Nation or CENDOC?
Well, it says other operating costs, rental of equipment.
And then next line says purchase.
Yeah, it's purchase underneath that.
Yeah, both.
Oh, they're purchasing this.
So who would own it? Who would own that, like, for that, say, for example, is it a skid steer bulldozer? Who would own that?
Well, everything's owned by the Seminole Nation.
Are you sure?
Absolutely, that's right.
Okay. And then, Do you think they need to pay indirect costs to the Seminole Nation?
That they need to do what?
Pay indirect costs to the Seminole Nation?
Well, usually it's, no, I don't believe so.
I think there's certain provisions that determine the amount of
The
indirect
BRA
cost.
does not require
Yeah.
it. You know,
So-
if you have a grant, the grant will say so much indirect cost is required for you to accept that grant. They're not requiring that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Narkemy.
I mean, do you know, since the issue has been brought up, that there are two cemeteries on this lane, is there a plan to address them? What to do with those cemeteries?
As far as protection, yes.
Not protection. I mean, sooner or later, we're gonna have license roaming around on that area.
And that's what I mean by protection, is there is, HPO did receive grant funds. They have not been, we've got the award letter last week that will allow for fencing of those. And that's why I bring up that cultural aspect, where I know you don't fence a cemetery, it fills up faster. But again, that's a 200-year-old cemetery. That is correct. That's the intention of that grant. So that will go before Finance Committee and then be brought to the council. Okay, I see no other hands. Please call the roll.
Leetta Simpson. Yes. Anthony Conley. Yes. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
No.
David Narkemy.
No.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo. Representative Petit, what did you say?
No. No. She's making a correction, make sure it's correct.
Karen Fulbright.
Okay, we're good.
Ann Borba? Yes. Stephanie Lambert?
No.
Zena Yesley?
No.
Lottie Cootie?
No.
Hinson Lena?
Yes.
Richmond Lardy?
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder?
Yes.
Wayne Shaw?
Yes.
Catherine McCoy?
No.
Charlie Hill?
No.
Danita Harjo?
Yes.
Desiree Emerton?
Yes.
14 yeses, 11 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 14 yes, 11 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2025-34 has been approved. Next item, TR 2025-35, Representative Petit.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma directing the treasurer to establish an interest-bearing account or accounts for American Rescue Plan Act ARPA interest funds. I make a motion, ask for a second.
Okay, we got a motion by Petit, second by Representative Narkemy. Representative Emerton.
Yes, my band asked for more details. They would like to know where the money is, and is it movable or is it in a CD? And if it's in different accounts, do they have the same interest rate, or is one higher than the other? To make sure that we get the most out of our money and pull it out.
That's understandable. The information that I've received, and which I'm sure each of you have, if you use the portal, is we received a notice back in January 3rd that the November earned interest was at Security State Bank of $22,466.64, and Bank First had $1,143,298.91. For those totals, $1,165,765.55. and there's a note down at the bottom that said interest earned from ARPA appropriations. Amount reflects interest earned through November 2024. So I would, according to any request we make of the treasurer, we should be able to find out what that current amount is. But then it's also in the resolution that as those monies accrue, now, as far as telling you how they're deposited, I don't know if they're in money markets, CDs, or whatever, but there are funds to use according to the ARPA guidelines.
My band asked to table it, so I'm asking for a table.
Okay, we have tables are undebatable. Secretary, please call the roll. This is to table TR 2025-35. Oh, sorry, do we have a second? We have a second. Thank you for that correction. This is to table TR 2025-35.
Leatta Sampson. No. Anthony Conley. No. John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Terry Edwards.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
No.
David Narcome.
No.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo. No. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslet.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Ensign Lena.
No.
Richmond Marmy.
No.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Danita Harjo.
No.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 9 yeses, 16 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, with a count of 9 yes, 16 no, 0 abstentions, to table TR 2025-35 has failed. We are back to the original motion and second to approve. Representative Narcome.
I would get council's permission, I'd like the treasurer to go out and address this.
Okay. Bill, if you could, got some questions. It is.
Yes. Yes. Well, first of all, these ARPA accounts have already have an interest-bearing account. Okay, these accounts already have interest-bearing accounts. So, I mean, there's really no need for this resolution, to be honest with you. Because we addressed this back when, I believe it was in October. I met with all the banks, and we got the best interest rates. So, I mean, there's interest-bearing accounts, so.
Okay, so he is stating that these funds are already invested in, or they are in interest-bearing accounts.
Yes.
And I think what the concern was if these are removed from their current account, would there be any penalties to move them into essentially the same interest-bearing account, but all of them are collectively there? As all of the collective interest is in one account, which I understand the intent, but I think their question was, is there going to be any penalties?
No.
By moving those as opposed to just leaving them in their current state?
We can just leave them on current state, and I mean, they won't give us any penalty or anything if you have to move them, but it's best to just leave them there as it is now, because I've negotiated a lot of, the interest on these accounts, so.
Okay, so it is in his recommendation that it be left in their current state. Okay. Representative Petit.
Okay. Mr. Lonnie, I don't have a problem with where they're invested if they're drawing good interest rates and everything like that. That's not a problem. I think what we need to concern ourselves with this interest is that's the funds and it states in the ARPA guidelines that any interest earned, we can use it for our own accord. Whatever we want to do with it, it's ours. But it did suggest that you supplement any programs that you have that might be needed. And what our concern is, facilities is that because we've talked about today about we're potentially going to be losing some grant money and stuff for the food services and stuff like that. And all we want is set that money aside so that if this council is faced with a situation where the food services of our nation need some additional funds, we can take money from that and put that into supplement those programs right there. Because we feel like it's an obligation, we need to spend money in that direction and not on some other things. Because, we've already, when we sold the Phillips property, we set aside certain monies for an account according to what Representative Shaw did. And so we've set that aside. So that's all that we're wanting to do is make sure that nobody can access that money except this council to use in the event that we need it to supplement some other programs. And that's the purpose for this whole resolution.
Yeah, that's your call. I mean, as far as that goes, I mean, I'm just the caretaker of the money.
And it's understandable.
Yeah.
And like I said, you've probably put it in accounts that are good interest-bearing accounts.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem with that. Although it doesn't say, we don't even know, because it's been 6 months essentially now, how much this amount's increased. But I think it says in the resolution that we will be kept abreast of how much that's accumulated, so we'll know how much more funds we have available should the need arise.
Right.
And that's what we want to do. It's just like
well, there's no problem.
Don't have a problem with where you've got it, stuff like that. We just want a resolution saying that nobody can touch that money except through the authorization of this council. Because it was never budgeted. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, and thank you for stating that, because as we know, every dollar that does come in should come to the general council for an appropriation through the finance committee. So if it is the council's wishes to create a contingency budget, which we are going to need going into this, the rest of this federal term, we're going to have some contingencies. So we can identify these funds as part of that contingency to supplement in whatever areas that we choose. It could be an outline that we choose for food sovereignty, or we use it for salary, or we use it for program support. That can be done with this. So then it is earmarked, and it could be defined that any other interests automatically roll into that. So Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brother Bill, would you clarify for us, is it already in our codes that you are supposed to give us an update and outline of any accounts or interests?
Well, I don't, you say, is it in the code?
Yeah, is it in our, do we have a resolution already stating that? Or is it in our constitution that you had to do this with the ARPA funds?
Now, as far as, okay, repeat your question again so I can.
I'm asking, do we have a directive, whether it's in our codes or did we pass a resolution?
That I do not know.
Okay.
There was a request from council to put them in interest-bearing accounts because, as we know, when they came in April, May of 21, they sat until September of 21 in a non-interest-bearing account.
And we asked for them to be removed and put in interest-bearing accounts.
It was something that we took, the treasurer and executive took upon themselves to put that in interest-bearing accounts, and then the question came from council, and the request came from council to do that because those monies weren't appropriated to anything, so some of those were put into some better areas than others as we were developing those plans.
So then we do not have, because it was done by executive order, we don't have anything in place that says this general counsel is to receive quarterly reports or anything.
Well, in Title 14, yes, there are. Yeah, in the finance code.
In the finance code, we have it.
And the way those are, I don't think those are itemized as interest as opposed to these are the appropriated bank accounts. You would have to read how that report is presented to you.
So if this resolution passes today, it would clarify as to whether the general counsel received information on where those accounts are, what's in those accounts, and how much interest we're.
Not those accounts, it would just simply pull the existing interest and place it into one. And then he would have to do that every quarter, every month, every day, as those existing dollars that are in those appropriated budgets that we're utilizing for projects to roll over.
Okay, so as we have, what we currently have now is the only thing we have is in the finance codes, that everything that we get comes through finance committee, but we don't, as a council, get a report on the interest that we're accruing in the accounts that the executive team.
He could create a row for that in his budget reports or in his reports to council. Yeah, he could create it. Representative Petit, and then we're getting close to time.
Chair, I propose that all that he would have to do is under TO 2024-04 is that he add another line item down there, because where he lists all the encumbrances and everything on the cash balance sheet that he's to provide to us monthly, that he add another line down there and just put interest, and I wouldn't even think he could combine them into one figure, not do as he's done here, listed, a portion of it at Security State Bank and a portion at a different bank, but it could just be one line item in there showing what the accumulation of that amount is each month.
Well, the reason why I asked the question is because I want to know, is there a recommendation from this body required for him to add a line? Or is it a recommendation that we update our code of laws?
Well, I think the ordinance change states any ARPA funds, and that's ARPA funds accumulated interest. So that I would think would encompass that, what you're speaking about.
So he can already do it.
Yeah, he could already do it. Like I said, just add another line.
We've had 15 plus minutes of discussion.
I'm asking for it to be approved.
Okay, Representative Shaw, and then we're gonna.
He just mentioned a minute ago, we got $1 million, 20? Anyway, there's so much money there, it's more than $1 million. Do you know what it is as of today, since that was in November, today's interest that we've gained up to today?
Oh, yeah, we can pull it off the report, the bank statements. Tell you how much money's in there. In the account, yes.
I'd like to have that, because this money here, I hear we're gonna do a contingency plan. I don't think it's up to this council to do that. I think it'll be the next council who's gonna run into those problems that we're gonna need to supplement some of our programs. Okay, the interest rate, as of November the 24th, $1,165,765.55. So what have we received since that time?
Well, I can't tell you right now, but I can get it for you.
Please get it out. I think the council would like to know too. I know the people would like to know, because when I go to band meeting, that's all they talk about. Money, money, money. And so.
I'll tell you what, the reason I did this because I'm a tribal member myself. That's just my money as well as it is yours. So I have to safeguard that as well, so.
See, no more than written on there. It can be done every 30 days and take 15 minutes of your time. Oh, well, I got you up. I got a question. Do you have an assistant?
No.
Oh, you don't? Okay, no. That's what I wanted to know.
Okay.
I'm finished.
Question's been called. Secretary, please call the roll. Mr. Larney, thank you.
Okay. Now, somebody may help.
Anthony Conley. John Narkamy. John Narkamy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkamy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
No.
Ann Borba.
No.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslin.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
She said no. Just move on.
I was making sure.
Yeah.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
No.
I have 18 yeses, 6 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, with a count of 18 yes, 6 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2025-35 has been approved. This next item, I have a presentation, and then we'll open up to the 15 minutes of questions after the presentation. TR 2025-36, John Narkamy, Trust Fund Management.
Title resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma authorizing Alaska Investment Management, AIM, to submit an investment plan to the Secretary of Interior for approval, and upon approval, to manage the Adjournment Fund Program's trust funds. I second the motion and ask for a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Representative Fulbright. We do have the representatives here. Like I said, we're going to go through a short presentation, and then we'll open it up to the questions after, and we will hold that to the 15 after. That way we got time to present. Okay, yes, please. Yes, and if you'll just speak in the microphone, they'll hear. So when you need to do next slide, IT will move that. Okay.
Hello, everybody. It's been a very long day, and I know you all are tired. Investments are not always the most exciting thing to talk about, but we're excited to be here, and we really appreciate the opportunity. If you go to the next slide, before we get into the nitty-gritty, I do want to tell you a story about my first visit to Oklahoma last month. You had all just had that big flood from all the rain. Picture of the turtle. Yes. So I was driving to meet with another tribe, and on my way, I spotted this rock in the road, and I drove up to it, and I was like, oh my God, it's a turtle. I got out of my car, and I moved it out of the road, and I kept going forward, and there was another one, and there was another one. And after about the 10th, I couldn't stop and save any more turtles. And
I can actually attest that she did that again today in her heels.
Our road obstacles back up in Alaska are typically moose, which do not move out of the road and are much more tragic when you hit them. No, they go right through your windshield. But if you can go to the next slide, Waka is what we say for hello in the Bristol Bay Area. My name is Allison Capps, and I am a born and raised Alaskan. My mom is an Alaska Native shareholder for the Cook Inlet region. She's Athabascan. And then my dad, through my grandfather, I'm a non-enrolled Cherokee Blackfeet. As a lifelong Alaskan, I have a huge passion for fishing. That is what keeps me sane in the summer, but also for financial education. I am an accredited investment fiduciary, and will be giving the educational part of today's presentation. Along with me is our Chief Investment Officer of AIM, Adam Tosh. Adam, take it away.
Good evening, everyone. As Allison said, I am Adam Tosh. I head up Alaska Investment Management. We are a subsidiary of Bristol Bay Native Corporation. We serve over 11,000 Alaska Native shareholders. We call them shareholders, you call them tribal members here. Just a little bit of background about myself. I'm a registered investment advisor with AIM. I have over 30 years of institutional investment experience. I hold the Chartered Financial Analyst and Chartered Alternative Investment Analyst designations. And when I'm not investing, which is my passion, you'll often find me out fly fishing or backpacking in Alaska's great outdoors.
So we go to the next slide, and I'll tell you a little bit about how we even got here. How did Alaskans end up in Oklahoma? We were at the NFOA conference in New Orleans recently, where I met Assistant Chief Palmer, and through some networking, we began talking about finance. Again, that's my big passion, is financial education. We came to talk about the situation with the Adjournment Fund and the returns that it had had, and why us. Like I said, it resonates with me really personally. So the original intention was for me to come and give just an empowering educational talk about what's going on with the Adjournment Fund as it stands now. And as I learned more, I realized that there could be a need for advising as well. And that is why Adam is here with me today. He conducted some analysis on the portfolio as it stands and has some just feedback regarding what he has found.
So in my analysis, I took a look at your account statements. I learned a little bit more about your decision-making process and structure, and I dug into your programs and the funds and what they're intended for, just to get a general sense of their purpose. The good news is that your investment policy statement, your investment policy, is sound and appropriate for your return goals. The policy does not need to be changed. Unlike what you may have heard from other organizations, the policy is sound. It doesn't need to be changed. The bad news, though, is that you're drastically underperforming your return objectives. The true goal that you should have is to grow that money in a way that's appropriate for your return objectives and your risk tolerances. And however, I guess I would point out, though, that the way it's currently structured, underperforming the market by approximately 3% is just not acceptable. And what's even worse about that is that you're going after that in a way that is taking on even more risk than had you just invested in a U.S. Treasury bill.
A U.S. Treasury bill, if you are not familiar, is what's considered like a debt-free asset. They're not, risk-free asset. It's debt backed by the United States government. So they're technically risk-free. Of course, there's always risks with investing, but that's what's considered the easiest rate of return to achieve.
So the problem with your, no, thank you, Allison, that's exactly right, and I appreciate you defining that. So the problem with your current portfolio is that it's eating away at money that you could be earning and distributing to your people. It's our understanding that you've had to cut or eliminate some of your programs due to the underperformance in your portfolio, and that's simply just not okay. It's one thing if the whole market is going down and everybody's going down with it. And yes, things happen and markets have to be adjusted and portfolios have to be adjusted, and they will be adjusted during those time periods. But your underperformance is severe. So Allison's going to walk you through some slides here in a moment to help you connect some of the dots. But I just wanted to mention that Alaska Investment Management last year outperformed the T-bill with our strategy, and we did it with lower risk. And you might ask yourself, well, how do we do that? Well, we have a very experienced investment team with over 55 years of combined investment experience. We monitor and manage the money on a daily basis with the whole aim of growing that money and making it work harder for you. Now, I think we're going to move to one slide forward. There's a graph that's going to be up next that's going to give you a comparison to the U.S. Treasury bill in your portfolio. And it's going to show you a very simplistic explanation of what happened in 2024. Now, unfortunately, money was left on the table, almost $1 million. The box on the right of that slide highlights some of the programs that you could have possibly improved if you had had that extra money in your pocket.
So as we step into this, we're going to go to the education part. We're all going to learn something, hopefully. And the real highlight here is how the Treasury bill did, right? It earned over 5% last year. And in looking at the portfolios, our job as we talk to clients, we talk to tribes, we talk to Western institutions, is to see how things go. And it's not uncommon to find portfolios that did close to the market, but there are certain portfolios that drastically underperformed. We see that gap as a performance gap. It's money left on the table, like Adam said, in some cases up to 7 figures, millions of dollars. But that prompts us why we're here today. Passive management is one aspect of investing and active management is another. Although your portfolio is invested currently and there is a person on it, management that doesn't pay attention to your investments every single day. Has anybody ever watched the NASDAQ or the S&P 500 on their phone? Yes. Yeah, how quickly does it change? Constantly, every minute. We monitor things consistently as active managers, right? And so the clear delineation here of how you've gotten to where how people get to where they have gotten, if they're underperforming, is often that separation between active and passive. So a passive portfolio does not assess changing market conditions as they happen. If there's someone watching, they're probably not watching well enough. And if there's no one watching, often those portfolios are in set it and forget it mode from automations and formulas. You can do that with multiple institutions. But they follow that preset path. And if you ever have questions as an investor, there's no one to talk to. I don't know about you, but I'm a talker. If something's going wrong, I want to ask a question. And as we've sat out there all day, I can tell that you guys also like to have that person to inquire with. It's important to also point out that passive investing and choosing to be in a passive strategy is not a neutral action. You are choosing an active investment strategy by choosing a passive strategy. You are doing something by doing that. Now let's flip the other side of the coin and talk about what active management is. That's going to be oversight, being intentional with your funds, continuous monitoring, but my very favorite part and why I'm actually in finance is the relationships that come from it. Building trustworthy relationships with your investor, as an investor, with an investment team, with a client service team, and knowing that you have someone to call if you have a question, or better yet, knowing that as an investor, someone will call you if opportunities or risks arise. That's really important. Switching from passive to active is a fairly simple process. A lot of times people think it can be very cumbersome, lots of paperwork, lots of da-da-da, but that's also the role of an active manager. As you go to look for active managers, if that's something you choose to move forward with, they should help you with that, right? And that's something that a lot of firms do highlight. Now, I want to pause on the idea of education and kind of pull some heartstrings here, hopefully, because this is where my passion actually comes in. The investment world is really complicated. It's complicated even for me. That's why I bring this one around. It's also pretty scary, but I believe that when people are empowered with knowledge, they make better decisions. With confidence and peace of mind, not just personally, but also professionally. If you've ever felt hesitant to ask a question about investments, or you are unsure about something, I am inviting you to ask, to explore, and to learn. There are no bad questions, there are only opportunities. Make the money work harder for you. That is literally the goal of investments. We're not here to tell you what to do. I know you've probably heard lots of those speeches before, but I'm not an investment advisor. That's his job. Together, we are just here to provide clear educational insight so that when you have questions, you feel empowered to ask them. Next slide, please.
So what would the next step look like for you if you were to approve the bill? Well, we would prepare an investment plan for you. We wouldn't change your investment policy, but you would transition from passive, to an active approach. With the product that AIM offers, and we call that our STIP, or short-term investment portfolio, we've been managing this successfully for the Bristol Bay Native Corporation for almost 8 years now. As previously mentioned, the STIP has outperformed the T-bill, outperformed your portfolio, and done it with comparable or much lower risk. Now, there would have to be some additional checks and balances put in place, such as a $35 million hard stop designed to protect you and the portfolio so that the assets don't fall below $35 million, or that $35 million floor that's so important to you all. I have to highlight that when I was looking at your 2024 statements, I got the sense that you were basically forgotten, trapped in a passively managed desert, and the nation actually went under that $35 million floor last year. That simply shouldn't happen again. By making a change to active management, we believe you can improve things. Stewardship is near and dear to our hearts. As a native entity, we understand that these funds represent more to you than just fiduciary duty. They're material to your people's well-being. Would we be honored to be your investment manager? Of course we would. Our mission is to promote financial stewardship for organizations like yours, councils like yours, to help you grow that money so that we can help you use those funds and reinstate your programs. The opportunity is there for you. You can be the ones to make the change.
So we can go to the next slide, and as we round out, I will just say that I hope you feel like you've learned something. We tried to make it not a drag-on, forever-minute presentation. And as you evaluate the situation, trying to find your next lily pad. That's often a phrase I use when things feel difficult and you feel like you're underwater. All you need is a lily pad.
Passing the bill today would allow Alaska Investment Management to be actively engaged, to work with you so that we together can be the solution.
So thank you again for your time. We are very grateful and honored to be here. Do you know if we have audio on the screen?
I don't believe
We're gonna
we-
try,
I'm
and if
gonna
we
say
don't, I have a little speaker that I can connect it to.
I don't believe we do.
Okay.
That was the issues on Zoom. I can ask.
I'll get it set up in 2 seconds, do it myself. No big deal.
When we
I was
present
prepared for that.
in the Alaska bush, we don't have internet. We get outside of Anchorage. And so it's important to come prepared.
There's a projector and everything's on my computer too. Okay. So here we go.
Maybe we can time the video with her
Yeah.
pushing play.
Okay. Yes, well, while that loads. Would you mind speaking into the microphone? It's really difficult to hear.
How would you want to rate us as an investment person? Someone that is, we want to take a high risk, or someone kind of a moderate investment person?
Yeah,
Or
so
low
I'll
risk, because that I think we would be, and then to try to be kind of nice to what you stated, you almost kind of spoke like our trust fund management board didn't perform their duties that should have been done.
So,
Because it sounds like from what you said, with us walking away from $1 million, I mean, to me, that's on our council for not holding those people in those
Absolutely.
positions accountable.
yeah, absolutely.
And-
So
but
I won't.
That's what I'm concerned about. What kind of risk would you recommend that we would be?
Yeah, I'll let Adam give the specific advice, but the reason that we kind of came here today, and it's not something necessarily from the council directly, but the facts that brought us to come are because you do have a portfolio manager, right? And they're just choosing or have chosen to invest in things and then bonds, which is what you're in. As he mentioned, the policy is really good, but bonds expire. But you don't have to wait until they expire necessarily to trade them, right? And so that's the active part. So I'll let him talk a little bit more about the actual investment advice there, but that gives you a little more context to why it's not necessarily a fault of the trust fund board necessarily. It's multi-factor. It can be multi-factor.
Well, and that's something that I've tried to address with this council about why, because I think we may have been in CDs and stuff, was, sometimes you want to go ahead and cash a CD in to get a more favorable rate and accept the write-off on the penalty to do a greater return on your investment. And how you manage that little distance that may be to recover what your loss would be. And that's one of the things that I've often, our nation as a whole, the trust fund management board currently we have, that should have been something that we should have been taking into consideration. Although I'm not quite sure how that takes place because I've not been a part of it. I'm just talking from a personal aspect, but I've often wondered too, we were under the impression that, well, the federal government manages what our investments can be. And that's been my concern because I think initially we were told that we were drawing less than 1% on most of our funds. And that's kind of my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think the answer is there's a couple aspects to this. The $35 million floor, we would want to make sure that we didn't go below that. So there's a careful, cautionary, low-risk approach to that, and that's our STIP recommendation. You have money above that you could then take on greater risk. But unfortunately, it seems like the portfolio had about $40 million in it at one point, and you fell below 30. So you have about $5 million unrealized losses. Now, there are tax strategies or things if that were appropriate, but that's not what we were really trying to highlight, other than the fact that the folks at the federal government kind of just put you in at one point in time and then almost seemed like they just backed away. And no matter what was happening in the market, they just weren't making any adjustments to pivot the portfolio for you.
And before you continue, Adam, if you would highlight a little bit about CDs and then the investment policy that they have now, because those have come up a couple of times today.
Yeah, so CDs lock you in, whereas this would allow you to have liquidity for when you needed it, but with higher or more comparable rates. So you'd actually have more control over your money with an access to it. It wouldn't be locked up for 6 months or a year or for 5 years. Ooh. So it would give you more flexibility and hopefully a higher return at lower risk. That's what we try to do to make your money work harder for you.
Okay, and are you done with the presentation to, okay.
Oh, the video, I don't think.
Okay, no worries, okay. Okay, I'm gonna call it how I saw it when Mr. Petit was speaking, so we'll come to you and then we'll come across to Representative Larney. So, go ahead.
Okay, nice to have you here today, Allison and Adam Tosh.
Yes.
Well, I did an investigation on you. I got people in high places, and I invest. And it concerned me because a lack of experience, because AIM is a brand new company established in 2023 as the latest regulatory file. They report zero in assets under management, no clients, individual, institutional, and governmental, and a staff of just 4. What's troubling is AIM only carries a 10,000 surety bond, the bare minimum required by law. Okay? Firms managing tribal funds typically carry 6 or 7-figure liability coverage. AIM's only compensation model is percentage of assets under management with no current assets. This raises a question about the firm's financial stability and creates a dangerous incentive. They need our fund just to start making money. Adam Tosh, Chief Investment Officer. In 2009, while serving as the CIO for Kentucky Retirement Systems. Are you familiar with that?
I sure am.
Okay. Tosh recommended an investment in a hedge fund. That decision led to $2 million in undisclosed fees paid to a placement agent with whom he had a personal relationship. This was not disclosed to the board, though no laws were broken. Tosh violated internal policies. The matter was serious enough that it was referred to the SEC. Correct?
It is true that the SEC did conduct a review of the Kentucky retirement systems. I personally was never under investigation, though I cooperated fully with the SEC's informal inquiry into all of those matters, fully, transparently, and cooperatively, and I even provided sworn testimony.
Okay.
The results of that found no evidence of any wrongdoing or any reason to take action.
Just public record. AIM's Director, Marketing, Allison Capps, claims to have helped over 70,000 Alaskans to get financial relief during the pandemic, right? We searched public records, news articles, program reports, we found nothing. No evidence linking her name to any initiative of that scale. Also, too, do you remember about 11 o'clock phone call?
I do, yes.
Yes, to a tribal member?
I didn't make the phone call, I received the phone call.
Yeah, you was a tribal member, right?
Yeah, no, she was not a tribal member. She was the spouse of a tribal
Her
member.
husband is.
Yes, that's what she said on the board, on the
Okay,
phone call.
so I'm just curious, it was at 11 p.m.
11 p.m. Alaska time, so 2 a.m. Oklahoma time.
So you follow up with a call with him?
I did the following
Okay,
day.
all right. So, did you vet this company? John, did you look into this company?
Yes, I did.
Okay, did you find some of these?
There's no evidence of anything that they've done wrong.
Well, we're not saying they're wrong.
We're not talking about allegations.
It's not saying we're wrong, we're just saying they're a new company. And did you guys get 2 or 3 of them, or 3 of them at least, to see who's reputable and who's not?
I'm fully aware of everything you're talking about. And as I said, you're making allegations.
I'm not making allegations, I mean, just, it's on,
Oh, that's what you're doing, you're just making allegations.
Representative,
Offering
there is a graph that we do have that we can put up on the screen. I added that document to our flash drive.
Because you're
Although
SC registered investment advisor, CRD
We are
number
actually-
333034, right?
We are not registered with the SEC. We are currently registered with the state of Alaska. And that is a great point that you bring up about us being a new firm.
Right.
When new firms are established, they go through state registration typically first, and then pivot to the SEC registration once they reach a certain level of assets. Although we were a formed firm in 2023, we actually just finished our registration this past year. What we do have, and the reason this firm was created, was because we have 8 years of track record. It is not with AIM as we stand as an individual firm, but we were doing the investments for Bristol Bay Native Corporation as the investment department internally. Bristol Bay Native Corporation is the second largest company by revenue in the state of Alaska. And having our reputation that we do is a wonderful place to work and a very productive firm. We had colleagues around in our community asking us, well, will you help us manage our cash too? That is what prompted the creation of the company in 2023, and ultimately us taking that whole department out and creating our new aspect.
Okay, because I just, because this is a big, serious thing for us in our nation.
Absolutely.
So, in our judge fund, our trust fund, so. Thank you very much for answering those questions. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay, I'm going to call it how I saw it, which was we're coming to Representative Pittman, Narcomy, and then Representative Hill, and then Narcomy. This one. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for being here. Have you all received a balance sheet of all of our trust funds?
We were provided with statements, which we looked at in the analysis, and so they were.
Yes,
So-
and
Sorry.
so if you saw the balance and you saw the tenure of how long those funds were in those accounts in these local banks that we have, and did you?
We saw the ones that were in with the Secretary of the Interior currently, that 35 million, and then there's a couple that are, I think the biggest one after that was about 100,000.
Yeah, so what was provided to them is what's managed through the OST.
Okay, perfect. So did you see the percentage rates that they had agreed to?
Yeah, in general, those rates were sort of lower than we tend to earn for Bristol Bay Native Corporation. So last year, we earned 5.33%. The T-bill earned about 5.29, and as we know it, your combined portfolio earned about 2.49.
Yeah.
When you aggregate all of your different exposures together.
Well, we had to add them together because
Yes,
they
ma'am.
were actually at 1%.
Oh goodness, we did not see it.
They were actually lower than that. It's not until.
We didn't provide them with 22, 23. It was partial 23, 24, and then more the current up through March, I believe, so that it was the
Okay,
most
that's-
realistic numbers for the presentation.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, where you provided the correct information to be able to design something that this council can look at. Because before we approve something, we need to make sure you're given adequate information so that those accommodations of growing from 2% to 5%, Because when you go past 5%, the banks don't make any money, so they don't want to renegotiate your accounts.
Right.
And I know this because I brought a bank in to talk to our executive team, to share with them that they could move money around and that there are sometimes penalties when you take those trust funds, because you can't spend them, but if you move them, there's a penalty, but it may be better in the long run.
And so for clarity, they would not be moved. What's being proposed is that under OST, which is 20 CFR 25, under 900 and 1200, that's how these are managed. So what we would be requesting them to do is to submit a plan. There's a 60-day period for which the OST and the Bureau, they research that, they approve it or they disapprove it. If it's approved, then Warren, who is, our guy, is no longer our guy. There would be a contract that would be with them. It's a standard contract where there's a 90-day clause to terminate, things of that nature. They're built in so that we are at no risk should we choose to, go with a different route and put it back to Warren. Those things are in place, and they can be expounded upon if the council chooses.
Thank you for that clarification, because that was my concern as to how do you bring in a new agency or entity to manage our portfolios if they're not given accurate data.
Right, so they were given accurate data, and again, they would have to submit that plan. It would have to be approved. If it's not approved, the standing resolution is basically dead. Nothing happens. If it is approved, then step 2 of that would be to allow them or executive to execute that plan.
So we have to approve it before we even see a plan, and not have the plan first and then approve it?
That plan would have to be submitted, which is what they presented today. So what they presented today is the plan in not written form. So still, I'm going to call it how I called it, which was from her to Narcomy to Hill to Narcomy. So do you yield? Okay, she yields. Representative Narcomy.
Yes, the question is yes. When I first was made aware of this group, I did my research on them, I did my homework on them. I am aware of these allegations. That's all they are. There is no foundation or proof of anything. So I moved beyond that. I looked at their financial history. They are a new company, but this group did work with a larger group. And a whole truck. And that history is good. They have a very good history of producing results. So I am satisfied that this group will do their best for us. They are Native Americans, and that's the difference between the last 3 groups I talked to that both gave local banks. One of them was, I believe, native owned. This is, but they don't. What they were offering us was just what any bank would offer. No better deal, no. This group is at least offering to, as they said, actively invest. And before the question is, what is your opinion on this?
Our standard fee is 35 basis points. Sorry, go ahead.
Could you open slide 12 of the presentation? I put together, Adam calculated some numbers and I did the designing part for this chart that lays out fees. And Adam, if you want to talk about it.
So we just calculated what the T-bill return would be versus the portfolio earning that T-bill and subtracting out standard fees. And you can see that even with the fees, you would still outperform your current portfolio by, I think it's $842,000. So it's a considerable amount of money that you would have in your pockets. But we just use the basics because we don't know if the federal government is charging you a fee or what their expenses are or what that's reflected in withdrawn from your account. I can't. I just picked 35 because we used our standard fee, and as the account grows, it can also be tiered down because the fee becomes lower as the asset base gets bigger. Nothing more, nothing less than that.
Okay, Representative Hill, yes.
Yes, how many tribes do you all have enrolled in AIM at this time?
Yeah, for AIM right now, 3. We currently work with 3 tribes, and to address the assets under.
When you say 3 tribes, are you talking about?
Alaskan tribes.
Alaska,
Currently, yes. Yes. For the assets under management that was pointed out, that report was filed in February. That's the annual filing time for it every year. We currently manage about $11 million, and we just closed another account on Thursday that'll be bringing over about another 13 plus
another 15 in a settlement trust, and then we have a foundation that's coming on board, and that would be another 40 million approximately, thereabouts. And then there are a few others in the pipeline that are in Alaska. This is why this would be such a big honor for us, because you would be our first client in the lower 48.
Y'all been doing this for 8 years.
We've been managing the money internally at BB&C for 8 years, and then this new company, Alaska Investment Management, has been formed technically since 2023, but we officially opened our doors to start investing in February. Of course.
Yeah, we are getting close to. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, we got 4 minutes. Representative Narkami.
Talk fast.
Just pause. Representative Narkami.
Make a motion to extend our meeting again for 1 hour. Second.
Is there any objections? If not, it'll be by consensus.
Did we say 1 hour or until the agenda is complete?
So there's objections to that. We'll just accept the 1 hour and.
We're done early, we're done early. If we're done early, we won't know.
If we get it done early, we'll get done early, but, okay. Okay, carry on. Do we have any other questions? Representative Ida Gonzalez, then we'll come back to NARCOME, and then I think we're wrapped up.
What happens with our trust fund status?
Your trust fund would stay as is. We want it to be protected just like the trust funds that we manage for Bristol Bay and the other Alaska Village corporations. So the trust status has to remain intact, and that's tantamount to making this successful.
And what about the tax on what we earned? Because once it's, to me, I think it's like taking it out of trust. And I know that once you do that, then we are taxed on that.
So that would be something we would definitely, as we develop the final investment plan on paper to submit to the Secretary of Interior, that's a collaboration piece with your internal tax personnel so that we can make sure that that's all straightened out before. But as Adam said, it would remain in trust status.
Now, is there any guarantee to our funds?
Well, we can never guarantee anything. By law, securities law, that was pointed out, we can't guarantee something. We would work very hard to make sure that the assets are protected. And because they'd be custodied in the nation's name, not in our name, you have control over that money. You can move that as an organization. We do not take custody of the assets. So that 35 million can stay to you.
Once you invest it, it's up to us to say.
No, we do the direction and the investing. But what I'm trying to say is that money is locked in a lockbox. All we can do is call the bank and say, we bought a security and deliver money in or out. Or we sold a security and they deliver the securities in or out. We could never transfer the money out of the account to, say, Allison or myself or Bristol Bay or any other organization. It's your money, it's your protected. Only the nation's personnel can move the money, other than the settlement of the buys and sells of the securities.
All right, thank you.
Right, and under CFR 25, we can be as active as we want. We just have never done that. Historically, we have allowed Trust Fund Management Board to be that active participant. But as we know, for decades now, it has underperformed. We received these funds in mid-70s, right? So in 93 is whenever this became active, and it went from 35 million to 41. So you're talking a very long gap that we barely increased in our interest that we have operated on. So again, this is just an opportunity, first and foremost, educational piece, and then second, it's an opportunity. So,
Well, you know, because it was so low was because of the interest rates.
because of the strategy,
Because
that's
once
correct.
the interest rate, that's what it's being based on. It was so high because we had a lot of profit there. We even funded our casinos with it. We loaned out money with it. But once the interest rate kept dropping and dropping until it was like 0.5%, that's all we were earning.
That's all you were earning, and then unfortunately, it looked like the government then reinvested what was
Yes.
maturing into these much longer dated securities that were only earning 1.5%.
Yes.
Instead of selling them and reinvesting that money at a higher rate.
Yes, and not only that, but a few years ago, the accountant that we had passed away. And then once that happened, our account was distributed amongst, we don't know who. But yeah, we know.
Okay, we're going to call on Representative McCoy and then wrap this up.
My apologies if this has already been asked, but this is actually for you, Chair. Thank you for presenting, but what happened to the other, like, 4 banks that came and presented?
The council did not choose.
Is this all just part of the mix that we get to choose from, or?
The council took no motion on that. They never requested a bank to come back. They never requested anything. After that sat since January to, May, I realized there was no action going to be taken. That's whenever this opportunity to
Okay, thank you. My
present them.
band wanted me to ask that.
Okay.
But,
Thank you. Okay. All right, well, thank you so much for the presentation. And Secretary, call the roll. Did you?
I was just gonna, request a table, because we need more information to take it back for our hands.
Okay, we can, all right. Motion's been made to table. That is it's undebatable. We have a second by, okay, Representative Yesley. Okay, this is a motion to table.
Leanna Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narcome.
No.
Rena Tiger.
No.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards. Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
No.
David Narcome.
No.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo.
No.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
no.
Sina Yesley.
No.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Ensign Lena.
No.
Richmond Larney.
No.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Danita Harjo.
No.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 6 yeses, 18 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, the motion to table has failed with a count of 6 yes, 18 no, and 0 abstentions. We're back to the original motion and second to approve. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson. No. Anthony Conley. John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Terry Edwards.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixico.
No.
Leon Petit,
No.
David Narkemy,
No.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
No.
Ann Borba,
No.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yesley,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Ensign Lena,
No.
Richmond Larney,
No.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
No.
No, excuse me.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Desiree Emerton.
No.
I have 4 yeses, 21 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, with a count of 4 yes, 21 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2025-36 has failed. Next item, TR 2025-37, Representative Thunder.
Okay, a resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma certifying review of the Indian Housing Plan for the fiscal year 2026 and authorizing submission of the Indian Housing Plan for the fiscal year 2026 by the Housing Authority of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. I make a motion to approve and I ask for a second. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. I see no hands. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley, John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Pixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
David Narkemy,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yesley,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Ensign Lena,
Yes.
Richmond Larney,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 25 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 25 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2025-37 is passed unanimously. TR 2025-38, Representative Narkemy.
This one will be tabled until I can find out what
Okay, thank
what
you.
the story here is.
All right. Is there a second on that? Is there any objections? Okay, by consensus, that is tabled for clarification because of 33, I believe it was.
If I'm dealing with the same one, then.
Okay. Next item, TR 2025-39.
Tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma appointing Cherie Beard to the Seminole Nation Housing Authority Board. Make a motion to approve and I ask for a second. Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any questions? Yes.
Is she replacing somebody or didn't have enough?
I didn't get any information on that because I thought everybody was still there. Unless one is coming up to be replaced, so that's probably what this is.
There's no mention of which term is being, it is just a two-year term beginning today and ending in 27. Okay, question's been called. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Fixico,
No.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
David Narkemy,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Delois Harjo, Karen Fulbright, Ann Borba, Stephanie Lambert,
No.
Sina Yeslip,
No.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Ensign Lena,
Yes.
Richmond Larney,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Janita Harjo,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 19 yeses, 6 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, with a count of 19 yes, 6 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2025-39 has been approved. Yes, Representative Emerton.
Yes, I make a motion to adjourn for my advance request.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Second.
Adjournments are undebatable. There's a motion and a second. Any items that have not been addressed automatically roll to the next agenda in accordance with our rules.
There was nothing to be.
But again, adjournment is undisputable or undebatable. There's been a motion and a second.
Chair, we've set a precedence before that we voted no, or we had an opportunity to vote as to whether or not to adjourn. And we've done that before.
It's not debatable, but you can't do it.
But we can vote to go ahead and keep it standing or complete our business.
Okay, if that's what you're requesting, then,
Get to the adjournment.
okay, so there's an objection and we will take a vote.
Who was the second?
Yeah,
Who was the first one?
Desiree.
Desiree.
Okay, now call, okay, secretary's gonna call roll.
Leetta Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narkemy.
Abstain.
Rena Tiger.
Abstain.
Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Terry Edwards.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Delois Harjo. Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba. Stephanie Lambert.
No.
Sina Yeslip.
No.
I'm getting really tired now. Karen Fulbright.
She said yes.
She said yes.
Yeah, and then Ann said yes. And then
Sina said no. Lottie Cootie. Ensign Lena.
No.
Richmond Larney.
No.
Tiffany Thunder.
Abstain.
Wayne Shaw.
Question I have is, are we voting to adjourn or to the objection?
yes, it's a vote to adjourn,
Well, y'all didn't accept his objection.
No, it was.
Yes, so it was,
Accepted.
so now we're doing,
The question to adjourn.
so now we're doing the count on whether or not you want to adjourn. So a yes means adjourn and a no means you do not want to adjourn.
No, I'm not adjourning.
You said no? Okay. Captain McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Danita Harjo, Desiree Emerson,
Yes.
We have a clarification, Mr. Chairman. Before the completion of the road is gone.
What?
They want to change the road.
It's,
We were under the impression we were voting on his objections to the adjournment.
you were. So a yes is to adjourn and a no is to not adjourn. And we're in the middle of a count and you can't interrupt a count, so. But it's gonna fail, I mean, if you do the math.
I have 7 yeses, 15 noes, 3 abstain.
Okay, a count of 7 yes, 15 no, 3 abstentions. The motion to adjourn has failed. Representative Narcomi.
That being said, I make the motion to table indefinitely resolutions 40 to 86 until such time as.
There's a motion and a second to table 40 through 86.
40 to 86.
Chair, I'm the sponsor. I didn't even get to introduce or anything.
Okay. Next item, 2025-40. Representative Fulbright.
Thank you. On these resolutions, the 46 resolutions from the Constitution Revision Committee, they went back to the bands, and I have been getting a lot of flack. I've been asked to take this back to the Constitution Revision Committee to revisit these, and not where there's so many. When you have tribal members going to vote on this stuff, ain't gonna work. So we're gonna take it back, if that's okay with the council, and we'll revisit it again. So I'm gonna withdraw.
So you withdrawing? Okay.
I'm gonna withdraw since you guys took it back to your bands and I've gotten all the flack on it,
So are you making a motion to withdraw 40 through 86?
Just gonna withdraw. Can I?
Yes.
Okay. That's what we're gonna do.
Not on a withdrawal. Okay, now we are on other business. You can. So. No, yeah, we're on other business. Okay, so we're under other, okay, so we're on other business. I want to state what the other business is. We have a resolution for the IHS generators. There is a request to rescind Maple Leaf's resolution. There is a request to remove at will. And then there was a request to rescind or change Title 15/Title 8. So that's the 4 items that we're going to discuss. Representative Shaw.
We've been asking for something for the longest. We've got 2 of them. I'm gonna bring the first one up. We need an RFP for Attorney General. We've extended that time already to now. So we need to, what do we do? Order administration to do an RFP?
Okay, is there any objections to that, to be added to other business? Okay, I see none. Okay.
Okay, so I'm asking for an RFP. If there's no objection, I ask for a second on it.
Second.
Well, are we going to go in order which these were added?
No.
Yes,
We asked
but-
for it last spring.
That was prior to the amendment to the existing contract, so it would have to be reissued. So, yes. Okay.
Excuse me, wasn't CINDOC on here?
Yeah, that's Title 15, Title 8. Yes, yes.
Would that be out of order because it's a code?
It is, there's a lot. We'll open it up for discussion, but there is no way we can do there's so much to that component. We'll open it up for discussion. Now, we can make a motion in a second to request that to a proposal to be brought back, but we can't, there's no way we can, yes.
Just for the sake of doing this right, I make a motion to have all proposed verbal resolutions tabled until they can be written. Yes. Formally.
You're just extending time, playing for time, that's all you're doing.
No, take it back to your band. You gotta talk about taking stuff to your band. That's a big decision.
All I'm asking is that they present it in a formal fashion.
These concerns.
As part of our agenda.
So
Yeah, and as it is, anything
there's a
that's,
motion on the floor already.
right, there was a motion for the RFP for the AG? Okay, so what I was asking you was to state what the other business was and ask if there was any objections. We already have, unless we're gonna go out of order of what the other business was stated, is there any objections to that? So we listed other business as the IHS generators, rescinding Maple Leaf, at will, and then to address Title 15, Title 8. And then Representative Shaw requested to add another item to other business, which is the RFP for the AG. And then he made a motion in a second while we were adding it to the list. So it's the last item on other business. And so I'm requesting, is there anybody objecting to just going with that one first?
Okay, let's go, nobody object.
I request any verbal resolution be tabled until such time as they're formally written and presented as part of our agenda.
But you already got a motion on the floor. So we're gonna have two of them.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to have all verbal, to table the verbals until they can be written.
No, I object to that.
And then you can take it to your band for consideration. Okay, so that's the motion and the second for the table. All those in favor, vote your way. All those not? Okay, Secretary, please call the roll.
Deanna Sampson. Anthony Conley. John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman. Terry Edwards. Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Pixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
No.
David Narcome.
No.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslet.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Ensign Lena.
No.
Richmond Larney.
No.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Danita Harjo.
No.
Desiree Emerton.
So let me clarify, this is to table all resolutions until written, that's what we're voting on? Yes.
I have 9 yeses, 15 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 9 yes, 15 noes, 0 abstentions, the motion to table the verbals until written has failed. We are back to the original other business. In the order of IHS generators, rescinding Gaming Maple Leafs contract or resolution for a contract, the at-will, to discuss 15 and Title 8, and the RFP for the AG. No. No, and that's, no. Yeah, so we're to TR 2025-87. It is written and you should have been provided a copy. It's just being added to other business. So it is not a verbal, it's a written. TR 2025-87, Mr. Narkemy.
A resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, General Council authorizing and supporting mechanic improvement by U.S. Indian Health Service to provide generators to the Indian Health Service property complex located in Oklahoma.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Question's been called. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leatta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Pixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesler.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Dwayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Abstain.
Charlie Hill.
Out of seat.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 23 yeses, 0 noes, 1 abstain.
The count of 23 yes, 0 no, 1 abstentions. TR 2025-87 has been approved. The next item under other business is a request to rescind the resolution for Maple Leaf. I don't have that resolution number readily available. TR 2023-56. That does sound correct. Okay, yeah. Okay, I need, who had requested that verbal? They need to present that in, yeah, present. Yeah, go ahead.
What?
We just need someone to state the resolution.
What was that TR again?
2356.
TR 2056. 2023-56, to rescind Maple Leaf.
Okay, so we have a resolution.
And ask for a second.
We have a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Who was the second on that? I seen 3 hands. Okay, Lorette.
In the beginning with Henson and then Richmond.
Yeah, but that was Leatta seconded it. So Richmond and Leatta? Okay. So this is we have a motion and a second to rescind TR 2023-56 for Maple Leaf. Any questions, concerns, comments? Questions been called. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leatta Sampson. Anthony Conley. John Narkemy.
Abstain.
Rena Tiger.
Abstain.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixico,
No.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
David Narkemy,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright, Ann Borba, Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Zena Yesler,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Vincent Lena,
Yes.
Richmond Larney,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Danita Harjo, Desiree Emerton.
No.
I have 18 yeses, 5 nos, 2 abstain.
With a count of 18 yes, 5 no, and 2 abstentions, that verbal resolution to rescind 2023-56 has been approved.
Chair,
Yes.
will there be a letter sent out to them?
There will have to be in accordance with that. There is no approved agreement, but yes, we will have to formally contact them.
Could you CC the council on that letter, please?
Yes. They got it. Okay, the next item was at will.
Came out of our code.
Can you restate that motion?
I make that motion that will be taken out of our code,
Out of Title 11?
out of Title 11. yeah.
Title 11.
Okay, so we have do we have a second?
I second that.
So we have a motion and a second to remove the language "at will" from Title 11. Any discussion? Yes.
I just want to make a comment. I sit on the personnel board, and we discussed this and voted on to leave it on there, but it's not abused. If there's somebody let go, there's a reason. They've had chances, or procedures have been followed. Nobody's just been let go because they wanted to let them go. Chair, are you aware of anybody?
Yeah.
How would you know that?
I was there.
Maybe there was a reason, Wayne.
There was a reason.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second.
I'm just making that comment.
Okay, and I appreciate your comments. Representative Hill?
At will, I think that's a great idea that we delete at will, because people that are gonna be terminated or whatever, they need to know the reason why. Instead of just going up to them and saying, at will, let them go. Some of them are innocent, okay? That's the trouble with our law, okay? If you don't know anything about the law, you look at the still. You see a woman that's blindfolded, okay? That's what you call blind justice, okay? That's why we need to explain the reason why. Even the young lady was up there today, which I'm not gonna lie, they're gonna start. She's afraid about Monday. If she's gonna get let go Monday at will, what was the reason behind why? It happened right here. See what I mean, sir? Whoever's gonna let that person go, they the reason why. They got a right to deal.
Okay, any other comments? If not, question's been called. Secretary, call the roll.
Leanna Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony
You want me to say
Crosby,
it again?
John Narkemy,
Abstain.
Rena Tiger,
Abstain.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Fixico,
No.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
David Narkemy,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright, Ann Borba, Stephanie Lambert,
No.
Zena Yesler,
No.
Lottie Cootie, Angelina,
Yes.
Richmond Marnie,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Desiree Emerson.
Yes.
I have 19 yeses, 4 noes, 2 abstain.
With a count of 19 yes, 4 no, 2 abstentions, terminology at will be removed from Title 11.
Make that at will effective immediately. Not
Yeah,
Monday morning at 8:30.
With all resolutions, they are effective immediately.
Yep.
So it'll be double immediate. Okay. Next item was a request to have a conversation about rescinding Title 15 or consolidating Title 15 and Title 8. We can't really rescind that because that's a whole thing with NIGC and all that stuff. If you're asking for the AG to start drafting pre-2011 to where we had one division of commerce, if you want to call it division of enterprise, and then you have your 2 branches of your traditional commerce and your gaming separated out, these are things that need to be considered. I warn against any sort of resolution as opposed to we can just give a directive that is understood by the AG to start drafting these changes, because this isn't something that's going to happen overnight. It's not something that's going to happen in a month. There is so much technical writing and so much consideration because of the LLCs now that there's more than one LLC with. There's also the 8A. All of these things were not there in 2011. So we need to at least come up with a framework for direction. If this is the council's wishes, then it can be brought back in an ordinance form after it's been considered by your band, because again, Title 8 still has remnants of Title 15 in it from 2011. We don't even know if some of the boards can hold a meeting legally. We just assume that. There is so much wrong with that since 2011. And I remember when that passed. So if that is the request of council, by no objections, and I'll get to Mr. Narkey because he has his hand up, but if not, I think our council understands through the conversation and the dialogue that has already occurred of what the wishes are so that they can draft that and bring it forward. Mr. Narkey.
I do believe that, Seminole has, I have no objection to dissolving, but Seminole has contracts. Contracts that need to be dealt with. Because if we dissolve Seminole, then where do those contracts go?
Court.
That's an expense that we don't need. There needs to be a plan as to where these contracts go. Who will take over these contracts? And that needs to be negotiated with the contract. There has to be a plan that actually.
And again, there can be an enterprise that is built as a foundation of the business wing that does incorporate Title 15, where it does not interfere with anything NIGC related, where there isn't anything that would interfere with the existing LLCs, which there's 2, or the 8A. All those contracts would be existing. It would just be a restructure. That's what needs to happen, and I think our AGs understand that. Representative Petit.
Chair, I have to concur with Representative Narkey on that. This is a pretty complicated issue to dissolve in Title 8, separation of those 2 entities, the gaming and that. And like he said, there's several contracts there that still need to be enforced as far as, you have probably, I guess, your fuel bills and stuff, they're on the contract with, I think, Shepherd Oil and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that one's getting close to expire, but yes, even.
28, 26, 28, I can't remember. But anyway, it's a pretty complicated process other than just saying, we don't have the stores.
Yeah.
I mean, now, if anything, this council ought to hold that SENDOC board more accountable to try to get some type of resource in there to start making funds for us. I mean, they've established that Seminole Nation Services, and I can't even pronounce what they call it,
Right.
Oscar, and whatever.
Yeah.
And, you know, they're still trying to get that done, but like they said, this is a complicated issue. I don't know if it can be done today.
Yeah, and for historical reference, you know, during that time we had that fine, the NIGC fine. The business wing of that, because it was all one thing, said that because of that fine, we're not able to secure any loans or do anything to grow. The gaming side said that, well, you know, the retail side's holding us back. You know, they presented Title 15 and split the two, and we all know nothing has changed, with the exception of having 2 CEOs, 2 CFOs, 2 HRs, 2 of everything. Even at the time, salaries were cut in half because they were splitting the two, and now salaries are triple, right? So there's a lot of benefit to this, but it does have to take place over a strategic plan. Absolutely. So I think without even doing a formal motion, that our AG understands that that is the request of council, and we can just leave it at that so that they can propose that to be brought back to this body. Is there any objections?
Can I say one thing? And everyone needs to remember that if we amend Title 15, it will have to go back to the NIGC.
Yeah.
Will be another level of approval time and, okay.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, just mostly Title 8, I think is what we need to.
Yeah, focus on Title 8. Title 15 is just absorbed into that umbrella. Representative Shaw.
AG, question. Can we not just, I know we gotta change all of the ordinances and make them as one and reassign, but can we not suspend the send-off portion of it and reassign it, say, to gaming till we get this set up like we want it? Because how much more damages are Harvard graduates gonna give us before we go down again? You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand, and I think we need to, look at what is in, we need to look at the leases, we need to look at the contracts. We need to look and see if all of those things are assignable. If they are assignable, then we assign them to the successor entity, which would be S&GE. But we need to take a little bit of time and look and see what we can do with those contracts, how to transfer anything over, and how to, I think we need a short-term plan and a long-term plan. That would be my recommendation or my advice.
All right, that's what I was looking for, something like that.
Okay. I'm going to recognize how I saw it, so we'll go. Yes, go ahead and represent Pitt and then Petit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. Earlier, we talked to the group, and I know SINDOC and S&G are working together. Do we not have the ability, because they said they were waiting on certification or waiting on approval of the licensure?
That's gone.
Okay, so we finished.
With this, when we rescinded 2356, that's gone.
Sweet. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. That was included in that. Everything was gone. Because I know that we can get a license to do non-gaming stuff and still run the store. And that way we still generate money.
Yeah, essentially you're going back to the ordinances pre-2011. However, there's been changes in 15 and 8 that you can't just jump backwards. So again, it's gonna take some time. It's gonna take some time. Okay, the last request was for a RFP for the AG. Can I get someone to present that, please? I know it was Representative Shaw that requested that. Representative Petit.
Chair, I make a motion that we ask that an RFP be presented or submitted so that we can request an AG, because this next council is going to vote on that. And what we're going to have to do is we need to get that ready for them so that they have candidates available to see and or review. up for that position and everything, so I like to make a motion that we ask that be done. I think the last one time that it was done.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for an RFP for AG solicitation to be drafted and published.
Second.
And we have a second. And then those are to be presented in September, is that correct? Is that, or?
Well, the RFP will be set out now.
Right.
The RFP will be established now.
Correct.
And gives the 90 days an opportunity for those people that want to apply.
Okay.
To do that. And then that way, the vote to accept whoever the new AG is, or AG, if they continue with Mr. Vogt.
Okay, so this motion is.
That's what we spoke about when we made those changes last time.
Right.
Was that she was extended through this one because of the
Correct.
resolution. So it's to go to the next council to take choose for the next 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
That was the change we made.
Okay. Yeah, need any clarification on that RFP? Okay, we're good. We have a motion and a second for an RFP for the AG. Secretary, call the roll.
Leanna Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yeah.
Leon Fatigue.
Yes.
David Narcome.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslett.
Yes.
Bobby Cootie.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 25 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 20, with a count of 25 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions, that motion has passed, and we have a motion and a second. Motion and a second. And again, I didn't recognize anybody's hand, and it's,
We said we was going to finish what was in the, hang on, when we sat in here and spoke on, all this afternoon. Now, we had closed session today. Some of these right here doesn't even pertain to closed session. We said we would finish with what was there. I am going to come back and ask that we suspend our executive office until, for the exception of the Head Start, because they're saying that the Head Start would be the one to raise Cain, or would have to have new, what do you call it, new licenses or something. So we suspended all duties except for Head Start to the chief, because he's the one that's written on it. And I asked for a second.
Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Yeah, there was already a motion and a second to adjourn, but, so we need to, in order to not violate our codes, we're gonna have to take a vote to whether or not we adjourn, and then come back, and then we've got 11 minutes in order to do that before we run out of time, and then we're adjourned by default. So that was a motion and a second. Motions to adjournment are not debatable, so we need to take count on that.
It's objectable.
It's objectable, and that's what you're doing, so that's why I'm stating, let's do a count on the motion and second to adjourn. Okay, Secretary, please call the roll. If you vote yes, we are adjourning.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Sean Arkin,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
No.
Terry Edwards,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixerco,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
No.
David Narkemy,
No.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yesley,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
No.
Ensign Lena,
No.
Richmond Larney,
No.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Danita Harjo, Desiree Emerton,
We're voting on motion to adjourn? Is that what we're voting on?
That's correct.
Yes.
I have 9 yeses, 15 noes, 1 abstain.
On the count of 9 yes, 15 no, 1 abstention, the motion to adjourn has failed. What is the council's desire? We've got, well, not yet. We got 9 minutes. Fasecchi, band.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we extend it until we finish the council's business. And if it takes 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, that's fine.
Okay.
We
So
need to get this done today.
We have a motion to extend the council meeting in a second. Is there any objections?
Yes. But I'm not gonna lose because we've already voted, y'all want to spend 9.
Okay, so do we want, is there a consensus, yes or no, to extend the council meeting?
I say no.
Okay, so there's an objection, which means we now need to take a vote. Secretary, please call the roll. Fasecchi made the motion in the second. There was 2 objections.
Beata Sampson.
We are voting whether or not to extend the meeting until business is completed.
But you already had a motion in the second one.
There was an objection, so now we're voting on it. So if you vote yes, we're going to continue the meeting. If you vote no, we will not.
But if we vote no, we've already eaten up the 5 minutes for the.
Absolutely.
Beata Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley. Anthony Conley.
You're voting to extend.
You're voting to extend.
To extend it is yes, right?
Yes is to extend.
Yes is to extend. It's always a motion to approve.
Beata Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley. Yes. Sean Archemy.
No.
Rena Tiger. No. Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixaco.
No.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
No.
Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba.
She's out of her seat.
Stephanie Lambert.
No.
Sina Yesley.
No.
Lottie Cootie. Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Danita Harjo. Desiree Emerson,
No.
I have 15 yeses, 9 noes, 0 abstain.
On the count of 15 yes, 9 no, 0 abstentions, we're going to continue the council meeting. I mean, I can't ask you to stay. If you leave, you leave. That's, I mean, that's. Okay, we've extended the council meeting. What is the council's desire?
Okay, I'll make that motion again that we suspend our chief until further notice pending investigation, but the thing is, and take all his powers away from him for the exception of Head Start.
And I second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor to suspend the duties from the chief, with the exception of executing Head Start. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
Who's the second?
Tiffany. Is there any?
What is the legal basis for the suspension?
Yeah, and what is the legal basis for the suspension?
Clarification on that investigation. That's what we talked about all morning.
Do we have a question of privilege?
We're gonna have to stay here till it's over with now anyway. We done voted to do that.
We need to go into executive session, do we need to?
So, you know, there are provisions within the law that we've got to be very, very careful if this is the desire of the council. Very, very, very careful. In order to carry out something of this magnitude against not just an elected official, but someone that is also considered an employee. And there are certain protocols in place on the employee side, despite what this is. I mean, this is very fine line from even being out of order without anything being presented. And it probably should be called out of order just based on something that hasn't been proven.
There's no basis for it. It's political, they all want to be the chief, so they're gonna do it.
Yeah, there should be no talking. Okay, point of order. Point of order. There is no talking across the floor, please. Okay, realize it's 8 o'clock. We're in discussion. I've got hands that are raised. Okay, Representative Pittman, and then we'll come across to Representative Narkemy. Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very serious matter. So I have a question of the author of the proposal. Is this recommendation to do two things: to extend the AG's investigation that we requested earlier, and is it to call for the, I don't know what he said, to relieve him of his powers pending this one agency, but will it conclude at the end of the investigation? Is it just for the duration of the investigation?
Right, and even within that, there are certain things within Title 11 that have to be adhered to, because even as an elected official, you are considered an employee. And there are provisions in there that I don't think anybody has read or is aware of in Title 11. So I really think that this needs to be very well thought out. It is, in my opinion, out of order, but this is the governing body of the Seminole Nation, and I'm giving you that privilege. But at the same time, you can't state the reasons why, other than there was a preliminary investigation that does not include any mention of the chief. It is an investigation on a different program.
Put him down as one being investigated. Because we're not just getting one side.
So are you simply just requesting a continuation of that original request that was made under executive session?
Right now we've got allegations. We also have I don't even want to go back to the past. I could probably go back 40 years. But I am.
Okay, please do not talk across the floor.
What do you call it? I want an investigation, a complete investigation, and I don't, right now, it doesn't mention him at all, whether if he's the one that ordered anything or did anything, but still pending investigation, we can suspend him. I'm not throwing him out the door. I'm not firing him. I'm suspending. The word suspense means hanging up here on the wall until we get the answers that we need and let him down, or if he doesn't have anything wrong, then he hadn't lost anything, except maybe a little prestige. And
So what article of the Constitution are you referencing, or what article or section in Title 11 are you referencing?
I don't carry a book around with me in my back pocket with all that stuff. So, but the thing is, you're muddling it up just as bad as another or other, because y'all don't want to see it. I don't care whether you want to see it or not. I am bringing what I feel is a fact, and our people, when we finish with this, our people will want to know, and it may not be till November or December.
I'm just asking clarity for your verbal, that's all. I'm asking for clarity of what you're utilizing.
For suspension, not firing. I'm not running him off. Nothing. I'm asking for a suspension.
Right, and I'm asking you if that is under an article of the Constitution or a code.
Or do you want to just relieve him of his duties? Bottom line. Then worry about Head Start. Same exact thing, just said a different way.
Well, it needs to be stated in the most legal and correct terms in referencing.
I tried that, but you keep changing it to this.
No, I'm simply asking you to refer to what article or what code for your verbal resolution. That's all that I'm asking for is clarification, so that this body knows what they're.
That's why we have an AG.
Okay, so you're asking for a question of privilege from the AG.
Yes.
Okay.
How should it be written?
You've got to utilize your codes.
Your way.
Okay, AG, they're requesting a question of privilege.
Got one section, we got another? I don't know. Go ahead, you start.
So Representative Shaw, we have been looking for any authority of the General Counsel to suspend the chief. Article 9 of the Seminole Nation Constitution clearly provides that the General Counsel may, by affirmative vote of 19 members, remove any officer, including the chief, who fails to carry out his or her responsibilities or is found guilty of any court of competent jurisdiction of a misdemeanor involving dishonesty or any gross negligence of their duty or misconduct reflecting on the dignity and integrity of the General Counsel. But no vote taken, however, shall be considered valid unless the individual that is charged or accused shall have been given a written statement containing the charges made against them and at least 10 days before any meeting of the General Counsel and has been afforded the opportunity to answer those charges. So that's the authority. You have the authority to remove him. But I can't find anything in our code that provides a basis for suspension.
If you go back to Mr. Simeon Bemo back in 1970, he was suspended of his duties by our general counsel. So precedence has already been set.
What year was that?
1976.
And which constitution was that under?
It was that same constitution. We didn't
So this
have that.
you're saying that the Constitution hasn't been amended at all?
The general counsel was a general counsel. They had men on there.
Well, if that's correct, we can go back and research that, if that's what you want to do. But I'm saying that right now, we would have to go in and look at the Constitution in 1977 and try to go back and find that specific resolution to see what authority that they relied on. Because right now that we're making a whole lot of assumptions.
He was the assistant chief at the time.
And
we sent him home and told him he could come to work only on prorated basis or when the chief called him in. And we also took the powers from Kelly Haney, if y'all remember. They took the powers, and you were there, Karen, that we took the powers from Kelly Haney.
For Jerry?
Oh, Kelly too. There's resolutions there that Kelly Haney was also taken. So I've been around too long.
Well, we can go back and look at specifically Chief Jerry Haney in how, how the resolution was worded. But I think providing a resolution without authority, I mean, the chief's probably just going to ignore it.
Well, the Jerry Haney deal was a little bit different deal. They didn't do him that way. Matter of fact, I'm the one that served the packet to him for him to be removed. But Jerry.
Okay, well, based off of what our Attorney General is recommending, based off of their findings of our Constitution and our codes, without there being any legal authority for the General Counsel to issue such, I'm going to have to call that out of order, and we're going to move on.
Oh, God. I knew that's what y'all were coming to.
In Title 16 to General Counsel.
East side versus west side.
Still applies to the officers. Right. But the thing is, it's still subject to non. Yeah, it's still subject to non. Yeah.
Question.
Representative Billy.
Again, well, Mr. Shaw is saying, so if that's the way that they want to run it, why can't we just give them the due process, have the AG write up a letter and say, okay, you have 14 days, 10 days to come before the council and address these allegations?
If that is the wishes of the council, then that can be done. And that is the correct avenue. I can't tell you how to do your job. I can steer you as much as I can, but I'm not here to do your job. So that is an avenue that can be explored. Okay. It is, but I had not recognized him. I recognized Representative Billy. Representative Billy has now made a verbal resolution. Do we have a second? Can you please restate that?
I make a resolution to type up a letter, give him due process, 10 days, come before the council, or let's say 14 days, it was Saturday. 14 days, come back before the council and address these allegations.
Okay, and we have a second. We have a motion and a second. Well, again, I think as he stated, it was allegations. So we're going to have to clarify exactly what needs to be in this letter.
Okay, basically, I mean, I'm not gonna play stupid here. The letter that we all received, is what this is based on. Okay, as you were, anyway.
Again, please do not talk across the floor unless you're recognized. Representative Billy.
Again, like I said, everything is based on this letter, am I correct? The letter that we received from Mr. Devich.
That's correct. Okay, so we're going to use that as a basis. So that verbal resolution is to create a letter requesting a response to the letter that some council representatives had received. Clear as mud. And we have a second on that. Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just please forgive my ignorance because I never received a letter. I just heard the conversation prior to us going into executive session. Does that letter include the misconduct of the recommendation to appoint a judicial officer that is not an enrolled member and not enrolled in any
I can't reference it because I didn't receive it either.
I didn't receive it. So I think that should be included because that was the limitation of the executive discussion. I don't know why we were discussing a letter. That's his motion, but I would like to amend his motion if he would accept a friendly amendment, just to include, we're trying to find out who recommended Judge Barnes. And why that investigation was
And just
not
for
done.
context, Judge Barnes was existing during this administration. He was brought in during a previous administration. So it was an inherited judge that they, you know, it's probably the benefit of the doubt. It was just assumed that they met the criteria.
I agree.
I mean,
you can
that's-
come before the council and defend that. I just think that because that was the discussion in the executive session today, that should be included in his motion.
Yeah, for reference.
Yes,
Is that accepted? Okay.
because half of us, we don't know what's in the letter.
Representative Petit.
Chair, I think we're also going to need to address the conclusion here and the request that we'll have to vote to give authority to the AG to complete this investigation, because we've only done an investigation of one party that was addressed in that letter. So we need to get a complete investigation to state any investigation they find upon the chief who is, alluded to in this letter that we've talked about. That I don't know who it is, but I think that we need to, in addition to what they want to do, I think we need to do that too, is give them the authority to complete their investigation.
Okay. Representative Narkami.
Yeah.
I can concur with Representative Pete here, but if we hold off on making that directive until after Chief has responded to these allegations, then that's more of a material for the Attorney General to work off. That way they can take the chief's answer into their investigation. If we hold off until Lewis Johnson has had the opportunity to respond, then the Attorney General will take his testimony and include that in their investigation.
Is there any objections to that?
I object, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And here's why. I just want to stick to what the conclusion of what was on this investigation. And it says right here on the second line, where it says the Attorney General desires specific guidance from the General Counsel on the allegations which is whatever's in that letter or whatever is included, and or further issues to investigate. And the issues that we did discuss is that this investigation report here is only one issue. We want to give specific guidance on addressing the other issues that were not in this report, and specific guidance to investigate the other 4 people that did not want to talk. We don't know why.
All right, and
So I wanted to
that's why
give
I
some
am,
specific guidance.
that's why I am asking the questions that I'm asking.
Yes. We don't.
I can't tell you what to do and I won't tell you what to do, but I can guide you in the right direction. And Representative Billy
I'm just
went to
saying,
the
I
right
just
direction as
don't
far
wanna
as
go
due
outside
process.
of this scope. This is what they recommended and in the investigation. And so if we start adding additional things that were not discussed in executive session, then we are now creating additional issues that were not discussed in executive session. They have a clear understanding of what we discussed in executive session.
That is
And
correct.
it's only fair. I'll wait.
Yeah. Please continue.
I just want to be fair to the chief and to the justice and whoever else is going to be involved in this investigation.
Yeah, and not only that, not violate our laws.
And that's what we're getting ready to do when we start adding things that wasn't discussed in executive session today. Had Mr. Narkamy added that in the discussion, then I wouldn't have any objections. I just want to stick to the specific guidance that they asked and make sure that we're including what was discussed.
And that request was clear, and I don't think that had ever changed as far as the direction that we're going to go with what was discussed in executive session regarding that
Okay.
in your hand.
But his recommendation was to wait to give them directive until after the chief speaks.
And he was alluding to the letter. Yeah, he was alluding to the letter, not that preliminary finding. But he was alluding to the letter stating, have Chief Johnson simply answer those, just have a conversation about the letter, which is what the motion is.
I thought he was alluding to the fact that he requested a resolution to be made to send him a letter of 14 days, not what he can specifically address. Just ask him, give him outside of our code, which says we only have to give him 10 days. He's asking for 14 days to have the chief come. But he wasn't specific on, he said to address those particular allegations.
Right, was to address what is being,
Mr. Narkamy's recommendation was to allow the AG to utilize whatever the chief says as additional evidence. And I think that's unfair. We need to let the chief come and speak, not wait until their investigation should start immediately when we vote on it, like every other resolution that we provide.
and to my understanding with what was discussed in executive session, based on those initial findings, this council did request a further inquiry into that.
We
So
did.
that has already been established.
Well, it was unclear when he asked for something additional.
Right, and he made a recommendation. The sponsor, it wasn't necessarily in the form of a friendly amendment to the original verbal resolution, to submit a request through letter to respond to the alleged allegations in the letter.
But when this resolution passes, the investigation starts immediately. The investigation, in his recommendation, it wasn't to wait 14 days until after the chief responds.
His is to just simply request chief to come and respond to the letter.
Correct.
That's it.
Correct.
What was discussed in executive session is separate. And that is addressing further into that initial finding. So that's two separate, completely separate, different issues. So we have a motion and a second, just simply to provide a letter to respond within X amount of days. That's it. That's all it is. Just an inquiry to address that letter. Okay.
Yes, I don't make a friendly amendment
add a code of conduct and ethics to that request.
And what exactly is that friendly amendment? Just to add, to amend the code of conduct?
Yes, the code of conduct.
Okay, and what are your amendments to the code of conduct? Please don't talk across the floor or amongst yourselves. Thank you.
Yes, the code program. This, yeah, amendment.
Okay, just restate the request for the friendly amendment, because
His code of conduct and his ethics.
That's what the investigation is. You want code of conduct included.
Friendly amendment.
I don't think I'm understanding what your friendly amendment is to issuing the letter for him to respond.
For him to respond to the allegations of misconduct to the code of ethics. So if there's any misconduct found that he violated our code of ethics or our laws, that needs to be in the letter. So that he knows what to respond to.
Again, that's starting to get into Article 9, right?
Well, he asked for the AG to find the code, so they do it according to Article 9.
Yes, the code program, they're willing to.
He wants to include the code of conduct, whatever title that's in.
Okay. Attorney General, are you understanding the request?
Article 16, the Code of Ethics. They want
806.
they want him to respond to any violations of the Code of Ethics under Article 16.
Okay. Original sponsor, do you accept that friendly amendment? So he's asking for a friendly amendment to answer to alleged violations of the Code of Conduct. That's the friendly amendment as it was just stated. Okay. Clear as mud. Okay. Who is the second on that friendly amendment? Because we have, well, he accepted it. Okay, there we go. Who did second the original? And do you accept that? Okay, so it's accepted. Thank you for that clarification. Representative Shaw. Okay, are we all clear of what we're voting on? So it is a request. Okay, everyone's clear? Consensus? What's that?
Can you please explain?
Yes, please, if you can, do not talk amongst each other and across the room. We have a representative asking for clarification of the motion in which we're voting on. The motion that they're requesting is to issue a letter to the chief requesting response to schedule a meeting within 14 days to respond to the allegations that are in a letter. In addition to that, address any possible violations of the Code of Ethics in Title 16. Well, there's a request to respond to that to schedule.
14 days is June 21st.
Okay, so June 21st. By June 21st. Yeah, the whole world knows what's going on right now. And this, I absolutely allow this to be addressed, put to rest, whatever happened. Just questions been called. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson. Anthony Conley. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright. No. Ann Borba.
No.
Stephanie Lambert.
Abstain.
Sina Nelson.
Abstain.
Lottie Cootie. Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Desiree Emerson.
Abstain.
I have 18 yeses, 4 noes, 3 abstain.
On the count of 18 yes, 4 no, 3 abstentions, that motion has passed. Representative Petit. Representative Petit.
Do we need to give you some kind of direction on the 2 points of conclusion that you get on this?
Yes, please.
I make a motion that we direct the AG's office to conclude in the conclusions, items number 1 and 2, in their letter addressed to the council of their preliminary investigation. And I ask for a second.
Got a motion by Mr. Petit, a second by Mr. Narkemy, David Narkemy. Any discussion? It's pretty clear based off of conversation. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy. John Narkemy. Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Jerry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba.
No.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesley.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Desiree Emerson.
Out of her seat.
I have 21 yeses, 2 noes, 0 abstain.
Count of 21 yes, 2 no, 0 abstention. That measure has passed. Representative Petit.
Chair, I make a motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn and a second.
I object.
That count was 21-0. Yes. We won't. And before we conclude, yeah, and I will offer the closing prayer today. But prior to that, I do want to take 2 seconds I spent today here. It's my son's birthday, so I want to wish him a happy 11th birthday. Thank you for that. That's just part of being in office. You miss those things. So.
I was just gonna say, it said in the Bible, you're not supposed to call someone to stumble, like my grandmother was calling. If you do something on purpose, call someone to stumble or someone to fall, you're gonna get hurt yourself. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, please stand.
So are we allowed to ask for forgiveness now?
Okay.
Yes.
We're going to stand and pray.
Okay.
I believe that objection was not a serious objection. That was not a serious objection, so I have confirmed with the sponsor of that, so we are. All right. Heavenly Father, as we gather here today, always in hopes of your honor, I ask that you continue to be with us, guide us. We know that you do not stray your eyes upon us, even if we stray from your guided light on that path home. Keep us in your prayers as we travel home, in your traveling mercies. Be with those that are overseas, fighting for our freedoms, those that are enlisted. Be with our veterans. Be with those that are ill. Be with those that are struggling, all those unknown said struggles. Just keep your hands upon us, all those that are mourning a loss of a loved one. Keep the Seminole Nation in your prayers. Keep your hands on all of us as we travel home and as we hope we wake up tomorrow. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.